Welcome in and step inside. The facts will hit hard here, yeah, they cannot hide. From courtroom heat to drama spills, Trisha breaks it down to facts with the skills. Crazy stories, even messy tea, yeah, she covers it all. No fear here, step inside to come along for this ride. Grab your saber, take your seat. The journey begins after this beat. Welcome to Trisha Talks, where the facts are on fire. Real talks on panel, we'll take it higher. Pick your lightsaber, any color will do. Let it spark to guide you through. We're diving through the chaos and lighting up the dark. Welcome to Trisha Talks. Buckle up and come aboard. The journey here can be yours. In this galaxy glow, Trisha gives facts to stories untold. Trisha Talks is here to unfold the lies that get told. Are you brave enough to be that bold? It's time to start the show. The journey begins into the unknown. Welcome to Trisha Talks. Welcome to Trisha Talks.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Are you all ready for day 14 of the trial? We're going to be multi-streaming today on YouTube and the new Kick channel that I've opened just for the trial. Let me just get that open in another window. Can you hear me? There's no sound. Oh yeah, I can hear it now. I was just checking it was playing over on Kick side. Because this will be the first time we went live over there. And we're testing out a trial over on Kick because I didn't want to risk my main channel over on Kick in case. Now it should be safe, but you never know. Right, we can take that down. Good to see you, Ariel. How are you doing? Yeah, sorry, I had to take a call from my son and I just wanted to make sure. I just had to speak to my son who had been traveling for work. Botrix has just joined the channel. So we've got a welcome in, everybody. Good morning, Too Much. Everyone Kick, how you doing? Too Much, do you know I've got a true crime one over there now? So if you want to give me a little follow over there, that would be really appreciated. Let me drop the link to the, it's called Trisha Talks True Crime, so we keep it in the theme. I've got to catch one of your lives as well, because I had good feedback from one of my friends was telling me they thought you were actually a seasoned streamer, so that's a compliment, isn't it? Jacqueline, good morning. We're ready. We're ready. Right, we've got a points drop. Grab your points because we're going to do a giveaway at the end of the month, whoever's at the top of the leaderboard. And we're doing a big giveaway over on the other Kick channel. I just got a notification that the state rested. Yeah, Miss Salsa told me that they're going to probably rest today. So yeah, we're going to get into it. Beautiful Disaster. I dropped Kick channel into Discord. Thank you so much, Beautiful Disaster. That's a great help. I need to add. I added some of the mods over on the other channel, but it wouldn't let me add like sweets. I had this problem before. Some people I'm going to have to add you as a mod over on the other Kick channel when we're live because it just doesn't. I think Beautiful Disaster, you're already in. I think Laurie, Beautiful Disaster, Jennifer, Miss Salsa, Big Girl. Yeah, you've got your wrench over there. And we've got the bot welcoming everyone in. Now I know how to do it. I've got that all set up. So I'm trying to get in my head. We're not on the usual Kick channel. It gets your brain thinking all different ways. Hey, Izzy. Who else we got here? Sorceress. You've got Sorceress here. So yeah, make sure you're following us on the other Kick channel. I'll keep dropping that. We've got Grandma Cece. We've got thanks for the follow, Zoe. We've got some new followers. We got 50 new followers on YouTube, like subscribers that actually subscribed just on Friday. So that was really cool. Just a little floater. Good to see you. Vixen's over on the Kick side now. Yeah, we got a load of new subscribers. That's good because you want to grow. You don't want to, we did lose a few people actually with, the divide on YouTube. Well, you can watch on YouTube or Kick. It's up to you. It is completely up to you. Yeah, if you want to join in the discussion, you can have 2 tabs open if you want. You could open Kick and mute it and drop an emoji every now and again. That helps with, there you go. Thank you too much. That helps with it's not monetized over there. But, if that happens, it'll happen. But that wasn't my aim. My aim at the start was, let's just see if we can do a trial over there. We're going to stop and start, do the space as much as we can, but we don't stop. I have never had a strike from any court TV, law and crime, nobody. Nobody has ever struck me for nothing. And a lot of people just let the whole trial run, but I do try and interject a little bit. So, okay, let's get the... I'm not using OBS because we're doing multi-streaming. So, day 14. Here we go. I've just been discussing it with my son. What was it he said? He said something, but we don't know if it's a rumor. He said, I don't know where he got this from. Well, he got it off social media. We don't know if it's a rumor because I don't remember them saying that she chased the other child into the office and killed the other child in the office, or whether that's someone's assumption. Now, he thinks it was somebody's theory rather than fact, because do any of you remember that being said? Because otherwise she'd have had to physically take that child. So I guess it would make sense that the child may have ran in there. I don't know. Let me share the screen.
Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right, before we bring the jury in, could I see everybody just for a few seconds?
Okay, let's skip through this. The trial could be over quicker than... If this works well, then we will do more trials on Kick. Because the other Kick channel is more for reviewing and reacting. And I wanted to keep that separate. Yeah, I don't think they will either. Beautiful disaster. Which one? I don't think... Was it the baby? No, it wasn't the baby in the... It was the middle child in the office. Oh, was it the baby in the office? Let me double check. That would make sense then. Let me check.
All rise, please.
No, it was the 3-year-old. It was Dawson. I didn't think it was the baby. It wasn't the baby. It was the 3-year-old. He found Cora first and then baby Callan nearby. It was the 3-year-old in the office. So he could have run in there. Oh my God, that made me jump.
Yay. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
Well, good morning, everyone. Nice to see everyone. I hope everybody had a chance to kind of rest up a little bit and come back here, and we're going to get right back to the trial. So I want to do first, ask you those questions since we had a long break, and then talk a little bit about the schedule and kind of today's schedule and kind of where we go from here. So first question, as you know, has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? All right. Next question, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? Again, thank you so much for following those instructions. Today's schedule is that it may be kind of a little bit stop and start. Okay, so kind of bear with us on that. Might be a couple times you got to take a break just after a short amount of time, and then we'll bring you back in. It's just the nature of cases at this point. It's anticipated that the Commonwealth will close their portion of the evidence today. All right. Then at that point, the defendant has the opportunity, if they want to present witnesses and evidence if they want to. But remember, they don't have to. The burden of proof is always on the Commonwealth. All right. If the defendant offers evidence, then the Commonwealth is then given the opportunity to offer rebuttal evidence. All right. And so that's kind of the next phase that we're about to go into after the Commonwealth rests. And I'll go into a little bit more kind of how that goes, but I just kind of wanted you to kind of see where we are and where everything's going to fit procedurally as we go forward from here. So with that, we're going to return to the Commonwealth's case. And Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Ian Whiffen.
Good morning. Ms. Callan, swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury
I would rather affirm than I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
All right. Attorney Sprague, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, it's Ian Whiffen. IANWHIFFIN.
Where do you work?
Cellbrite.
What is
Sounds
Celebrate?
British.
Cellbrite is a digital intelligence company working in the digital forensics field.
And
I
how
was
long
just about to say, he sounds British.
have you worked there?
Since 2020.
What is your role at Celebrate?
I'm currently a
I don't
customer
know.
engagement manager.
What does that mean?
I work with customers, helping
I don't think she'll take the stand. That's my. Well, let's do a poll.
users of our
Will
tools
she take the stand?
to understand the digital evidence that they're finding and presenting.
And what does digital evidence consist of?
Any information which is extracted from a cell phone, primarily or from a computer, which can be interpreted by the examiner and presented as evidence. It could be call history, messages, location data, media, anything that you can find from a digital device.
And could you just briefly describe your educational and training background that qualifies you to do this work?
Yeah, I've worked in IT for many years. In 2013, I began my career within Calgary Police Service in Canada as a digital forensics examiner. That was after spending approximately 9 or 10 years working as a patrol officer in the UK and in Canada. As part of my role as a digital forensics examiner within the Calgary Police, I went on numerous training courses. The Canadian Police College, they did an introductory course into digital forensics, and then further courses focusing on mobile data provided by some vendors, such as Blacklight or Cellbrite at the time, as well as further courses presented by the Canadian Police College, specifically about cell phones.
And Cellbrite, the software produced by Cellbrite, is that software used to extract and analyze data from cell phones and computers?
Yes, there are several tools within our catalog. One of them is designed to extract as much data as possible from a cell phone. And then one of the other tools is designed to take that extracted data, decode it, decrypt it, make sense of it, and provide it to the user in a way which can be searched, filtered, organized, reported, and presented.
Does Cellbrite's ability to access cell phone data continually change based on improvements that are done to the phones themselves?
Yes, there's constantly changes being made to devices which make it difficult to extract the data. There are changes being made to the software that means that the data that we extract is now different to the data that we extracted previously. A new feature, for example, or a change that's made by the software developer. So we're constantly changing our software to be able to extract that data and to decode more data.
Were you asked to locate Apple Health data and other information that could be relevant to the investigation of an incident that occurred at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury on January 24th, 2023?
I was, yes.
And what is Apple Health data?
Apple Health is a component of the iOS operating system, which logs sensor data from multiple locations. So there's sensors built within an iPhone that monitor steps taken, flights climbed, for example, as well as third-party devices, Apple Watches, Fitbits, any other device like that. All the information is brought into the Apple Health application,
I can't chat on big girls.
made available for the user to see.
Roughly how many phone extractions have you done?
Since around 2013, well over 1,000 phones.
And how many times have you done analysis on phone extractions?
The analysis is part and parcel. So of those 1,000 phones or so which I've extracted, I've done analysis on all of those phones as well.
And then you've also done analysis on extractions, like in this case where someone else did the extraction and provided the information to you and you did the analysis?
Correct, yeah. Whenever I'm helping customers or users of our tools, they may provide me with the extracted data. So the data which I'm analyzing is more than the devices I've extracted.
And have you testified previously in courts about what you've done in terms of extracting and analyzing information?
Yes, I've testified in multiple courts around the world, approximately 28 times.
Now, you received a copy of the extraction for Lindsay Clancy's iPhone 13, correct?
Correct.
And when you received that extraction, did you also want to know all the specific information about the case and the investigation?
Typically, when I'm working a case, I don't want to know a lot of detail. I'd rather come to my own conclusions based on the data that I'm viewing rather than note the intricacies of the case. All I require is an outline, the date that something happened, the time, who was involved, basic information.
And in terms of the extraction that was done on Lindsay Clancy's iPhone, that extraction.
Yeah, Jacqueline, do you mind? I mean, I did WhatsApp her, but she might not read it because she's live. I dropped some subs over there, but I can't chat because I'm logged into my other account, and the account, she's got it set up as can't chat until your account's more than a day old. I can't chat in
What type
there.
of extraction was it?
That's what's called a full file system extraction. It's essentially all of the data which is being extracted from the device that is still live.
And did you use specific tools to conduct your analysis?
Yes, there's the Cellbrite physical analyzer tool created by Cellbrite and also my own tooling applications I've been working on for several years.
So you've actually made your own tools that allow you to examine phone extractions?
Correct. There's some tools that I've been working on since prior to joining Cellbrite. Tools that, as an examiner, I decided that I needed to create for myself and make available to others. And I
Just wanted to interject quickly. And also, Big Girl very kindly and respectfully said, "What time are you on with the trial tomorrow? I don't want to go live on top of you." Now, it doesn't mean to say we're not going to go live on other people, but it's an agreement we have. And I said, "Look, I'm doing the trial. It's going to be a long, don't worry about that." Like when we do like the other stuff, we've got an agreement. But I said, "No, don't worry. Just go live, do your live. You can always raid us when you're done." So, so nobody, not that it matters, but you know what people are like. They want to start rumors, but we absolutely have an agreement of what we're doing, and we're both cool.
still use those tools to this day.
And these tools that you used, are those the tools that allow you to examine and categorize the information, the data that you find in the extraction?
Yes, the primary point of the tool is to go into the data, decode it, provide it in a way which is easy to filter and search, but also additional tools there that allow you to dig into the data and look at the raw information, the databases, the files, all of the raw information, which is what our tools initially decode.
And did you focus in on a particular time frame when looking at the data on the defendant's iPhone?
Primarily, I knew that the date of the incident was 24th of January 2023, so that was the main focus of my analysis. But some of the data I was aware could be from further afield than that, so I took a look of, I think it was around 3 weeks before that, so early January to late January.
Were you able to look at the health data on January 24th, 2023 that was in the defendant's phone extraction?
I was, yes.
And what is health data? And how does it show up on a phone?
The user of the phone would be able to access the health data via the health application, where the information is broken down to explain how many steps have been taken over a particular period of time, the approximate distance that was traveled, the number of...
Right, this bit I really want to concentrate on, because in the Jay Slater case, when he was found in the Masker Mountains, they knew to the step and the minute when his phone died, where he was. Like, that's how much data it collected, how long his phone was on 1%, like how long his phone was at certain percentages before it died.
Their flights that were climbed. That data is stored on the device itself in a database. So as a forensic examiner, I can take a look at that database in its raw form and understand exactly where that information is coming from and present it to the user of our forensic tools in a slightly more forensic-friendly method than the user of the application on the phone would see.
Showing you on the screen here, page 4 of your report. Looking here, we have a section here, heart rate data, is that correct?
Correct.
And you're able to see here, what can you tell about the heart rate data from the extraction?
So heart rate data comes from wearing an Apple Watch or a similar device, not from the phone itself. In the case of this phone, there was an Apple Watch paired to the device, and all of the heart rate data, which is recorded periodically throughout the day, is stored within the health database.
And what was the name associated with the Apple Watch?
So as it says in the third paragraph down, the Apple Watch itself was called Lindsay's Apple Watch.
And here in the report, you're able to show the recorded heart rates throughout the day. How is the heart rate recorded and sent to the phone?
There are sensors on the Apple Watch itself on the rear, which periodically check the heart rate at any given time, and that information is sent to the phone via Bluetooth.
And are you aware of how often an iWatch will record the data and report it to an iPhone?
The actual cadence at which the watch is checking would depend on what the user's doing. So if you were in the middle of a workout, it would be a lot more consistent than just periodically throughout the day. And I actually don't know how often it is throughout the day. If you're not doing any particular workout, there doesn't seem to be a set cadence.
He testified in Karen Reed, did he? So, Ian Whiffin, that's interesting. Celebrate Digital Forensics. This is what I like to hear because this can get very specific.
Every device I've looked at, it's slightly different.
I'm showing you page 5 of your report, this database of the heart rates. For example, in several locations, there'll be a heart rate report, maybe a few seconds in between them, and others there's 7 or 8 minutes in between the heart rate report. Is that what you're talking about, how it varies depending on what you're doing at that point in time?
Yes, this is typical from what you see when you look at the database. The timestamps are never consistently at a recognizable cadence.
And the highlights in green, what do those represent?
So I actually tried to just highlight some of the high points for the day. I realized a few days ago while reviewing this, there was records there that show a high of 123 and 122, which I'd not highlighted.
And that's right there, right below, right
Correct.
around 1146.
Yes.
And what was the last time a heart rate was reported from the watch to the defendant's phone?
So the last heart rate recorded was at 17:23:52, so 23 minutes past 5 in the afternoon, with a heart rate of 57 beats per minute.
What was the average heart rate for the day for the defendant's phone?
There was a range of heart rates going between as low as I believe around 50 and as high as around 122. On average, it was around high 80s, early 90s.
And so at 5:23 p.m., the last recording of her heart rate was 57?
Correct.
And there aren't any further heart rates reported to the phone after that point, correct?
That's correct.
And what are some of the reasons why a watch would no longer be reporting a heart rate to the phone?
If the watch was taken off, if the watch was turned off,
If the battery died?
the battery was dead, yes.
You also mentioned flight climb data. What is that?
Flight climb is information which the Apple Health application stores every time it detects that you walk up a flight of stairs. So a flight of stairs would be considered either a 3-meter or 10-foot incline at over 16 steps. So the device has detected that both the altitude has changed by 10 feet and there were steps being walked at the same time.
So there's two factors being considered there. The steps that your watch monitors as you walk, and then the altitude. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is it? Is it GPS or something that's keeping track of your altitude?
The altitude is being monitored by a barometer or an altimeter, which is inside the device, just measuring for differences in air pressure.
And this information, the flight climb data, can that be monitored by both a watch and your phone if you have it on you?
It is. Both devices have got the barometers built in. Both devices can monitor flight climb events.
Can anything simulate or kind of fake out the watch or the phone into thinking that a flight of stairs is being climbed when it's not?
There are some circumstances where that can happen. They're typically quite rare, but it can happen.
Is an example of that being in a car and going up a hill?
Correct, yes. If there is movement which the device can mistake for steps at the same time as the incline is being driven, then that could accidentally record a flight climb.
But if a person's not in a car and is in their home, then it would be flights climbed, not hills being driven, correct?
Correct. If the person is in a house and there are flight climbs being recorded, then the only rational explanation is that the person was climbing stairs.
How is the data in terms of flight climb data? How is that data displayed? Or in the health data itself?
Within the application or within the forensic tool?
Within the forensic tool.
Okay. So within the forensic tool, we break down, or within Physical Analyzer, we break down the health data into hour segments. So for an hour, we may say that there are 3 flight climbs. And then it's up to the user to dig in a little further. They can select that 1 hour and then see how that activity breaks down over the hour. So you would see that there were 2 flight climbs that occurred 10 minutes after the hour, and then another flight climb occurred later on.
So showing you page 6 of your report here. The top box here, is that showing the general hour data where 3 flights have been climbed?
Correct. So in this case, the user is looking at a time period between 10 a.m. and 11 a.m. And the health data that's been pulled from the database has been aggregated. And it tells you that there's 98 samples being considered. The maximum heart rate during that hour-long period was 108. The distance traveled was approximately 759 meters. And there were 5 flights climbed within the hour.
And then below that, you break that down a little further, correct?
Correct. So this is further down the screen in the interface, where we can see actual time of 10:17:27, where there's 2 flights climbed. And again, another record at 10:17:28, where there were 2 flights climbed, and then a further flight climb at 10:49.
And then going down to the bottom here, this table, what are we seeing here in this table?
So you may have realized in the slide above where there was 2 flight climbs at 17 seconds past and 2 flight climbs at 18 seconds past. That's an unrealistic measurement. It's because one of those measurements comes from the phone and one comes from the watch.
Okay, so listen in with this. This is really important information about obviously how much energy she's using, or
This table breaks it down to say
showing that she climbed stairs.
which of these records came from the watch and which came from the phone, because there are some which overlap.
So what you're saying is the prior table showed the 4 flights of stairs being climbed at the same time within seconds, which isn't rational. But this breaks it down to show some of that
Okay,
data is
too
coming
much.
from the watch and some of it's coming from the phone, correct?
Correct. So if we look at records at 4 and 5 here, for example, we can see a start time of 10:17:27 and an
How is
end
the
time of
poll not working?
10:27:06, where the watch recorded 2 flight climbs. And then 1 second later, a start time, and 2 seconds later for the end time, we see the watch also detected 2 flight climbs. This is just the same 2 flight climb events that happened, but both devices recorded those flight climbs with slightly different timestamps.
And that will happen if I'm wearing my watch and I have my phone in my pocket and I go up the stairs.
That's correct.
Did you do something to compare these times and make a table where the where you ignored or
Not changing, is it?
disregarded the double entries?
I did. I tried to correlate and discard all of the duplicate information. So where there was an event of a flight climb that was recorded on the watch and the phone, rather than provide information that said there was 2 flight climbs, I would
Reset the
ignore
poll.
one of them and limit it to just the ones which we could prove happened.
And that's displayed here in this chart at the bottom.
I've
of page
reset
7
the
of your
poll
report.
because it won't
Correct.
working. Try again, shall we? I'm going to say 2.
Going to page 8 of your report,
Doesn't seem to. It's not working, is it?
we have here
That's rubbish.
at the top of page 8. Does that show?
I don't think she'll
the
testify.
last flights climbs recorded on either the defendant's phone or watch?
It does. It shows that there was additional flight climb events logged by the phone, which were not logged by the watch at 17:03 and 17:33.
Oh, 100% said no.
These records indicate that at 5:03 p.m., the defendant's iPhone was with the person as it went up the stairs, and then at 5:33 p.m., the iPhone was with the person as it went up the 2 flights of stairs.
Correct.
And there's a time difference there. The start time is 5:33 p.m. and the end time is 5:38 p.m. For 2 flights of stairs. So that's roughly 5 minutes in between the 2 flights. Is there a way to explain that length of time?
The way the Apple Health data records this information, aggregates it, it tries to group events together. So in this case, it would have recognized that there was a flight climb on the phone at around 17:33:34, and a second one at around 17:38:33, and it just grouped them both into one event. It doesn't mean that it took 5 minutes to walk up 2 flights of stairs. It's just within that 5-minute period, there were 2 flight climbs.
So if I have my phone in my pocket and I climb up a flight of stairs and then I spend a few minutes on that floor, and then still with my phone in my pocket go up another flight of stairs, that's representative of what we're seeing here at 5:33?
Correct. There tends to be around a 10-minute window where it tries to check every 10 minutes, but it can reduce that window in a case like this where it sees that there's group data within a smaller time period.
And then further down on page 8, we have another table here, which seems to have combined data of heart rate and flight climb data. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you also look at web usage on the extraction of the defendant's phone?
I did, yes.
And what did you do to look at the web usage on the phone, and what time frame did you look at?
For web usage, I expanded the time of interest to early January to the 24th of January, and just took a look at any web history over that time. There was over 1,300 records recovered. I took a cursory look down that list and highlighted some which potentially were relevant to the case, and then provided the 1,300 actual records as a appendix report.
And going to page 12 of your report. Looks like you started here on January 10th, 2023, is that correct?
That's correct.
And basically here you list various searches that occurred on each day between January 10th and January 24th from the extraction, is that correct?
That's correct. Broken down by day with the time of the search, the website that was visited, the title of the web page, and then the identifier in the database.
And looking at these searches, on January 12th, 2023, at 19:48, so that would be 7:48 p.m., is that correct?
Correct.
There was a search. In the title, it says, "How quickly does Wellbutrin work for depression?" Is that the title? Is that what the user is putting into the search?
If I could see the search, please.
I'll zoom in on that.
Yes, so the top entry here we can see starts with https www.google.com/search ? Q. The text after the Q how quickly does well-trained work is what the user searched. Typically, that is exactly as the user typed it, assuming that there are no auto-completions in place. In this particular case, it appears it was searched using Safari. So there's no auto-completion. That is essentially what the user typed in. And then the title, how quickly does I can't say that word, I'm afraid. Wellbutrin, thank you. Work for depression, Google search is the title of the page which Google assigns.
So where it says after the Q, how plus, quickly plus, does plus, the user's not putting in those pluses, correct? Is that, what were you calling those?
So that's part of the attribute. It's how the data is encoded in a URL or in a web search. You can't have spaces within this address string, so they replace the spaces with the plus symbol.
So I type in how quickly does, and the computer adds the pluses in space marks?
Yes, it's URL encoding to make it safe for the browser.
And then at 7:49, there's a search for Lamictal for depression.
Yes, and depression spelled with a B at the end instead of an N, which demonstrates that this is what the user typed in rather than a page that was being visited.
And then a few minutes later at 7:55 p.m., the user typed in Ellaville for depression, correct?
Correct.
And then on page 16,
Good morning, everybody.
on January 18th, 2023, at 10:25, we have a search there, ketamine for suicidal ideation, is that correct?
Correct.
And again, that's the user typing that in.
Yeah, again, those words were typed in by the user.
I'm going to go and grab my coffee. I'll be right back. I like this guy.
And then on January
It's
19th,
easy to understand.
2023, on page 17 of your report, we have
Lexi.
symptoms of postpartum psychosis searched on January 19th.
Correct.
And again, so we're looking at, this is AM, correct? 9:24 AM that was searched?
Yes, the morning.
And then 9:30 AM, there's another search for psychosis symptoms?
Yes.
Going back to that same page, page 17, at the bottom for January 24th, we have here searches for kids Miralax at 4:02 p.m. and takeout 3V at 4:13 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then CVS Pharmacy at 4:47 p.m. Correct?
Correct.
There was also an Apple note that you found in the records, correct?
That was.
The Apple note, in your report, it says it was created on December 22nd, 2022 at 10:23 a.m. Strike that, and then modified at 10:23 a.m. on January 23rd, 2023, correct?
Correct.
And are you able to tell what in the note was modified?
No, there's no real auditable log to look back and see how many times it's been modified over the course of its life. I was able to do.
I just want to quickly interject. After Friday, I started to feel like it was more premeditated. I really do. That's where I was getting, and I wasn't feeling like that before.
some amount of recovery to see that on the day it was created, it started in a very similar way to as it's written on the 24th or 23rd of January, but the exact changes between when it first was created and the last time it was modified, we don't know.
And then you also looked at messages, correct?
Correct.
And were you able to compile the messages that were sent and received between the defendant and her mother and the defendant and her husband on January 24th, 2023?
I did, yes.
And were you able to arrange it using the tools that you use in a way that looks like you might see it on your phone?
Yeah, I tried to prepare it in a report which would be easy for any viewer to understand based on their own usage of text messaging.
So showing you page 19 of your report, what we have here is an enlarged version of what you might see on your phone, correct?
Correct.
And so is this in blue, is this Lindsay's phone?
It is. The messages in blue on the right would be outgoing. The messages in grey on the left would be incoming.
And so we have a photo being sent out from Lindsay's phone to her mother, and then a reply coming back, and that pattern goes on and on, correct?
Correct.
And then looking at page 22, you were able to do the same in terms of her contact with Patrick Clancy that day, correct?
I did, yes.
And so in gray, we have Patrick Clancy sending a message to Lindsay Clancy, and in blue is the response, correct?
Correct.
Were you, excuse me, were you also able to look at the phone calls that occurred either incoming or outgoing to the defendant's phone on January 24th, 2023?
I did, yes.
And looking at page 27 and 28 of your report, first on page 27, just looking closely at the phone. Here in the report, it says 2024. Is that a typo? Is that supposed to be 2023?
That's meant to be 2023, yes, I apologize.
Okay. And so what we see here, can you just tell us what these columns are?
Yeah, the start time of the call, typically when it is answered by the recipient. The end time, when the call's ended. The metadata is information including who the call was to or from, how long the call lasted, and then the reason that the call disconnected.
Okay, so quickly, on the poll, will the defence put on a case? Not many people voted, but it seems it's not showing until I end, whereas normally it will show the results as we're going. 50% yes, 50% no, so it's a split, 50-50. Right, I'm going to go and grab my coffee now. I haven't had a coffee
And then
yet.
a record ID. So if you had the database, you could go in and find this record based on the ID number.
And looking at page 28, this is the continuation of that table regarding the phone calls, is that correct?
Correct.
And so what we're seeing here is at 17:33, which would be 5:33 p.m., there's an incoming call from Patrick to Lindsay's phone, is that correct?
Correct.
And it says duration 8 seconds, does that, 0 seconds. Does that mean it was not answered?
In this case, it was an unanswered call.
And then at 5:34 p.m., roughly a minute later, there's an outgoing call from Lindsay's phone to Patrick's, correct?
Correct.
And that call was approximately 14 seconds?
Correct.
And then at 6:09 p.m., another incoming call from Patrick to Lindsay that went unanswered?
That's correct.
Now, you also, in a section you call media, you have some photographs that were taken from the phone with some metadata included, correct?
Correct.
What is metadata?
Metadata is information about that photograph. It could be the device that captured it, the time that it was captured, the location, information about the lens, the lighting, etc.
And so looking at page 29 of your report, just for an example, what we have here are 3 photographs, correct?
Correct.
And the metadata for the first one shows captured at South Shore Medical Center, is that correct?
Correct.
How were you able to determine that's where that photograph was taken?
The metadata of the photo included the latitude and longitude where the image was captured. I took that latitude and longitude and looked on Google Maps to see a physical address. In this case, it came down to the South Shore Medical Center.
And then the third photo here, that shows captured at the home address on Summer Street, is that correct?
Correct.
And then you looked at device usage. What is device usage?
Device usage would relate to how the user is operating the device. So when they have it unlocked, locked, what applications being used at any particular time. Essentially anything which is not a message or a phone call or results in additional data like that.
I'm looking at page 32 of your report. In that device usage log, it shows that the last time the device usage was logged was at 5:13 p.m., correct?
So this table relates just to the locking and the unlocking of the device. So the last time the device was unlocked was at 17:13:16. The device was locked again around 2 minutes later at 17:15:12, and the device was not unlocked again.
And so where the device was not unlocked again after 5:16 p.m., but we have a phone call being made at 5:34 p.m., how does that happen?
There is a setting within iPhones that allow you to use a locked device to call back numbers for missed calls. So in this case, Lindsay had the missed phone call. That would have shown on screen as a notification as a missed call. And without unlocking the device, you're able to call that person back.
So you just press on the icon that shows up, you have a missed call, you press on that, and you can call the person back without unlocking the phone?
Correct.
And then what is application focus?
Application focus is literally the application which is visible on screen at any given time.
And at 4:13 p.m., 16:13, on January 24th, you've highlighted it in green here. What are we seeing there?
At 16:13:23 until 16:14:50, the Apple Maps application was being used, visible on screen.
Is it then used again at 5:13 and 5:14 p.m.? Or is that a different application?
So at 5:13 until 5:14, it was mobile Safari. So the mobile version of Safari, the internet browser, was on screen. And at 17:14:47 until 17:15:08, it was the mobile SMS or messaging application, which was on screen.
So do you just look at the part that's in parentheses to see what application was open or being used at the time?
Correct. What application was on screen at the time?
So for example, where it says 17:34, which would be 5:34 p.m., and in parentheses is in-call service, does that represent a phone call?
It does. That's the screen that indicates you're in a phone call.
And staying with the same page, page 34, you've made some notes here. Let's go out a little bit. Regarding Apple Maps, Safari, and messaging. So can you just explain what you pulled from the data for Apple Maps?
Yeah, Apple Maps was used to plan a route from the user's current location the home address, to a restaurant called 3V.
And that was at 4:13 p.m.?
It was.
And then in terms of Safari, you have the last unlock at 5:13 p.m.?
Yes, so the last unlock of the device was used for the purposes of viewing Safari, where PDLX was searched using Google.
And then in terms of messaging, what did you pull from the data there?
But at the same time, or in that same device usage, so the device was unlocked, Safari was used to search PDLX, and then the messaging application was opened to send a message to Patrick saying PDLX liquid stool softener.
And that was at 5:15 p.m.?
It was.
And then did you create a timeline combining all the data that we've talked about into one timeline?
I did, yes.
I'm going to the last page of your report, page 43. Is this the last page of the timeline?
It is, yes.
And in that page, can you explain what we're seeing here?
Yes, so the very first column is the timestamp. The next few columns, which show typically colored, is related to the activity, which will become a little bit clearer in a moment. The row or the column in the center explains what the record is. So if, for example, we look at the 17-13-16 record, we can see a U, which means the device was unlocked in pink. That unlock event lasted until 17-15-12. So hence that entire column is in pink and shows the relevant lock event.
So here we have 5:13 device unlock,
Yes.
5:15 device lock, and there's this column connecting them, correct?
Correct. And then any activity that happened during that unlock time is then shown within the rows between. So again, we see Safari open at 17-13-16. Safari was closed at 17-14-47. Messaging was opened at 17-14-47. While messages were open, there was an outgoing message sent for PDLX. Then messaging was closed. Messaging was opened again, and messaging was closed prior to the device locking. So everything in the colored columns tries to show all of the events that happened at the same time or during that parent event.
And what we have here at 5:33 p.m., we have the flight climb started, is that correct?
Correct.
And flight climb ended at 5:38, so
Yes.
that line again connecting them?
Correct. So 2 flight climbs occurred during that time period.
And in between when the flight climb started and the flight climb ended, you had the 2 calls, the incoming call that was missed from Patrick and then the outgoing call to Patrick, correct?
Correct.
So the first flight climbed had already been started. Someone had already started climbing up a flight of stairs when that first unanswered call happened, correct?
So flight climb started is how it's listed within the database and within the software. But it actually, the flight climb time is when the flight climb has been recognized by the device as the device has already climbed up those stairs. So even though it says flight climb started, that's technically the time that the flight climb or the first flight climb had ended.
So where it says 5:33, 34 flight climb started, that actually indicates the person has gone up that first flight of stairs already.
Yes, that indicates the phone has now realized I'm 3 meters higher than I was the last time I checked. Therefore, a flight climb has already been completed at that point.
And then the calls happen, and then the phone realizes at 5:38 that another flight has been climbed.
Correct.
I would move to submit the report as the next exhibit.
No objection.
All right, that report may be admitted.
I have nothing further.
All right. All right, so members of the jury, remember I said it might be a little stop and start here today. This is one of those stops. All right, so we're going to take a short break and then we'll come right back and we'll return for the cross-examination of this witness. Okay?
All rise, please, your attention.
Okay, we can skip the break. We got a raid? Hold on. Hold on. Okay, good point to take a break. Have we got a raid? Did it show up in my... Let me refresh. We got our first raid. Big girl for life. It's not showing up in my activity feed. Oh, maybe it is because we've got a load of new followers. There we go. With 172. Yay. Thank you, big girl. I explained earlier to everyone that we got an agreement, you know what I mean. I said, you go on. Don't hold back for this. So we've got 143 people watching. We're on day 14 of the Lindsay Clancy trial. It's they're doing the Celebrate information now, so it's like getting really juicy. It's starting to look more premeditated, but I don't want to you make your own mind up. Please hit that follow button. 2-pack trial started today as well. I wasn't going to cover that, but I might just stream it and let people watch. We'll see how we go. I don't know. That might be a bit much. Is anybody interested in the 2-pack trial? It's not something I would have done, but now I've started up this other kick channel. I might stream it. Maybe just a kick. Is anybody interested in the 2-pack one? It's not something I would normally stream. You're interested, Ariel? Okay. Microsoft executives trial starting today too. Why do they all start at once, like all the good ones? And then we've had months of, not having... We'll see. Yeah, it's an old one. We'll see. I might not. We'll carry on with this anyway. We're locked in with the Lindsay Clancy trial. But apparently today, the state rests and the defense, we don't know if he's going to carry on or not. Yeah, I mean, I'll put it on if people want to watch. But we'll see. We'll see how this goes. So I hope you've all hit the follow button. Well, you can only chat if you've got to follow to chat. So it's a really cool way of... Caitlin says, just want to stop by for a few. However, I can't really stomach this, so I'll catch you later if you do another live. Okay, Catalina. Yeah, it's not for everybody. Thank you, Midnight Bacon. I thought I'd try it because I didn't want to risk my other channel. But, I've never been struck by True Court TV. I don't want to tempt fate now, do I? Never in all the years have they ever struck me. So as long as we stop and start and do some discussion and, do something. Right, Layla? Yeah, I don't want to jinx myself. I keep saying that. It's all good. We've got to stay positive. But I'm going to try and I want to keep the drama. And I know we cover a bit of true crime on that channel, but we can stream them separately now. But sometimes we discuss it over on the other channel. Okay, so they're about to go for a break, but we can skip through this. This is why I start later, so we can skip all the breaks. I might at the end, we'll see if there's... I did want to go over, there's a lady that's been on some of the podcasts talking about psychosis. Now, I think, was it the Brian Anson one? I did watch one, but I had trouble watching it because the woman, bless her, didn't really take a breath. So I think it was Brian asked her to share her story, but it was like blah, 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 blah. There was no like pause or asking questions. And I switched it off because I couldn't absorb it because she never stopped she didn't stop for a breath. So I think Surviving the Survivor had someone on as well. So I'm going to have a look at theirs. It just ruined it for me. I couldn't concentrate. Okay, shuffling through life. It's a shame because I want to hear somebody that's really been through psychosis.
Yeah. Counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yes.
All right, yeah.
Welcome in everybody over on Kick. And I couldn't chat earlier on Big Girls because like we've been setting the channels where you got to have an account a day old or 2 days. And I was like, I went and subscribed and I was like, damn, I can't chat. But thank you for lifting that. I did start the account yesterday, but obviously I hadn't maybe gone 24 hours.
Oh, I see.
Lewis popped in earlier as well. He's a mod now. He's gone to bed though. He's been up driving since 4 a.m. Some of the mods I haven't added yet because it wouldn't let me, so I've got to grab them in chat. But we won't necessarily be having loads of mods either. I don't think we're going to need it. Not for now, anyway. There's some people I've got to still grab. We've got Jennifer, we've got Big Girl, we've got Lewis. Hey, Gypsy. Yes, you were my first raid. I only Diamonds, I only set it up yesterday. I set it up yesterday, so it's literally brand new. I'm just trying to see if there's any other mods in chat to grab that I have. I think I've added Laurie Fax. I won't be transferring all the mods over though.
All right, thank you.
We have got a few emojis over just quickly before we get back into it. We've got a few. I made a few last night. We've got the magnifying glass, the handcuffs. We've got a fingerprint, and we've got objection. I need to. If you've got requests for emojis, then let me know. You can either message me or put it in chat or something. Think of a really good one that that we could use.
Madam Clerk, Mr. Reddington?
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning.
Good morning.
I made them quickly last night.
Mr. Whiffen, just a couple of things. One of the takeaways or question that I had is that you were talking about in reference to the Apple Health data.
Gavel.
Fair to say that there's an issue as to the accuracy.
Sorry, yeah, that was the next one I was going to make. Let me write that
the
down.
reliability of the
Thank you.
of the Apple Health data. You've actually done research on it.
I've done research on it, yes.
So, like, really, if you're interested in this, really listen in now because it's talking about the Celebrite data.
Okay, and one of the things that you did is back about a year ago, June 28th of 2025, you did a blog article on Apple Health accuracy and reliability, and it talked about using a pitch, which I think is, you guys refer to like a football field.
It was a rugby field, yes.
And then you had somebody put the watch in their right pocket, somebody with the left pocket, and then someone else held it in their hand, you measured it, and things of that nature, right?
Correct, it was 3 phones.
Some of the things were off a little bit, but basically you put that in your report and you were able to draw your conclusion as to the accuracy and reliability, as you say, of the Apple Health data, right?
Correct.
Now, if someone is wearing...
Do my kickbot commands work here? Not sure if it's connected yet or not.
wearing an Apple Watch,
Let's test it
is
out.
that what records heart rate?
As the heart rate is on the watch, yes.
It is on the watch,
Yes.
okay. And the steps that the person takes, things of that nature, the movement, is that on the phone or would that be on the watch?
That's on both the watch and the phone.
Okay. Now, if you have an Apple Watch and you test it or you examine it, would you be able to determine what information was actually recorded by the watch while the person was wearing it?
Yes, the information that's recorded within the Apple Health database does specify whether the information comes from the watch, the phone, or from a different device.
Okay. And in this case, if I understand correctly, the Apple Watch stopped recording data at, is it 5:23?
It was around that time.
Okay. You know what? I'm going to give you your report. And feel free to just refresh your memory or look at it or whatever helps you out.
Thank you.
Yep, no problem. I just want to get the times down. I think you indicated that the watch stopped recording information at 5:23 p.m.
Yes, the last heart rate was 5:23:52.
52, okay. 5:23 and 52 seconds. And then I believe the phone and watch stopped recording at 5:38, was it?
The last usage of the, let me double check this. I believe the last usage of the phone to record flight climb data was at 5:38, yes.
All right, and after 5:38, it's pretty much blackout. There's no further information or recording, right?
Yes, not until the phone was seized by police, I believe.
By the
But
police.
there's other activity, but appeared to be after the incident.
So the further activity would have been the following morning on the 25th of January, say around 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning?
I ended my analysis on the 24th.
Okay. Well, so 5:23 p.m., the watch stops recording information. 5:38 p.m., both the watch and the phone stopped recording any information until the police picked up the phone apparently the following day, right?
Again, there would have been activity later on, but it wasn't usage, it wasn't health data. It would have been things like incoming calls. If
Okay,
there
so
were any.
when you went through the stair climbing and talked about the steps that were taken, the distance that was taken, that stopped at 5:38 p.m., right?
Correct.
Now, you don't know, when I say you, I mean, there's a witness, but also the police, whoever was wearing the watch, for example, if Lindsay's wearing the watch or carrying the phone after 5:38, you don't know what was happening at 5:39.
Correct.
You don't know what was happening at 5:40, 5:45, right?
Correct.
Right up till 5:58, 6 o'clock p.m., right?
Purely the data on the device.
So it could have been, the phone could have been put down, the watch could have been put down, battery died, whatever those issues could be, and the person would still be going down the stairs, going up the stairs, going in the backyard, doing push-ups, whatever. You
Correct.
just don't know, right?
Yes.
Okay. One of the things, you're familiar with the concept of location data, right?
Correct.
And location data, one of the things you looked at or you're aware of would be from Lindsay's phone on August 23rd of 2022. Is that correct?
Apologies, August 23rd, 2022?
Yeah.
I didn't go back
Okay.
anywhere near that date.
You have tested and written blogs, though, on location information, right?
Correct.
You actually testified in the case of Commonwealth versus Victor Arrington in Suffolk Superior Court in Boston in support of the accuracy of this particular artifact or information, right?
Correct.
So you're a true believer that the phone does in fact record accurately significant locations on the iPhone, right?
It certainly can, yes.
All right. And are you aware, or if I was to approach you in your expertise, it's just a doctor. So. You were talking earlier about latitude, longitude, things of that nature, right?
Yes.
So just to get familiar with, for example, significant location visits on Lindsay's phone, August 23rd, 2022 at 9:34. Do you know what that says or what that means?
The created time
Yeah.
of 9:34. That'd be when the device decided that the device had visited this location enough to consider it a visit.
Okay. Do you know what that location is? If I suggest to you it's a doctor's office, would you be aware of that?
I don't recognize it from the coordinates.
Okay. Thank you. This here you're familiar with too as well, right? The geo data with the latitude and the longitude.
Yes.
And you're familiar with the fact that you can take the metadata off of the information on the cell phone, one of which would be latitude and longitude. You'd be able to determine, for example, that this would be the Lindsay Clancy home, correct?
Yes, correct.
You've seen this before, right?
It rings a bell, yes.
Okay, I'd offer this room.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, that may be admitted.
Thank you.
Exhibit 267.
All right, thank you.
Now, you have your report in front of you, right?
Yes.
And that's captioned Digital Forensic Report, and it's in evidence, so the jurors are going to be able to review it in its entirety, right?
Yes.
If I could direct your attention to page 11, I believe. Yeah, page 11. Okay.
Yes.
And just so the jurors are able to acclimate themselves to it, that would be this item here that you went through with the district attorney, right? As far as the searches, Google searches,
I have a different page 11.
different page?
That looks like this page 12.
Oh, okay. Well, let me approach you with what is your digital forensic report number 1?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Is this the same?
So this is a revision.
A revision?
The revision submitted in February that just had a different record highlighted.
Yeah, okay, so basically there's no big deal difference, right?
Correct.
Okay, so we can go by, you have the revised and I have the old.
Hey, Laurie.
Can you look at January 10th on the Google search, for example?
I can.
You have it?
Yes, sir.
So looking at January 10th of 2023, just read along with me, and the jurors again would be able to look at this in the jury room. Prescription information at, it says 14:55. What does that mean? 12:14 in the morning?
14 a.m., yes.
All right. And then 19:11, which would be at 7:11 in the morning?
7:11 p.m.
Oh, PM, okay. Trazodone and Benadryl goes on about an hour later. Trazodone headache, Google search goes on. Trazodone and ibuprofen goes on. Trazodone and Tylenol goes on to 2032, which would be 8:32 p.m. Trazodone and Tylenol interactions, right?
Correct.
Fair to say that these are things that Lindsay Googled on her cell phone. That's what this document refers to, right?
Somebody used this cell phone to Google it, yes.
Oh, you don't know who was actually using it, but this is
Exactly.
Lindsay's cell phone.
Yes.
You're aware of that. If we jump ahead, looking at all of these various Google searches, follow with me on, let's say randomly, page 13, 1948, which would be 17:48 p.m., I guess. You with me on that?
Yes, 1948.
Yeah.
Yes,
How quickly does Wellbutrin work for depression? That's what was Googled, right?
correct.
Followed by Lamictal for depression, Elavil for depression, how to tell if you're sleep deprived, ketamine for suicidal ideation, right?
Correct.
These are all searches that were done on Lindsay's cell phone on that particular date, chronologically would have been the 12th of January, right?
Correct.
Now, without boring everybody, it goes on and on and on with searches along those lines: suicidal ideation, drugs, trazodone, mixtures, things of that nature, right?
It does.
Page 17, if you have it, would be the Apple note counsel asked you about.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if I suggest to you, sir, that this is the Apple note, I believe a previous witness may have read this to the jury, so they will have this in the room to read. But basically, this is the note that says, I was the healthiest, happiest mom. I worked out every morning, meditated, took care of myself, and basically my life has turned to crap, right?
Correct.
So what was modified in this? If you know, because counsel asked you if there was modifications and things of that nature, and I'm just asking if you know, what was modified in it?
Exactly at the moment, I don't have all of that in front of me. It's possible to see snippets going back over time. I do recall
Okay.
on the 22nd of December when this was created, it started with the same sentence.
Yep.
And there was a few essentially spell check or spelling differences
Okay.
as time went on. But as much as you can recover from the earlier versions of the note, it's a snippet. It's essentially two sentences, and the rest of it is it's essentially the same note.
Okay, thank you, sir. Going forward onto page 18, page 19, and 20, would you agree with me that, well, actually, in 21, they basically contain photographs that were sent from Lindsay's phone to, looks like Patrick's phone. Would you agree with that?
I believe the first few pages are sent to Mommy.
Okay. And this basically is the, there we go. This is the snowman in the backyard being made, right?
Correct.
And then Lindsay's phone is sending the blue.
Yes, the
and
blue
gray
messages
would
are
be
outgoing.
what? The response?
Yes.
And can you tell me what the response is?
The one on screen at the moment is the response sent from Mommy to Lindsay's phone saying that's a big roll of snow. I was wondering if you got enough for the kids to play in, and it's a pretty nice day too. Gives them something to do on a day without school.
Okay. And then your report then goes on with additional photographs of the snowmen. There's a box of Cheerios apparently. And then there's a photograph of a young boy appearing to be very exuberant with his arms up in the air. And then there's the Lindsay phone responds with a picture of a little girl with a mask on, right?
Correct. And this is a conversation with Patrick.
Patrick, okay. So are you able to tell what Patrick said, if anything, when he sent the picture of the little boy with his arms up in the air?
So at the very top of that message above the photograph, it says, got himself dressed. And that would be the message that was sent alongside the photograph.
Okay. And then what was her response?
Initially, it was just the photograph.
Did she respond any further in your report or your research?
Sorry?
Did you see any response in your research of the phone?
I don't remember seeing any response.
All right. Can you look at page 22?
Yes.
Okay. And this would be on January 24th, 2023. And it looks, what time is that? 8:19 in the morning?
Yes.
Okay. So if I suggest to you, sir, you can even look in your report. This is in the same thread with the little girl making the snowman and the text about, it looks like a nice day, hoping you got snow, things of that nature. And there was a reference by the mother or mommy to get the hot chocolate ready, things of that nature, right?
The message at 8:19 a.m. that says cutie was sent by Patrick in
Okay.
a different thread to the snowman photographs.
Okay, but I'm asking you about the one that's underneath the snowman and the mummy text. The last commentary is get the hot chocolate ready.
Oh, yes, that's the one
Okay.
from...
And that's from the mother, apparently, right?
Correct.
Or someone that is in the phone as mummy, right?
And that was at 11:33 a.m.
Now, if you look on page 22, we can get to what you were talking about. It looks like January 24th at 8:19 in the morning. Cell phone number 781-375-8564. And what does that say?
Cutie.
And that, so just tell us, so is that Patrick's phone?
Yes, that would be the phone stored as Patrick sending a message to Lindsay's phone.
And how did Lindsay respond, or how did her phone respond?
It appears that Lindsay reacted to an image with the love emoji.
Like a little heart thing?
Yes.
And then what did Patrick say?
Patrick asked, how's it going?
What did she say?
Good.
And then did she say anything further?
Yet she also responded, okay, her urine looked good, so nothing going wrong with her kidneys, a few.
So that she indicates that her urine looked good, nothing going on with her kidneys, and then phew, like whew, you know, something like that, right?
That's how I read it.
PHEW? Yeah.
Yes.
And then he said good, right?
Yes.
And then as you go forward, there's more pictures of the kids with the snowman, making the snowman. Patrick then says to her at 11, looks like 11:29, am I reading that right, in the morning?
11:29
What does he say to her?
You're a good mama.
And does she respond?
She responds with an emoji, which is the face covered in hearts.
The face with the hearts? And then they go back and forth with each other up until getting the menu and asking what you want for takeout and things of that nature, right?
Correct.
Page 25, just in case you were looking. All right. Can you look at page 28 for me? And page 29, I can hold them up. Basically, they basically are just a continuation of photographs, little thumbnails of the kids doing snowman and sitting in the doctor's office, right?
Correct.
Okay. One of the things that you did is that you actually performed a comprehensive search. Is that a full focus extraction? Is that what you call it?
Full file system extraction.
Okay. And you did that for the phone belonging to Lindsay Clancy, right?
Correct.
That would be what you refer to as your appendix?
The appendix 1 of the Lindsay Clancy phone is 1,300 and some web search visits.
Okay. So I'm going to hand you what says report number 1, iPhone belonging to Lindsay Clancy, and ask if you can recognize that.
Yes, this appears to be the just the web history from Lindsay's phone.
Okay, so that's pretty much if anybody cares to look at it, that's the entire web history, right?
Correct.
All right, I'd offer this, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, that may be admitted.
268.
Then, Mr. Whiffen, you also had report number 4, which would be the digital report for Patrick Clancy's
I did.
computer. I'd offer that, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, that may be admitted as well.
269.
All right, thank
And
you.
finally, report number 5 says Surface Pro laptop belonging to Patrick Clancy.
Yes.
So this would be your search of his laptop as well, correct?
Correct.
I'd offer this.
No objection.
All right, that may be admitted.
207.
Approaching you with an item, sir, I'm just going to. Well, I'm just going to ask it. I'm not going to. No problem. This says extraction report, Apple iPhone. You recognize that?
Yes, I didn't create it, but I recognize the report.
Okay, so that is a Celebrate report of the extraction of Lindsay's phone, correct? Yeah, you can look at whatever you want, yeah, of course.
Yes, this is a report generated by Physical Analyzer, a Celebrate tool of the device.
Okay. Now, if you look at the report, for example, just randomly on page, let's say, 9, bottom line, it says web history, I just grabbed that random, January 24th, 23, correct?
Yes.
And then you go to the right, and it says Lindsay's iPhone mobile library?
Yes.
Okay. And then it has the time that it was recorded, right?
Yes.
And what time would that be on that date, which is January 24th?
It'll be 9:35 local time in the morning.
So if you jump ahead to January 25, 2023, let's say, is that 7 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
Okay. And that says, what is it measuring at 7 o'clock in the morning on January 25?
So this is for the hour of health data. So it's been aggregated and it shows that between 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. There was 47 meters traveled.
Okay. And then it goes on and talks about, again, 7 o'clock in some seconds, it talks about 134 distance traveled.
Yes.
Okay. And for example, January 25 at 8 o'clock in the morning, it talks about distance traveled, steps counted, and distance would be 47
Yes.
meters or feet.
Meters.
Okay.
Did he?
So is that information that is coming off of the cell phone, the Apple Watch, or what?
So Callan Lexi said this guy got blown out of the water in the Callan trial. This defense is going easy on him so far. I could hear his tone change though from the prosecution to the defense.
That's coming from the watch and the phone and being displayed
Right,
as
so-
one amount of information.
It's coming from the watch, right?
The way that the data is presented there is coming from the watch or the phone.
Okay. And the data's coming from Celebrate, right?
Correct.
And Celebrate is God's gift to cell phone searches, right?
I like to think so.
I mean, you work for them, and you're also a guy that created all of this stuff for them, pretty much, right?
I've created some other tools, yes.
If I tell you, sir, that January 25 at 8 o'clock in the morning, Lindsay Clancy was in a coma, laying in a bed with tubes coming out of her body and certainly not wearing her Apple Watch. How did that happen?
Based purely on the report there, I'd suggest the data came from the phone rather than the watch.
I just told you about the watch. Did you ever look at this watch?
No, we can't actually pull data directly from the watch. We pull it from the
How
phone.
do you look at a watch?
We extract the data from the phone, which is synchronized to from the watch to the phone.
Okay, so I'm handing you, is that an Apple Watch?
It appears to be, yes.
Okay. And if I suggest to you that this was found a number of days later in Lindsay's bedroom in a drawer that the police
still
never
use-
seized, have you ever seen this before?
I've never seen this before, no.
How long have you been working on this case for the government?
I started looking at this case in November last year.
Okay, thank you. That's all we have, Judge.
All right, redirect?
Thank you. Sir, from the documents that defense counsel just showed you, the activity on January 25th, was it your testimony that it could have been from the watch or the phone?
It could have been either device.
But what he showed you, did that have enough data on it to tell you specifically whether it was from the watch or the phone?
No, I'd need to take a look at the database itself and see where that information came from.
And you were saying that you cannot pull data from the watch itself, is that correct?
Correct. We don't extract the memory from the watch itself. We extract data from the phone, which is synchronized to the watch. So we ultimately get the watch data from the phone.
And why is it that you don't pull it from the watch itself?
Apple's proprietary connections, the encryption that they use on the device complicates extraction. And essentially, considering we get everything from the watch via the phone, it's just additional work required to pull data from the watch, which would just be a duplicate of what we already have.
And you said that the watch syncs itself to the phone, relaying all data that it's collecting to the phone, correct?
Correct.
And Lindsay's watch was synced to Lindsay's phone, correct?
It was.
And if you were able to look at the data from the dates defense counsel mentioned from the extraction itself, you would be able to tell whether the January 25th data was coming from the watch or the phone, correct?
I would, yes.
But you can't from what he showed you, correct?
From the printout, no. I'd need the actual data.
And if on January 25th, the police have the phone, and they're bringing it to an evidence room, and then they're bringing it to storage room, is that going to show steps and distance traveled?
Yeah, whenever the device is turned on, or whenever the phone is turned on, it will consistently record steps walked regardless of who's carrying it. It will consistently record flights climbed regardless of who's carrying it.
And so if the watch is turned off in a drawer somewhere, the phone would be what's relaying, or not relaying, but the phone would be what's recording the distance traveled and the steps taken, not the watch, correct?
That's the presumption, yeah. If the watch is turned off, it's not doing anything. Any data would be from the phone.
And earlier, defense counsel just put in some exhibits of your indexes for the data that you looked at for the phone and the computers, correct?
Correct.
And those indexes, do they contain everything that was on the phone and everything that was on each computer that could be pulled from the phone or the computer?
No, they were focused reports or focused searches. So for my reports, they were focused to essentially the internet history on those devices. The large Cellbrite report, again, I don't know who created that. I don't know what options were selected by that user, but there will be data on the device which is not covered in that report by virtue of that's how decoding works.
And on the defense counsel asked you about the flights climbed and how the last reading was at 5:38 p.m., correct?
Correct.
The last incoming phone call that you registered on your charts was the 6:09 p.m. phone call from Patrick to Lindsay that she did not answer, correct?
Correct.
From 5:38 p.m. to 6:09 p.m., were there any other flights climbed showing from either the watch or the phone?
Don't believe there was, no.
And Your Honor, we'd move to submit the full extraction as the next exhibit. It's being copied now, so we just put a disc envelope in its place.
There are no objections.
All right, that may be admitted.
If I may, Your Honor, so you make reference to 5:38 for her question that there's no flights climbed, recorded, or anything up until 6 o'clock, right? You just answered that question.
Correct.
That's because the phone was either dead, off, we already went through that. She could have been walking all over the house, the yard, anywhere, right?
Yeah, the phone did not detect anything. I don't know why the phone didn't detect anything, whether it was...
So your answer is you don't know what, I don't mean to be rude. Your answer is you don't know why, right?
Exactly. I don't know why it wouldn't record.
And you did not report at all on the steps and distances, did you?
I didn't know.
Okay, thank you.
Anything on that, Como?
No.
All right, thank you, sir. You may sit down. Thank you.
Come on, press.
All right.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. There are some exhibits. My mistake. I believe they're by agreement,
Yeah, they were, I agree.
All right,
and then we would rest.
all right.
We have the 2 Sperry Hospital records, 2 discs.
272A, B.
Mass General Institute Health Professions transcript.
So the 273.
For the PIAC transcript.
Who was that?
For the PIAC transcript.
74.
And then employment records from Mass General Hospital.
275.
We rest.
All right, and with that, the Commonwealth rests? All right, so, members of the jury, as you heard from Attorney Sprague, the Commonwealth has rested. All right, so at this point,
Here we go.
I'm going to address the matters with the attorneys. So I'm gonna, it's another one of those stops. We're gonna take a stop at this point.
Arrested.
Have you go back to the jury room. We'll address a few things with the attorneys, and then we'll bring you right back in. Okay?
All rise, please, jurors.
Perfect. I don't know. Look at that. Was a weird look. Is it 2 weeks? Yeah, 2 weeks. So they're arrested after 2 weeks. I don't know. There's something weird about her eyes, the way she looks. Look. I don't know. Maybe I'm misreading it. She's not that bright, bubbly sunshine she used to be.
Before we do the motion for required finding, Your Honor, is this a good time to take the morning break?
Do you want to take a short
Yeah.
break?
Looking something up.
Did anybody
that's why I
else see that?
apologize.
So the court will be in a short recess, and we'll come back without the jury. We'll address the motion, and then we'll kind of go from there. Okay, thank you.
Court, all rise.
Yeah, there was that almost like, can't think of the right word. You know, when somebody's acting to be one way when they're another. I get it. She's not going to be the same person, is she? I don't know. It's hard to say, isn't it? Yeah, it wasn't a vacant look. It was like a deceptive. Because let's face it, she's stuck in that wheelchair. She's not in control. She's not in control of none of this, but probably think about how controlling she was about the sleep pattern and everything. She's out of control. She can't control nothing now. Plus, she is highly medicated. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to know, isn't it? Hey, Life Unscripted. Yeah, masking, but she. Not too much. Well, you missed the celebrate. The state have just rested, so it's going to go. Well, will the defense will they put a case across? She's playing a character. She's also, yeah, Ariel. Yeah. Do you want to go back? I mean, I could be just, I don't know. Could be something or nothing.
All rise, please.
With the attorneys,
Just
and then we'll
watch.
bring you right back in. Okay?
All rise, please, jurors.
It's the way she's looking at him. That look there. Then she licks her lips and pulls them in. That there. I wonder if somebody's going to do the body language. Dr. G might do it.
Jurors have exited.
But then she's got to feel bloody miserable, hasn't
This
she?
court's in session, please be seated.
She's got to feel miserable.
Before we do the motion for required finding, Your Honor, is this a good time to take the morning break?
Do you want to take a short break?
Looking something up, that's all.
Lottie, I give you a wrench over on the new channel. I mean, I'm not expecting everybody to be everywhere all the time, but you know, I'm just giving you a wrench if you want to.
Apologize.
So the court will be in
Help out.
a short recess, and
And
we'll
I
come
know
back.
it's you.
Without the jury, we'll address the motion, and then we'll kind of go from there. Okay, thank you.
Court, all rise.
We might not have so many mods over on this channel, but we'll see how it goes. Right, let's skip. You see, the beauty of this is we can skip ahead and we'd have to sit waiting.
All right.
Yes, Your Honor, I passed it up to the court. I don't know if you have it in front of you. It's basically a Rule 25. It doesn't have any memoranda with it, but I would argue, and I would cite to the court the case that was decided of Commonwealth versus Brunette Silvera. It's BRUNETTE-SELVEIRA. It was decided towards the end of May of 26 by the appeals court in Massachusetts. It was a case out of the Boston Municipal Court where defendant was charged with assault and battery on a police officer. The evidence was presented that the defendant was acting erratically and that there was an awful lot of evidence that indicated that, brought out on cross-examination from witnesses, that the defendant was suffering from some type of a mental illness. Based on that evidence being presented, the government rested their case, just as they've done here. My suggestion to the court is that the evidence that's been presented on this case against Ms. Clancy I would suggest, does not rise to the level under Rule 25 of where, even if you take the Lattimore standard and determine that the evidence would be decided in the light most favorable to the government at this stage of the case, I think the Brunette Silvera case places, as they describe it, a negative obligation to prove a negative as part of their case in chief on the government. I suggest to Your Honor that the evidence that has been presented in this case is overwhelming, that this young woman was clearly and unequivocally suffering from a mental disease or defect, that it was occupying her waking hours, her life, that she considered all of her avenues. She attempted to go to these healthcare providers, using the term loosely, that she went to these people. She had medication after medication after medication. She was obviously acting, I suggest to the court, in a state that was observed by witnesses, that in fact that she was suffering from mental disease or defect, and then ultimately this horrific incident. So under that Brunette Silvera case, there's no evidence, I suggest, from the government that would rebut the fact that there is evidence of lack of criminal responsibility. So under Brunette Silvera and the cases that were cited in that opinion, respectfully, I would suggest that a required finding of not guilty should be entered on the case. I also would argue to the court that I think that under the Brunette Silvera standard and the evidence that Your Honor has before you, that the matter should be reduced down, if you will, from premeditated malice, aforethought, cruelty, and atrocity to second degree. I'm not arguing at this stage Commonwealth versus Gray or any of its progeny as to manslaughter, but I think the court, certainly in its wise exercise of discretion, has the ability and the right to reduce the charge to second-degree murder or enter a required finding.
All right, counsel, thank you. Come on.
Thank you, Your Honor. The case that defense counsel cited, there was a presentation of the Commonwealth's evidence. Commonwealth rested. Defense called an expert who said that the defendant was not criminally responsible, and the Commonwealth relied on a cross-examination of that witness and did not call any further witnesses. So the motion was filed for a required finding at the close of all of the evidence, which is what's required under Commonwealth versus Dawson, which Brunette Silva cites and is still good law. An SJC case, 475 Mass 806 from 2016, in which the court says that a motion for a required finding of not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility may only be brought at the close of all of the evidence, not at the close of the Commonwealth's case. In this case, as you're aware, defense plans on presenting experts who testified that the defendant was not criminally responsible, and then the Commonwealth will have a rebuttal case with their own experts. So I think the time and place for the motion would be at the close of all of the evidence and not now.
All right. Well, I had an opportunity to take a look at Brunette Silvera. So based on that and based on the standard as described that I have to apply at this point, I'm going to deny the defendant's motion.
I don't think
That's okay, Jennifer. I've got the link.
As we say, duly noted.
Yes, thank you, Judge. Your Honor, could I inquire? Emily Thorndike is here and has been here. I'm just wondering, is the government ready for us to do the voir dire to see if she can testify? Because she is employed. She has
She's going to
patients and
testify?
has canceled them day after day. I'm just inquiring if we're ready to go on that.
All right. So the question I think that we had put this over was in large part because of the records from McLean's. We know if those are in.
I've been inquiring with Madam Clerk if there's been any status from the clerk's office, and I've told they haven't received anything. We have a call over to McLean. They've acknowledged.
Thank you,
the
love. I
receipt.
appreciate that.
They were waiting for a call back from somebody at the office. They thought that the records were
I
produced
think
on
you will.
Friday, but clearly that wasn't the case. So we have a call. We're waiting for a return call. I've provided people in my office the Madam Clerk's email address to get it expedited as quick as possible. So we are working to try to resolve the issue, and the hospital has acknowledged they received the subpoena. We just don't have a response yet. And I would just also remind that we discussed this last week and talked about doing this tomorrow on Tuesday in order to get those records and have time for everybody to get them and review them so that a proper examination of the witness can be done and avoid error.
So, well, let's do this. Let's do this before we start going at each other. We'll see if the records come in. All right? The records come in, then we got to determine how long it takes for people to review it and get ready. So if we can do that this afternoon,
Okay.
great.
All right.
If we can't, I'll hear from the parties as to why we can't. We may have to do it tomorrow. But if we can do that today, I do understand that witness has been here a number of days. But at this point, it's a question of the records coming in, which really is out of both parties' hands. So if the records are in, the parties can get ready. We'll do that voir dire. If not, we may have to do that tomorrow. Okay? All right.
Understood.
Ms. Reddington?
Ready? Ready for the jury, Judge?
Yeah.
Just to let the mods know, I'm copying over the Nightbot commands to Kickbot because I have to have a separate Kickbot for both channels. So I have to have a Kickbot for Trisha Talks and a Kickbot for Trisha Talks True Crime. You got to you got to put them on separate. I can't use just one bot. You got to have different accounts. So I'm just doing that at the moment. Thank you, Jennifer. And mods, I will get round to you all because I want to give you some merch, a gift of merch. We're going to get a spicy mod t-shirt set up as well, but it's all on the list. Miss South is probably sleeping if she's not in the bushes. I had a dream about Miss South. Well, I don't know what she looks like. It's such, but I had a dream and it was Miss Salsa in the dream. It was so funny. It was supposed to be Miss Salsa. Ed Legado. Did you want to be a mod on the other channel, Dad, as well? I'm not necessarily taking all the mods across because I don't think we need loads at the minute. But Dad, do you want to be a mod on both? You don't have to be all there all the time, just whenever. Did you want to rent? Don't want to assume. Sassy, good to see you, Sassy. Come on, okay. She's sassing you. She was telling me to go to bed. Turn off the internet, go to bed. Literally, she was telling me to turn off the computer and go to bed, Trisha, in my dream. It was so funny.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
You are the poll master.
Return back to the trial, Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy.
Right, Sassy as well. Do you want to be a mod over there? We've opened a true crime channel. Sorry, just before we get started, we've opened a true crime channel. So we are streaming to Kick, but I'm not on the normal channel. It's called Trisha Talks True Crime. God, that's a mouthful, isn't it? TT2TC. That should be. So I'm not necessarily going to wrench everybody over there because I don't think we need loads at the minute. Yeah, you're over there, but Sassy doesn't know about it. I literally opened it yesterday. It was like I had this light bulb moment. I was like, why don't I open another channel and let's just see what happens? And just in case, I mean, I will always have to cover the screen if there's any documents shown. You're good at polls. Yeah, you are the poll master. But it's good that everybody can do polls because not always everybody's around at the same time. But I will get around to you all at some point to give you ask. What I should say in the meantime is if you can go to the merch store, pick something from the merch store, don't order it, email me and tell me what you would like, and then I can get you a gifted link. That would probably be the best thing to do. So if all the mods can do that, and if you've already got one thing, pick something else, and I can gift it to you.
So members of the jury, as I indicated before, the Commonwealth is rested. All right, so at this time, I'm going to inquire of the defendant if she intends or wishes
wow.
to
Hold
call
on.
any witnesses at this time. Mr. Reddington?
Yes, Your
17 months, Jennifer is an OG, isn't she, look? 17 months, love being part of the Dark Side Bushes, and we love having you, Jennifer. I was a bit reluctant to add new mods because I'm like, it just seems sometimes people that are always there really like supportive and involved, they get a wrench and then something happens and they disappear. And I was reluctant to add anyone new because I was like, I don't want to lose the good people. So thank you for 17 months of dedication.
Thank you. Yeah, please.
Okay, Sassy. Oh, I hope you feel better, Life Unscripted. Empress is here. Hold on. Have you got the new kick link, Empress Raid Spray? I love. And Jennifer Lynn, thank you for the gifted sub. Who got that one? Just Dawn 3925. Let's just do this. We're still the Dark Side Bushes. I'm keeping the membership thing across the board the same, whether we're doing true crime or not.
Welcome to the Dark Side Bushes.
You know, I made the mistake of trying to do different. No, you got to keep it. You've got to keep it across the board. That's a mistake BJ made. Hey, why not 49ers? You've been on for that long. I just found you. Yeah, I've got another YouTube channel that's even, I mean, I started streaming on and off since 2018, really. I did strictly more like spiritual stuff, true crime, world events. And then we've sort of moved. I still do the spiritual stuff, but it's more in my private business. We are going to bring the cards back though and do some oracle cards and stuff. But not on the true crime. We'll do it on the sort of the fun streams that we do. Hey, Nikki. Thank you for being here, though. Ivamos has been a member for 14 months. If you grab the new link, Empress, I'll drop it in chat. I'm multitasking right now, trying to add everybody and get the commands switched over so we keep them the same, really. There'll be no subscriptions yet. I don't qualify for subscriptions. I think you've got to stream for 5 hours minimum first. There's no subscriptions on the new channel at the moment. Or kicks. You can't send kicks or memberships until we've streamed. I think 5 hours minimum, and then hey, Rebel Young.
I'm going to ask you if you can keep your voice up and speak into that microphone. Okay? Thank you.
I'm just going to say the same thing, so make sure that all the jurors way down here even can hear you, okay?
Okay.
Tell us your name.
This is Margaret Hamp,
And what town do you live in?
Stoneham.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a labor and delivery nurse
Where?
at Mass General.
And how long have you been working as a labor and delivery nurse?
I started on our labor and delivery unit in 2012.
Okay, so about what, 24 years? No.
I started for the obstetrics department in 2006.
Okay, so 20 years you've been working for Mass General between obstetrics and labor and delivery, right?
Correct.
Do you know Lindsay?
I do.
How do you know her?
I was working on the labor floor when Lindsay first started with us.
So this would be the labor and delivery floor, and she started as a nurse, correct?
Correct.
You had already been working there?
Correct.
And she was about, what, 24 years old?
Roughly.
And came in as a young woman as a nurse, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell us, to your observation, let me ask you this, how many years did you work with her?
She started, I believe, in 2015, and I worked until 2002 when she went out with Callan.
So about 7 years or thereabouts. Did you know that she had a child, Cora?
Yes.
And did you know that she had a child, Dawson?
Yes.
And ultimately that she had a child, a baby that was born very, very recently, Callan?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Gypsy. Hold on,
In
let
the
me
years that you were working with
let me
her,
pause this quickly. Thank you, Gypsy, for your 6-month subscription over on YouTube.
were you able to observe, I mean, did she like being a nurse? Did she want to work, or was she a good nurse? What's your opinion?
Lindsay loved being a nurse. She was really good at being a nurse. She was compassionate. She was kind. She was a patient advocate. She was the type of nurse that you wanted taking care of you or your loved one when you walked onto our unit.
Did you observe, for example, that on occasion when she would be involved with the delivery of a baby, that she would become emotional?
Lindsay was often emotional during birth of complete strangers. She would cry and she would just say that was so beautiful. You could just tell that she really loved being in that setting.
Over those years, right up until the time of Callan being born, fair to say that you stayed friendly with her?
Yes.
And you're still friendly with her?
Yes.
Can you tell us, did you observe during the time you worked with her how she emoted or felt about her children, all three of them?
Yes.
Tell us anything that you recall.
So Lindsay and I worked the night shift together, and often on the night shift you get to have an opportunity to really get to know your coworkers and celebrate things that are happening in their lives or support them with things that are not going so well. Lindsay asked a lot of questions of her coworkers about parenting. Simple things as she would poll the nursing staff about monogrammed lunch boxes, right down to sleeping habits. What questions do you ask a daycare provider to make sure that you're in the right place? She was often asking her coworkers childcare, parenting tips.
When she had Callan, after Callan was born in the late spring of 22, did you see her after the birth of Callan?
I did not see her after the birth of Callan.
Were you aware that she had taken a leave of absence from Mass General?
Yes.
Did you stay in touch with her by phone or text?
I briefly.
She's called Margaret Hamp, Hamp, Labour and Delivery Nurse.
Kept in touch through text. After Callan was born, I reached out to her and I asked her for her address and how she was doing so I could send her a gift. And then.
So have you just coming in? Oh, I don't know if did they have lunch? The state rested and now the defence is presenting their case. I can't even remember. We've skipped the breaks anyway, so we're on the defence.
A few months later, she circled back to me to thank me.
But we are behind the main stream.
For the gift that I had sent her.
Okay,
Do you
Sassy, I
recall an
appreciate that.
incident on one occasion where she was looking or monitoring one of the children and the child was crying and you observed what happened after that?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Lindsay often checked in on her kids while they were sleeping at night. Again, we worked the night shift and she had the ability to look at her phone and see what Cora or Callan were doing in their cribs. And she shared that with a lot of us. There was one particular night that Cora was crying. She was probably about 6 months old, and Lindsay never let Cora cry. She wasn't at that point in parenting, and she was very communicative about that. And Cora was crying on the monitor. It was the middle of the night, and maybe after 10 minutes, she started to call Pat, and he wasn't answering. And she got really worried that one, Cora was crying, but now Pat wasn't answering his phone. So in the middle of the night, she called the police to do a wellness check on her family.
Okay. And while you were working the night shift, is that pretty much what you both worked together all those years?
Yes.
Would that be through the pandemic as well?
Yes.
Would you say that that was quite a bonding experience, being in labor delivery up close and personal with patients during the pandemic at night?
Of course, it was a very challenging time as a healthcare provider.
Thank you very much. You can inquire.
All right, Como?
Good morning.
Good morning.
So the incident that you just told us about where Ms. Clancy was watching the monitor overnight, you are aware that the police responded and everything was fine, right?
Yes.
And you worked with her through 2022 when she went out with leave on Callan?
Correct.
And you never visited their house after Callan was born, did you?
No.
You don't know what was going on in her life, did you?
No.
And she didn't share any of her struggles with you via text or in any other capacity, did she?
No.
And as a labor and delivery nurse, and having been trained in labor and delivery, and you said you worked obstetrics before, correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that you often have patients that come to you in both those areas that have some mental illness or are on psychiatric medications, right?
Sometimes.
And working labor and delivery, you have some training on how to handle patients that are on certain types of medications, right?
Limited training, yes.
Well, it affects how you're going to go through a birth plan or do a delivery if a person is on some sort of long-term medication, right?
Right.
And so you're aware that Zoloft is something that's deemed safe for pregnant moms and breastfeeding moms?
Yes.
And you've had
Come on in,
patients that have
sweets.
dealt with bipolar issues before?
Yes.
And that they have to remain medication compliant in order to manage those things, right?
Yes.
Thank you, nothing further.
All right, Ms. Barrington?
So your experience dealing with patients that have birth to child, as the district attorney asked, and are on Zoloft and expressing issues of being a parent, were you aware of any incidents where Lindsay was with you and a woman did in fact express concern that she wanted to hurt herself or her child?
There was a particular patient that Lindsay was on staff when this patient arrived. It was a patient that arrived to the unit that had plans to harm herself while she was pregnant. And we had a conversation. Lindsay was brand new. It was the summer that she had just started. And we had a conversation about mental health in pregnancy and postpartum. And I asked her if she had ever heard of the Andrea Yates case, and she hadn't. And I explained that to her, and she cried. And she said, "How could a mother hurt her children?"
Thank you. All set.
Thank you.
Como?
No.
All right, let me sit down, thank you. Counsel.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Ornziger, please.
Got tissues. First time I've seen her use a tissue. Does anybody else? Thank you, Life Unscripted. I used Grok instead for the emojis. A one and done with Grok. If you've got any requests, we're going to do a gavel. I was just too tired to do the gavel. I was like, no, go to bed, Trisha. Not one more emoji. Go to bed. You have you? I just not noticed, mate. I just didn't see it. Yeah, I'm surprised you hadn't. Grok's really good for making emojis. Not as good as the ones Orange Honda made. I might have to ask them to help me. But I like the green and black theme, the true crime.
Hey, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
Could I ask you, speak into that microphone, keep your voice up, okay?
Okay.
Great, thank you. Counsel.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes.
Afternoon. Tell us your name, please, and spell it.
It's Allison Ozga, Allison. Last name is Ozga.
You know Lindsay?
I do.
How do you know her?
Lindsay's my sister.
And can you tell us, are you close to Lindsay? Do you live near each other? Do you socialize? What type of relationship have you had with her?
We're very close. We have not lived in the same state for about 10 years now, but we do communicate, and I do think we're very close.
And do you text with her on a regular basis?
Yes.
And you talk on the phone, do you?
Occasionally.
Directing your attention to the fall of, well, actually heading into like Thanksgiving and Christmas of 2022. Do you remember that time frame?
Yes.
And did you have occasion to see your sister during that period of time?
Yes.
And let's direct our attention to, let's say, Thanksgiving 2022. Had you noticed any change in Lindsay's personality or any observation of how she appeared to you?
Oh, it's a sister.
I will say on Thanksgiving in particular is when the first time I saw her in person after quite some time. I had known she had not been doing well via text message communication that we had. I think on Thanksgiving, she, her mood did not look good, her energy, she didn't seem very energized. It definitely seemed off from how I've seen her in the past.
And were you aware that that carried through from November into December around the holiday season if you had stayed in touch with her?
Yes.
And can you tell us what you observed about her around the holiday season as it related to her, from your observations and your texting and your communications with Lindsay? How did she appear to you at that point?
The beginning of December, it seemed like she very much decompensated. I do remember her saying at one point at the beginning of December, something along the lines of, I'm in a really tough spot. And knowing what she had shared with me previously about how her mental health had been struggling, I had this gut feeling that something was off and that she was really struggling. And I asked her if she was safe.
What did she say?
She said yes at that point.
And you knew her husband, Pat?
Yes.
And you knew the kids?
Yes.
Obviously. Do you recall around Christmas itself and perhaps a little bit thereafter that you spoke with her and that she indicated basically, I'm not doing okay?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what you observed about her demeanor or her symptomology when you said she was decompensating around that time? What were they symptoms in your mind of?
Based on communication with Lindsay, and I started communicating with Pat directly at that time, she was reporting her mood was worsening, as she described as depression. She was having more suicidal thoughts. Insomnia continued to be an issue. She was really not feeling like herself.
And did you know that during that period of time where she was telling you about the suicidal thoughts and the issue of depression, that she was seeing doctors?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about seeing the doctors, and if she was on any medication, and if so, what effect did they have on her?
So the first thing she said about the doctors was back in October when she said that she saw a doctor for Zoloft and had a very awful reaction to that Zoloft.
Would that be Dr. Tufts?
I don't believe she shared that specific with me.
Share the name? Okay.
No. And then I think throughout our communication over the couple months of October to December, she did share with me that she was going to doctors, she was getting different prescriptions, kind of all the things that they were trying and different treatments they were looking at.
And do you recall when you were talking with her about her symptoms towards the end of December, that she had, in your words, decompensated significantly and stated to you that she felt nothing and that she was scared, things of that nature?
Yes.
What else did she tell you, if you recall?
At the end of December, so I think it was more along the same of, that she is really not feeling well. Her mood is down. She's feeling numb. She's feeling hopeless. I believe at the very end of the month, she told me she had suicidal ideation every day for a month.
Do you recall
Oh my
towards
gosh,
the end of the
hold
month
on.
around New Year's that she voluntarily...
Suicidal ideation every day for a month. That's concerning. Hey, Orange Honda, good to see you. Trisha, do you want just a gavel by itself? Oh, Orange Honda, I was going to say, I want to reach out to you. If you could help me with some emojis, and I wanted to gift you something from the merch store. So if you'd like a coffee cup or a t-shirt, I want to give something back for you helping me out because you do awesome emojis. Do you know what? I'll give you either a gavel on its own or just make it so it pops, it stands out, like sparkly. I don't know, sparkly. Maybe keep to the green and black theme, like for the kit colours. But if you'd like to pick like a coffee cup or something, or a travel mug, or a cool drinks cooler, tumbler, let me know and I'll send you a gift link because it just saves me extra. Like it takes the weight off my shoulders a little
admitted
bit.
herself somewhere.
Yes.
Do you know where she admitted herself?
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
McLean Hospital.
And while she was at McLean Hospital, ultimately,
You're a mod,
do you
Joby.
know how she got out of McLean Hospital?
It was my understanding that she was weaning off of some medication that she was on, and then was eventually discharged 5 days
Callan.
later.
Now, did you see her or talk to her after
Might need to
she
refresh.
left McLean Hospital trying to wean herself off of whatever medication it was? Because you don't know what the medication was, right?
I believe it was Seroquel.
Seroquel.
Yep.
Did she tell you anything to the effect that when she got out of the hospital that she felt as though this was a step in the right direction? Did she seem as though she was trying to be positive about her life?
Yes.
And tell us about that, because up until this point, you had observed her decompensating
First-
and having these symptoms and suicidal.
First time I've heard someone say suicidal ideation every day for a month. I swear I haven't heard that.
Ideation and depression and feeling nothing and scary. When she got out of McLean, what did she appear to you and what did she say to you?
I believe she said she felt that was a good plan and that she was starting to feel better.
So was your sister, in your opinion, granted she's your sister and you're biased, obviously, but
I'd say declining, not
No.
decompensating. It's a
obviously
mouthful,
she
isn't it?
didn't share with you in detail her doctors and medicines and things of that nature. Is that fair?
No.
But you were aware of the struggles and the hurt that she was going through.
Yes.
And then through the month of January, did you have occasion to see her, or were you, because you still live in different states?
Yes. Yes, I did have an occasion to see her in January.
When?
We went to Cora's birthday party.
And that was at the trampoline park?
Yes.
How did she appear at that?
I think she looked like she was going through the motions of putting together a birthday party for her daughter. But she looked tired. She looked like she was still struggling.
So there was a difference in your observation of what you had known your sister to have as a personality.
Seems.
And then, of course, the horrible day, were you aware, or did somebody call you and tell you that the children had been killed?
Yes.
One of them still survived and ultimately passed.
Yes.
And do you recall who told you that?
Yes.
Who was that?
My mother.
And as a result of getting the call from your mother, what did you do?
I jumped in the car, packed a bag, and I sped up to South Shore Hospital, which is where I was told she was.
Did you see her in South Shore Hospital?
No.
Did you know that she was then transferred to another hospital after South Shore?
Yes.
And what hospital was that?
I believe it was Brigham and Women's.
And were you able to visit her in Brigham and Women's?
Yes.
And did it take some time before they would?
I know I'm interjecting a lot more than normal, but this is, we've got to do stop and start. Her sister works as a licensed clinical social worker in Connecticut. Wow.
Allow you to visit with her.
Yes.
How
A
long, if you
social
know?
worker.
I think it was approximately 2 weeks.
Okay. And then you were able to see her pretty much on a regular basis?
Yep.
Yes.
And where does
According to
your mother
AI
and father live?
and the
In
reports.
Connecticut.
And are you close to them?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury, from the time of this incident in January 24th of 2023
She apparently specializes in mental health.
up until now,
Wow.
2026, where has your mother and father been living?
My parents have been spending the majority of their time up here in Massachusetts
Why?
so that they could visit Lindsay as much as possible.
Almost on a daily basis?
Yes.
Was that on a bed and breakfast or a bed and bath, or was it a hotel,
This is
or where were
wild.
they staying?
They've been living out of hotels.
Thank you, that's all. You can inquire.
Come on.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Now, when Lindsay was at McLean Hospital and she was discharged, did she tell you that she asked to be discharged early to go to Cora's birthday party?
I can't recall.
And do you recall speaking to the police on January 25th, just a day after this all happened back in 2023?
Yes.
And do you recall telling them that you saw Lindsay 2 weeks prior to the 24th, roughly around the birthday party time, and that she seemed okay?
Yes.
Do you recall telling the police that you spoke to her in phone calls many times after she was discharged to McLean, and that her tone of voice in those calls seemed better?
I did not speak to her on the phone. Most of our communication was via text.
Okay, so you don't recall saying that to the police, that the tone of Lindsay's voice in our phone conversations was better the last couple weeks since she had been released from the hospital?
I believe when I said that, I meant her tone via her text messages.
And so her tone in her text messages was better?
A bit.
And do you recall telling police that you spoke to Lindsay on Thursday, January 19th, 2023, and she seemed okay?
Yes.
And that was a phone call, correct?
That was text message.
Text message, okay.
Yes.
So when you were saying spoke to the police, you were referring to text messages?
Correct.
And so in that text message, she seemed fine?
She seemed okay.
So she had just been released from McLean Hospital at the beginning of January, and all of your communications after the birthday party were text messages, is that correct?
I think the date's wrong.
I believe so, yes.
And just so we make sure we have the date correct, after she was discharged from McLean in January of 2023, up until January 24th, 2023, all of your communications were via text?
Yes.
Did you visit her at her home that month?
No.
You didn't reach out or call her at all, correct?
I reached out and called, yes. I did not visit her at her home, no.
When you called, did she respond? Did she answer the phone?
I'm sorry, let me backtrack. I can't recall whether I made a phone call. I can recall the majority of our communication between January 1st and January 24th was via text message.
Okay, so there could have been some phone calls.
I cannot recall any phone calls.
You are a licensed social worker, correct?
Correct.
And you're a mandated reporter, correct?
Yes.
And at any point in time between January 1st, 2023 and January 24th, 2023, did you have enough concern about the safety of the kids or the safety of your sister to file a report as a mandated reporter?
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Ray?
Oh, yeah, Judge, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me step down.
Wow, that was quick. The sister, it's all over. Is that it? This is wild.
I would call Paula Musgrove, please.
Well, she spent time with her mum and dad. They must have been close. I'd have to double check whether the family all lived. I forget. Let's have a look. Let's double check. Unless it was Patrick's parents. I have to double check because there's so much to remember. Right, Lottie? She's a women's social worker in mental health.
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, I'm going to remind everybody else, just speak into the microphone if you can keep your voice up, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hold on.
Afternoon.
Before we go any further, Sweets, do you know we've got a new true crime Kick channel? I tried to add you as a mod, but it did like before, it wouldn't let me add your name. So you need to actually be typing in the Kick chat when you have a time, and then I can add you. But it wouldn't let me manually do
Tell
it
us your
last
name and
night.
spell your name, please.
My name is Paula Musgrove, Paula Musgrove.
And Mrs. Musgrove, fair to say that you are Lindsay's mother?
Oh, it's
Yes, I
here
am.
we go. Lindsay's mother. Wow.
It's his mother.
And your husband is here as well in the blue
Here we
shirt,
go.
correct?
Yes.
You've been here for every day for the trial, is that correct?
Yes.
Who was it that said that Lindsay's parents were not being supportive, and which creator was it? And I was like, well, we've not heard that before. Who was putting that out there? Can you remember?
I just have a few questions for you. Obviously, you tell us about Lindsay when she was a kid. Was she a good kid, good student, that type of thing?
She was a very good kid and an excellent student. Very excellent student all through school, through high school, college. Yes, excellent.
Ever been in trouble, law enforcement or schools or discipline or anything?
No.
Were you aware of her husband, Pat?
Yes.
And obviously, you knew when they got married, when they were dating and things of that
Yes.
nature, right? Went to the wedding, obviously.
Yes.
Fair to say that you were close to your daughter and Pat?
Yes.
And you knew, obviously, the grandchildren?
Yes.
Tell the jury how you interacted and felt about your grandchildren.
I loved my grandchildren with all my heart. And you never know what it's like to love a grandchild until you become a grandmother. And it was the most beautiful thing. I love them with all my heart.
Now, did you have occasion to see how Lindsay reacted and treated her kids as a mother?
Yes.
And granted that you're her mother, so you're obviously biased, tell the jury what observations you made of Lindsay as a mother through the years after Cora was born, and then Dawson, and then, of course, baby Callan.
Lindsay was a very loving mother. She was dedicated to her children. She was a fun mother. She was always doing things for her kids. She always wanted to be a mother, have many children, and I felt it was the best thing that ever happened to her. And she would do anything for her children. She was just a loving mother.
Now, in 2022, Callan was born, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you stay in touch with Lindsay and Pat during that period of time, the spring into the summer of 2022?
Yes.
And how often would you see them or talk to them, or what would you do? You go to cookouts, or would you have parties, or how would you socialize?
Myself and my husband would travel from Connecticut to Duxbury at least 2 or 3 times a month, as well as them coming to Connecticut to visit us.
And would you agree that in the summer, for example, of 2022, that Lindsay and Pat were active with the kids and were pretty happy?
Very happy, yes.
Did you observe in the summer of 22 any changes at that point in her personality and the way she was acting with her friends in society?
In the summer, no.
And they were having a fairly good summer.
Yes.
Did you notice at some point a change in Lindsay's demeanor?
Yes.
Tell the jury when that was.
It was sometime probably around the 2nd week of October.
What happened that you noticed?
I noticed that she had become very anxious. She told me she was anxious about going back to work because Callan was having trouble taking a bottle and she didn't feel right about leaving him.
And as a result of that, did she tell you that she was going to put off going back to work?
Yes, she told me she was applying for an extension.
Now, did you know at that point that she was going through any issues involving depression or anxiety or having any suicidal ideation or anything like that?
At that point, no.
At what point, if any, did you become aware that your daughter was suffering from this symptomology?
In late October.
And how did that come about?
She sent me a text message.
And do you recall when that was?
Yes, that was on October 20th.
Now, Your Honor, the government has introduced into evidence the entire of the phone dumps, if you will, and I think they put it on a disc, and it's probably thousands of pages, but I do have the text thread that deals with that time frame in October. I'd like to offer that so that it's apparent what I'm referring to rather than having to search through thousands of pages of a disc.
Parents lived a couple of, what was that? About 2 hours away?
They may be admitted.
So approaching, let me after this thing.
130 to 140 miles away they lived, so not too far.
Now, the text message that you're referring to, would that be on October 20th of 2022?
Yes,
And do you have that on your phone right now?
I do.
Can you just pull that up for us?
I can. Just give me a moment. Okay, I have it.
Kelsey, do you have a copy maybe that she could look at?
Oh, I have a copy.
Yeah, that might be easier for the witness.
So I'm going to approach you with this board and ask if this is a copy of the text that you're referring to.
Yes, it is.
Would you read that for the jury?
Mom, will you please come up and stay with me for a bit? I'm really sick. Something is wrong. I had horrible insomnia all night, and I just don't know how I'm going to get through the day. I started taking the medicine my doctor prescribed for anxiety, and I think it's made things worse. It's just really scary, and I don't want to be alone.
You want to write off this?
Objection. It's already in evidence.
What do we mark it for identification? Is that text within the?
I'd rather have it in the board.
Well, I know you would, but we already have the.
They want a little training. Can I just talk to the board?
No, we're going to mark that for identification. The text that is been referred and read to is within Exhibit 276, which was just off.
I'm sorry, which is what?
I think it was within Exhibit 276, which was within that thread that you just offered.
Okay, so I will then, that would be 276, so that will be over here. As a result of receiving that text, did you then come up to?
Hold on a second.
Exhibit W for identification.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, thank you.
All right, thank you.
So as a result of that, did you come up to Duxbury?
Yes, same day.
And tell us about that. What happened that day at the end of October?
Lindsay had been, I believe she went
Did she
to the
show-
emergency room that day.
I've got an
and
overlay.
She had come home.
I missed that.
She was feeling a bit better. She told me that.
Did he show a phone number? Yeah, I'll have to keep an eye out for that. I've got an overlay that I've got ready like that.
She couldn't
I didn't
sleep.
get it up.
She was very anxious and she was afraid.
And how long did you stay with her?
At that point,
Yes.
I believe at that point I stayed for about a week.
And was your husband with you?
He came later. He didn't come directly with me then because he was still working. So he came later.
I never asked. What did you do for work?
I worked for Weight Watchers.
And you're retired?
Yes.
How about your husband? Is he working now?
He recently retired.
And what was the nature of his work?
He was in photography,
What kind of photography?
school picture photography.
For yearbooks and things like that?
Yeah, and school pictures, and you had your kids' pictures taken.
And he just recently retired?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that during the month of October into November, into the holidays in December, that you and your husband would stay with Lindsay and the kids?
Yes. I stayed more than my husband because he needed to go back home to work.
Sure. While you were staying with Lindsay, can you tell us your opinion as to her condition? Was it decompensating? Was she getting better as time went on through November and December into the holidays?
Through November into December, it was not getting better into the holidays.
And you knew she was on medication at that point?
Yes.
You knew she was seeing doctors at that point?
Yes.
So tell us, is there an incident that came to your mind that you recall that occurred on one evening that indicated to you how seriously she was suffering?
There were many. One particular evening that was disturbing to me was that, I mean, she was afraid to be alone, and she actually asked if she could sleep with me.
When was that?
That was late November, early December.
And did she indeed sleep with you on that occasion?
She did.
Continuing on through the holidays, did you guys get together for the holidays, Christmas or Thanksgiving, if you recall?
Yes, I was down there probably most of December through Christmas Eve, and then I left on Christmas Eve to come home to see my other daughter and her family, and then Lindsay actually came to my house later the day on Christmas Day.
Was she with Pat?
Yes.
Okay, and the kids?
Yes.
During that period of time, did you make further observation as time went into January? Oh, back it up. At some point, she voluntarily went into McLean Hospital?
Yes.
You knew that?
Yes.
How did you know that?
I was there.
What do you mean you were there?
I was at Lindsay's house staying with them.
You take care of the kids?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that Pat's parents, mom and dad, also stepped up, taking care of the kids, helping out during this period of time?
They were there, I guess, when we weren't there. I didn't really see them, but.
Right, because you guys would be different time frames.
Right.
But you all were pulling together as a family, is that
Right.
correct? January, leading up to January 24th, do you recall, and can you tell the jurors what, if any, observations you made of Lindsay and her condition?
Lindsay had lost a lot of weight. She had become, during this whole time, paranoid about different things that really she shouldn't have, really weren't logical to become paranoid about. She would mention that this wasn't her mind. She would say to me, this isn't me. I've never been like this before. And I would agree because she wasn't. She was attempting to go through the motions of her day, take care of the kids as best she could. She didn't want to drive. So at times when Pat didn't go pick the kids up at school, I would drive Lindsay to pick the kids up at school because she was afraid to drive.
Did she express to you concern that in this time frame that people at the school, teachers and other people would be able to know what she was thinking and would think that she wasn't a good mother because she was sick?
Yes, she said, the school knows something's going on because I'm not driving my car. They see that I'm not driving my car to pick the kids up.
Do you recall the end of January that she made a statement to you about the medication, in her opinion, what it was doing to her mind?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said that she couldn't remember anything. The medication was pretty much just destroying her mind, and it wasn't her. She said, this isn't me. I just want to feel better and enjoy my kids again.
Now, I know that this is difficult. In December of 2022, do you recall the time that you were in the kitchen with Lindsay and Patrick, and she made a statement about her state of mind to her husband, Pat, and you were there.
Yes.
I know it's difficult. Just
No
tell us
idea,
what you
Harriet.
remember.
I remember her being very nervous. I remember her saying, I just have to tell you guys something. And then she told us.
What did she tell you?
She told us that she had thoughts of harming the children.
Uh-oh.
Thank you very much.
What the fuck? Excuse my language. Sorry, I'm trying not to
Why
swear.
don't we take the afternoon recess at this time? We'll come back
Shit.
for cross-examination. All right. So, ma'am, you can step down.
Thank you.
All right. So,
Mic
members of the
drop.
jury, we're going to take the break at this time. We expect to have you back about 2 o'clock. Okay?
All rise, please, jurors. Exit.
There's a lot to take in, though, isn't there? A lot to take in. Where's the pastor? The priest. Where is he? Is that him there? The old guy. It is. He's there, isn't he? Oh, he looks, yeah, it was in a journal. Yeah, I see him now. She's there every day, that lady, isn't she?
All right. Counsel, can I see you just for a second? Just
I couldn't
kinda
see his
time-wise.
collar at first. Well, it's warming up. This blimmin', yeah, I couldn't see. I was just trying to see his dog collar. They call it a dog collar, don't they? Well, they do here. So her own mother said she was afraid she was going to hurt the children. Oh my God. I never have ever had thoughts of harming my child when he was a baby at any age. But then, I just can't imagine. What is the big box next to Lindsay? Yeah, I can go back. Hold on. That one, it says live, laugh, sing, passion. That's ironic, isn't it? Probably full of notes and folders. I noticed that earlier and I thought, I've never noticed that before. Like, has that always been there? Or is that's ironic, isn't it? Live, laugh, and sing. Passion. Do you think they put that there to give a positivity to look at? Because that could have been a plain box, right? I guess it's a box full of notes and paperwork. I saw that. That's the first thing I noticed earlier. Well, it'll be his notes, won't it, for the like documents. But it is a bit strange. But maybe it's to keep her positive. I know, very ironic. Oh, I didn't jumped. I meant to click on that. Or it's sorry, the thing keeps jumping. Unless there's something in it that they've got to show. But I don't think I've seen that before. Let's see what they say.
Yes, I am Lindsay's mother.
And your husband is here as well in the blue shirt, correct?
Yes.
We've been here for every day for the trial. Is that
Cases that we are
I want to see what this lawyer says.
following, but I've got to get a reaction to today in the defense case from former Deputy Public Defender in LA County. Philip Dubé is with us. Philip, it's been a very interesting day inside of that courtroom, from hearing how the prosecution ended their case in chief to now how the defense case is starting. What are your thoughts overall on the decision to begin their case this way?
Well, I actually like it because you want to give the jury a chronological history as to what led up to what we call this altruistic.
This took a break then because it's about to go back to the prosecution to cross-examine, I think. There's a
filicide.
mic drop there,
She
wasn't it?
presented initially as a loving, doting, caring mom, in fact, almost to a fault, where she was chronically monitoring their condition, wanted to leave work, go check on them, call her husband, make sure everything's okay, but then to gradually sort of ascend, if you will,
Yes.
into this deep, deep psychotic break. The jury needs to understand what led up to present day, and she was able to do that through the sister. She was able to do it thus far through the coworker, and certainly through her mother. I do have a couple of concerns, and I'm surprised that the prosecution hasn't objected. But from where I'm sitting, that testimony is getting a little cumulative. I mean, how many more people do you have to call to make that point? You know, you bring two people within the family, somebody from the workplace, and where does it end? You're going to call the butcher, the mailman, the milkman, everybody else to talk about her loving, doting demeanor. At some point, it has to end. Additionally, I find it unusual that mom was not sequestered. She testified that she stayed in the courtroom throughout the trial, and she was going to be testifying as a defense witness. And typically, the court excludes all testifying witnesses from the trial for obvious reasons. You don't want to tailor or them to tailor their testimony based upon what's coming from the witness stand. But for whatever reason, there was no objection. But so far, so good. But obviously, we're leading up to the experts, and that's going to be the crux of the case.
About that sequestration, Philip, I did note it.
That's
we
not
have
normal,
been
is
seeing
it?
her mother in the gallery throughout this trial, but she was not in the courtroom today, and I wondered if that's because it's the defense case. The witnesses that are going to testify are her own other daughter, Lindsay Clancy's sister on the stand, the co-worker. These are geared toward what she is testifying about, and she is a close relative. She is the primary relative of Lindsay Clancy, and also these three grandchildren, she is the grandmother of. She is the victim's advocate in a sense inside of this courtroom. So that may have been some of the reason that she was not sequestered.
It's not a
throughout
memory
this
box.
trial.
That'd be for
Let's talk
paperwork.
about the coworker that testified, though. She was the first defense witness, Margaret Ham, and she used to work with Lindsay Clancy in the labor and delivery ward. And this is a moment that I think is really big, but it didn't come out until redirect. And I wonder if you think that means the defense attorney didn't even know that it would be coming out. But let's take a listen back to that.
In this case, it would have recognized that there was a flight climb on the phone at around 17:33:34 and a second one at around 17:38:33, and it just grouped them both into one event. It doesn't mean that it took 5 minutes to walk up 2 flights of stairs. It's just within that 5-minute period, there were 2 flight climbs.
Okay, that was actually the last prosecution witness, Ian Whiffen. Let's try again. Let's see if we can get Margaret Ham, that clip of the redirect during the defense's case.
Well, your experience dealing with patients that have birthed a child, as the district attorney asked, and are on Zoloft and expressing issues of being a parent. Were you aware of any incidents where Lindsay was with you and a woman did in fact express concern that she wanted to hurt herself or her child?
There was a particular patient that Lindsay was on staff when this patient arrived. It was a patient that arrived to the unit that had plans to harm herself while she was pregnant. And we had a conversation. Lindsay was brand new. It was the summer that she had just started. And we had a conversation about mental health in pregnancy and postpartum. And I asked her if she had ever heard of the Andrea Yates case, and she hadn't. And I explained that to her, and she cried. And she said, "How could a mother hurt her children?"
Thank you.
Philip Dubé, react to that moment, because those of us who've been looking at case history and
They might have
precedent
done
and things that are
Ariel.
similar to this case, of course, Andrea Yates comes up #1. And now it's being mentioned inside of this courtroom as something that Lindsay Clancy years before reacted to as a nurse.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, I think Mr. Reddington had no choice. He had to bring it up during his direct, because you can bet that Miss Sprague on cross would have asked her about PPP and whether or not she had ever seen it in her career and whether or not the defendant had ever brought it up. So you have to do sometimes things to soften the blow while you're before the jury. And what he did, and I thought it was rather artfully done, is he humanized her and made her look like
Thank
a
you, Ever Love Me.
sympathetic figure who would never do such a thing when she's hearing and learning about such an act for the very first time. So I thought it was masterfully introduced through that witness on direct, and it blunted the forceful impact that it could have had on cross.
Oh, yeah, I agree with you that he brought it out in that manner, and that's been the theme that we've seen in the defense case. This was redirect, though. I'm not sure that he knew for sure that this was coming out. I would think that he would have brought it out or drew it out in a different way during direct examination, but it seemed that this was something that the witness just remembered about the client, but he could have known about it for sure. Let's talk about where the defense may go from here. We're hearing personal witnesses. You mentioned it might be getting borderline cumulative. At what point are we going to start seeing the experts, or do you think there's more to learn about Lindsay Clancy before we hear from the hired guns?
I have a feeling, and I don't know this to be true, that he's going to bring on some of her treating doctors. He's going to, again, the goal is to try to illustrate chronologically that ascent to the psychosis, what led up to it, all the treatment that she went through, all the medications that she was on, all the drugs that failed her, all the hallucinations, the auditory commands that she had, everything leading up to the crime. I don't think he wants to go straight from her being a loving, doting mom to this filicide, if you will. So I'm pretty confident he's going to start calling her treating doctors to the stand. Remember, when the prosecution did that in its case in chief, the scope is limited as to what he can cross on. And if there are certain points that are beyond the scope of the prosecution's direct, the only way around it would be to ask the prosecution to stipulate to his right to be able to cross on stuff beyond the scope of direct, or you got to call that witness in your own case in chief. And I have a feeling that he's reserved much of that questioning for his own case in chief.
We played a clip from the end of the prosecution's case in chief earlier. So Ian Whiffen, he took the stand at the very end. We remember him from the Karen Reed case. He's a Cellbrite expert. Yes. He talks about extraction. What did you think about that ending for the prosecution's case? Did it feel like this was an intentional primacy and recency type witness, or was this just the way that the schedule played out, in your opinion?
Well, frankly, normally when you close your case in chief, you want to end on a high note that you have some pretty impactful takeaway points for the jury. And I don't feel that that happened. If anything, it sort of fell flat. You know, anytime you're going to put on this type of electronic data, unless it's going to really make an impact on that jury that they will never forget, even during their deliberations, I probably would have put him on more toward the middle of their case in chief, because in the end, I felt like it was so anticlimactic.
Yeah, it definitely felt the same sentiment when listening to him, but the prosecution knows that this case is one that they will win, I think, in redirect, not necessarily their case in chief, because they've got to come back and combat what the defense is going to say about postpartum psychosis. Philip, thank you for that analysis. They are still on a lunch break there in Massachusetts. So we're going to slip in our break. And when we come back, we are going to go to the other coast, to Las Vegas, to listen to the opening statements in a case that has been really a cold case, 30 years in the making. The killing of legendary rapper Tupac Shakur is now inside of a courtroom in front of a jury for the first time. This is the man on trial, Dwayne Keefe D. Davis. We will listen to how these two parties present their case after this.
Okay, we'll skip ahead.
Water up there.
I do, thank you.
Court, all rise, please. Jurors.
I'm adding all the commands in gradually. I have to do a whole new kickbox for this channel. So if you want to grab these PDFs, and they've got, just to save if you keep looking up information.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
For the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and the jurors.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Now, you
we go.
testified in direct examination about the statements that Lindsay made in December about having thoughts about harming the children. When in December was that?
I don't exactly remember. I would say early to mid December, probably maybe earlier rather than mid-December, but I don't exactly remember when.
Okay. And when she made the statement that she had thoughts of harming the children, did either you or Patrick ask her what she meant by that?
I believe I remember Pat asking her if she felt like she couldn't be alone with the children, and she said no.
And after she made those statements, did you have any thoughts about committing her?
No.
Did you have any thoughts about having her
No,
come stay with
she
you
said.
in Connecticut away from the children?
No.
Were you concerned for the children's safety at that point in time?
No, because I was there.
And you were asked about some text messages in October, and those are now an exhibit, I believe. Exhibit 276.
Thank you, beautiful. Well, you put a lot of work in for me too.
You talked about the
It's
text on the 20th when she asked you to come and she was having a hard time, right?
Yes.
A day before, on October 19th, she had sent you a different text message stating, "Hi, Mom, would you ever consider coming to stay with us for a couple days at a time to help with childcare so I can work?" And talking to a therapist and doing a lot of thinking, I actually think going to work will help me, but it's really hard with nurses' hours to get childcare that we need. I'm thinking if you could come like Sunday to mid-Tuesday, it'd be really helpful. Just a thought. Do you remember that text the day before?
Yes.
And did you agree in a text message that you said I can come and help out?
Yes.
Okay. And then after that next day is when she said she was having trouble and wanted you there then, and you went that day, correct? But you said you were there for about a week, but there's a text on October 20th that's not included in this exhibit, where on October 24th at 2:36 p.m., you send a text to her saying, "How are things today?" And she responds, "Good." Do you remember that?
Yes.
So were you already home at that point when you were asking her how she was doing on the 24th?
I must have been home at that point. I honestly don't remember. I was back and forth so many times. So the time frames are really jumbled in my head as far as how long I stayed any particular time.
And so you would go and help out when they asked you to, and then you would go home when things were calmed down a little bit. Is that right?
Not exactly right.
No? And she did say on the 24th that she was doing good that day, correct?
I don't recall, but if that's what the text says, then.
Here you go, if you can look at it.
Yeah. Okay.
So she told you at that point on the 24th she was doing good, right?
Correct.
You could have this page marked as the next exhibit.
Any objection? No. That may be marked.
277. Now, you talked about a time when you went to her home and you actually ended up sleeping with her because she didn't want to be alone. Was that October 20th visit?
No.
When was that?
That was, I can't exactly remember when. I'm going to say probably sometime in November, the latter part of November, maybe the early part of December.
Did she tell you why she was afraid to be alone?
She just said she was afraid to be alone. And one reason I believe she said she didn't know if she was going to be able to sleep, but mainly she was afraid to be alone.
And at that point in time, did you consider having her committed to a psychiatric facility?
No.
And did you feel the need to call 911 that day or get her immediate assistance?
No.
You mentioned that in January, you saw her and she lost weight. She seemed paranoid about things, seemed to be going through the motions of each day. How often did you see her in January of 2023?
In January, I can't exactly remember how many times I saw her. We were again back and forth.
So we have Exhibit 238, which have all of your text messages with Lindsay in January of 2023. And I just want to go through some of them with you. So on page 17 of the exhibit, this is on January 4th, 2023, so the day before she was discharged from McLean. And she sent you a text stating, "Think I'm coming home tomorrow evening, exclamation point. I talked to the doctor and I made up a follow-up appointment with my other psychiatrist besides Rebecca for Friday morning. So she said she'd be okay with me leaving Thursday around 5. Do you remember getting those messages?
Yep.
And were you staying at the home helping out with the kids at that point?
Yes.
Okay. And did you go to Cora's birthday party on the 7th?
I did not. It was a children's party. I stayed home with Callan.
Okay. And do you recall when you went home?
I don't recall.
I'm looking at page 28, and there's a text from Lindsay on January 7th, 2023 at 7:02 p.m. to you where it says, "Make it home okay," and you said, "Yep." Does that make sense that you would have gone home on the 7th after the birthday party?
Yes, if that's what the text says, yes.
And then on page 29, we have text messages between yourself and Lindsay on January 8th, where you ask how things are going today, and she says, "Good, going to the Science Museum." You say, "Great, that will be fun. Sleep good last night." And she said, "I actually did, with less Ativan, so that was good." Do you remember that?
I don't recall the exact text messages.
Do you recall her texting you about going to the Science Museum?
No, I don't recall that.
Do you think looking at them might help?
Sure.
I'm going to show you page 29 and then page 30.
All I would say is be mindful about what you're sharing about your personal life in chat, because people might use it, you know? I'd be careful how much you share in chat.
That's what the text says, yes.
If you're one of my mods and regulars, I'll be mindful about what you're putting in chat, because we know there are people going around screenshotting things, copying things. They might use it against you. So please be very mindful what you're sharing that's personal. And if it does get used, there's nothing I can do to protect you. When you're talking about CPS, I wouldn't share about CPS. I wouldn't share about if you've had to have CPS involved in your family in chat. If you're a regular, and especially if you're one of my mods, I would refrain. I'd highly recommend you don't.
On page 34, you ask how the museum was today, and Lindsay sent you some photographs and said it was fun. The kids really liked it. Do you remember that?
I don't really recall the Museum of Science experience or text, but if they're there in the text messages, then they were sent, yes.
Okay.
I just want to protect you ladies. I really
Then
do.
on page 39.
But if you want to share it, that's up
this
to you.
is January 10th. You say at 9:40.
I don't want to keep interrupting. I'm not saying you can't. I'm just saying it's on you if you do, because I can't do anything to protect you.
48 a.m. Good morning. How are you doing today? And Lindsay responded, good, at the gym with the kids. You said, nice, still sleeping good. And she responded, pretty good, yeah, not
Just be
perfect, but
careful
enough.
what you're writing.
And you said, are you feeling any better during the day?
Ain't
And
that
she
much.
said, so far, a little bit.
That's
They
all right.
said a week off the Seroquel should make more of a difference, so a couple more days till that, but I do think it's helping being off. And you responded, okay, a little at a time. Do you remember that conversation?
So I don't recall the exact conversation. I think I probably texted back and forth to Lindsay almost daily during that time. So I don't remember the specific text messages, but I would say if they're there, then that's what we sent back to each other.
Okay. And then there were further text messages that day. Where you say, how was your day later on in the day? And she said it was good, played with the kids a lot, were able to go outside, Kingsbury Club and gymnastics, kept them busy, and me too. So do you remember her talking to you during that time about going to gymnastics and going to the Kingsbury Club and things like that with the children?
I don't remember the specific text, but I do remember her doing things with the children, yes.
Then on January 11th, the following day, you sent a text, excuse me, how are you feeling today? And she responded with a photo of Callan drinking out of a Mary Lou's cup, saying we have another Mary Lou's fan. And you said decaf looks like he's enjoying it. And then later on you asked again, how are you doing today? And she said, hi mom, doing all right, nothing new really, just taking it day by day. You said still feeling a little better. And she said a little bit. You said sleeping okay. She said not great last night because Cora was up with a bellyache. Do you remember that?
So again, we texted so many times daily, twice daily, maybe 3 times daily. So I can't say that I remember the specific text. I do remember the picture of Callan with the Mary Lou cup because that stands out in my mind. But the specific text going back and forth, we just did it so often.
It's Kickbot. Well, I'm putting them in Nightbot, actually. That's the reason I'm dropping the links. I'm dropping them because they're in Kickbot, but I might have to log into Nightbot's been, it doesn't like me anymore, does it? I'm logged into Nightbot already. I'm not really trying to drop them on YouTube. I'm trying to, as I'm loading them onto Kickbot for mods, then I'm just sharing them. But I'm trying to keep them the same, if you know what I mean, for Kick and YouTube, just to help keep everything easier.
Then I can't say I remember the specific text you're reading back to me. Okay. But again, if they were there, then we sent them.
Right. And do you remember Lindsay talking to you about Cora having stomach issues during the month of January?
Yes.
Some belly aches off and on?
Yes.
And then January 13th, again, you're checking in with her. Hi, Lindsay, how are you today? She said, hi, mom, pretty good today. How about you? And you asked about the little ones. And she said, all good, went to the gym this morning, just hanging out. And now they have no school today. And then the following day, again, you're checking in. Hi, Lindsay, how's your Saturday going? She said, hi, mom, it's going well, just hanging out. It's yucky here. So these are like daily check-ins that you're doing, checking in on her, seeing if she's okay, seeing if she's feeling better, seeing if she's sleeping well, things like that, right?
Yes.
You also ask her that day on the 14th, do you feel any different since being off the Seroquel? She says, not as much as I was hoping, going to talk to my psychiatrist about it on Monday. You say, but some. She says a little, but I still don't feel like you, but then she corrects it to me. And you ask her if she's gonna be able to get outside with the kids today, and she said she's gonna try. So similar conversations to that where you're talking about medication and how she's doing on the medication?
Yes, I get.
Then the following day, on the 15th of January, you say, good morning, is it a good morning for you today? She says, good morning, it's pretty good going to an indoor water park. And she tells you that it's at the Cape Cotter. Do you remember them going to the Cape Cotter water park?
I do remember them going there, yes.
And then on the following day, on the 16th, you actually texted her, how was the water park yesterday? She said it was fun. Cora and Dawson enjoyed. Callan didn't know what to think of it. Couldn't get any pics because it was too hectic, keeping track of them in the water and stuff. And it was busy, but it was a good time. Does that sound familiar, that they had a good time that day? And you asked her that day if she had anything planned, and she said Pat took Cora skiing, so she was hanging with the boys. Do you remember that?
Not specifically, I don't remember that text.
She, that same day, sent you some photographs of Dawson doing a drawing of a firefighter and Callan. Do you remember those, receiving those?
I do remember the pictures, yes.
Then the following day, again, you're checking in every day. You say, you feeling better? She says a little bit. You said still taking the same medication. She said yes, about to have an appointment with her psychiatrist. You said, let me know how it goes. And she said, okay. And then she responds back after her appointment. She recommended another antidepressant since my mood is still very low off the Seroquel. You asked her how she felt about it. And she told you she just wants to feel like herself again, but she's up for trying it. And she just wants to get back to who she was, right?
Correct.
And she told you it was amitriptyline. Is that right? Do you remember that?
I don't remember the medication.
Okay. Then on the 18th, January 18th, again, you're reaching out and she says, hi, Mom, I'm doing all right. How about you? And you say, you're good. You're thinking about visiting that weekend. And she says, that sounds good. And you ask her about being able to get out and exercise. And she said she's been walking on the treadmill at the gym for exercise. And you asked her if she started a new medication and if she's feeling better. And she says, feel okay, just not great. I did start it 2 nights ago. You said, is that the one that takes a while to feel the effects? She said, yep, weeks. And you said, is the okay that you're feeling now better than what you were feeling a few weeks ago? And she said, yes. Do you remember that?
Again, I don't remember the specific text, just remember texting back and forth daily about how she's feeling, about, what's different medication-wise, but I can't say I remember that specific text that you're reading me. But again, if they're there, then they were done by us.
Right. And so on the 19th of January, again, you're checking in and say, how are you feeling today? Can you tell if anything's different with the new medication? She says, I'm feeling all right. Nothing new really yet because it takes weeks to really work, but I'm okay. You asked if she's still sleeping well, and she says decently, and the kids get up a lot. So again, more of the same check-ins daily, seeing how she's doing, seeing how she's sleeping, right?
Correct.
And then on the 20th, you reach out, is it pizza and movie night? She says just pizza and playing. And you tell her you're leaving at 9, bringing dessert for the kids. And she says, sounds great. So you're talking about your visit that weekend. Is that right?
Yes.
And in these texts prior to the visit, you
Okay,
say that it's been a while since you've seen them. So it sounds like from these texts, you're checking in with her every day from January 7th, 2023, all the way up to your visit on January 21st, 2023. You're checking in with her. So you're at home in Connecticut from the 7th until the 21st.
Correct.
And then on the 22nd, that Sunday, Lindsay, Pat, and the older kids, they go to the Carney's house for that bonfire and get together. And you stayed home with Callan, right?
Correct.
And then after they get home, you and your husband left, is that correct?
Yes.
And on the way home, you texted on January 22nd, 2023 at 7:55 p.m. Enjoyed seeing everyone this weekend. Nice to see you doing better. Is that correct?
If that's what that says, yes, that's correct. I don't exactly remember the text, but yes, if that's what it says, yes.
So from your text, not saying she was doing great, but she was doing better than she was, according to your text, or appeared to be.
The text from me was meant to encourage her because I didn't think it did any good to discourage her. So the text was meant not necessarily what I actually observed that weekend, but it was meant to encourage her because I was encouraging her to do things with the kids to kind of try to get back to normal. So it's not necessarily a representation of exactly what I observed that weekend.
But that weekend, she was able to go to a friend's house with the older kids and Pat and spend a few hours there, correct?
Correct.
And she was able to do activities and hang out with you and your husband. There's a photograph and evidence of the two of you sitting on the couch smiling and hanging out together. So you were able to interact with her, correct?
Correct. The photograph was taken by Cora because Cora wanted to use my phone and take her picture. So Lindsay and I were going to put a smile on our face and let Cora take a picture. Yes, but again, there was other observations I made that weekend, but it was not, I didn't think it was in Lindsay's best interest to discourage her or point out those, because she was making every attempt to feel better and to do things to make herself feel better. So as a mother, I was encouraging her.
Well, you didn't say, I hope you feel better, or you're going to get there, or you're doing it. You actually said, nice to see you doing better, correct? That's what you wrote?
Those were my encouraging words, yes.
And from January 7th up through January 22nd, Lindsay repeatedly told you she was doing okay. She was feeling a little bit better. Not completely better, not 100%, but she kept telling you, I feel a little bit better, I feel a little bit better. You even asked her, is the better you're feeling now better than a few weeks ago? And she said yes, correct?
That's correct, without my observation of her.
And what she was responding to you in text, correct?
Correct.
You also spoke to the police on January 25th, 2023. Do you remember that?
I do.
Do you remember telling the police that Lindsay seemed to be improving since leaving McLean?
I do not recall. I remember speaking to the police. I had just found out what had happened, and I was pretty much in shock. So anything I remember, honestly, I remember two things I told the police. Anything else that you have there, I must have said, but I don't recall them. I've been going through my mind. I can honestly recall two things I told the police during that interview. I was pretty much in shock.
Okay, so do you remember telling them that she seemed brighter lately?
I don't recall.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Reddington?
I'm going to go and get another drink. I need more coffee. How do you say it? Coffee. I need more coffee. It's not coffee, is it? How do I say it? Coffee. Coffee. Trying to do the Boston accent. I'm rubbish. I do it better normally. Coffee.
Oh, you mean the ones that you didn't want?
I need more coffee.
Well, this was one.
My accent's gone. My Boston accent's gone. Coffee. Coffee. I need more coffee. Coffee. Khaki coffee.
That's all right. I can check.
Coffee. Is that right? Coffee.
Just,
Making it worse,
here
aren't I?
through the exhibits, District Attorney stood up and said to you that I had introduced into evidence and showed you Exhibit 276, which would be a list of text dated on October 19th. Do you remember that? It was the black one. It was the copies. It wasn't green and blue. Recall that this was introduced into evidence?
Um,
Recall her questioning you from this?
on October 19th.
Yeah, this is the one that I had introduced, was exhibit 276. And the date would be October 19th, your text thread.
Oh, yes, yes, I'm sorry.
And then she said, well, there's something missing, and went up and said to you, this text, which would be 277. You recall that? I'm going to show it to you.
Yes.
I
Okay.
butchered that. That was
So what I
terrible.
had introduced was a text thread from October 19th up through and including October 20th. Is that fair to say? Right there?
Yes.
Okay. And the reason I introduced this is because we had introduced earlier, like a whole lot of pages text. And I wanted to focus on the text thread where she said, Mommy, can you stay?
Objection.
Sustained.
So when the district attorney suggested that there's something missing, like I left it out or something, is it fair to say that exhibit 277 is a totally different date? Look at the date. What is the date that the DA is talking about? You see it on there?
I need a coffee.
1023. It has nothing to do with the text thread that I introduced, right? It's a day or two after that, right?
I did better before.
If you know.
Sorry, I'm going to shut up now. I need coffee.
Now, we had introduced into evidence also the Celebrate record as exhibit 238 that the state police for the district attorney's office had printed out. That is only the month of January. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And then I introduced into evidence, or tried to introduce into evidence, all of the texts between you and your daughter, right?
Yes.
I think, Your Honor, that's what's, thank you. Okay. This was, I attempted to introduce it, it was objected to, I believe, and it was marked for identification. I would now like to re-offer this in its entirety.
Let's see counsel sidebar, please.
I think it's good though that we can use emojis from our other channel. I'm just making a gavel right now. Then I'm going to go and get coffee. I did it better before, but I've lost my Boston accent. Not that I have had one. Right, we've got more commands over on Kick now. We've got a gavel, we've got guilty, not guilty, verdict watch, verdict in. I've got to make all of them now. Grok's much better for making. Ooh, let's put a K on the gavel. Let's see what this comes out like. It's supposed to be swinging though, it's not moving. It's made me a black and green gavel with a green K on it. That was quite cool. I want it to move though. I want it to swing. Orange Honda's made me one, but it's not in the theme. Yeah, I've downloaded them though. I've downloaded the ones Orange Honda's put in. This one's quite cool that I've made though. I forget to use Grok because my son uses it and he says, you want to try using that, Mum? It's really good. And it's actually really good for making emojis. And it's done it. It's helping me cut out the other steps. We're nearly cut up now. I've got some other stuff I want to play though.
Exhibit 271.
That's all I have.
78.
Thank you very much. That's all I have.
All right. Almost.
And when you were asked about Exhibit 271 and the text messages on October 23rd and October 24th, that was to establish when you left the home that week of the 20th, correct? Because you said, how are things today? And she said, good, implying that you were no longer with them, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you.
All right. Anything on that, counsel?
Oh, no, thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Let me sit down. Thank you. All right, defendant?
Yes. I call Dr. Welcome.
Good afternoon. You saw this record, the testimony we have in relationship with we can start, you can have a seat.
All right, good afternoon. All right, Mr. Rankin, why don't you hold off? I'm going to give an instruction.
Oh, sure.
At this point.
Yep.
So, members of the jury, I just want to give you an instruction. It's one I probably should have given a little bit earlier in the trial as well. It's going to apply to this witness. It applies to a number of witnesses who testified earlier, and it's going to apply to a number of witnesses who testify after. And it's in regards to expert witnesses. All right. So generally in cases that are tried in our courts, witnesses may testify only to facts that are within their own personal knowledge. Right? That's things that they've personally seen, heard, or felt. However, in a variety of cases, issues arise that are beyond the experiences of laypersons. In those type of cases, we allow a person with specialized training or experience called an expert witness to testify, and to testify not only to facts, but also to opinions and the reasons for their opinions on issues that are within that witness's field of expertise and are relevant material to the case. Because a particular witness has specialized training and experience in their field, does not put that witness on a higher level than any other witness, and you are to treat the so-called expert witness just like you would treat any other witness. In other words, as with any other witness, it's completely up to you to decide whether you accept the testimony of any expert witness, including the opinions that they give. It's also entirely up to you to decide whether you accept the facts that are relied on by the expert, and to decide what conclusions, if any, you draw from the witness's testimony. You're free to reject the testimony and opinion of such a witness in whole or in part.
Got
If
a
you
gavel.
determine that the opinion is not based on sufficient education and experience, that the testimony of the witness is motivated by some bias or interest in the case, you must keep firmly in mind that you alone decide what the facts are. So if you conclude that an expert's opinion is not based on the facts as you find those facts to be, then you may reject the testimony and the opinion of the expert in whole or in part. You must remember that expert witnesses do not decide cases, juries do. So in the last analysis, an expert witness is like any other witness in the sense that you alone make the judgment about how much credibility and weight you give to that expert's testimony and what conclusions you draw
working
from the
flower.
testimony. All right, and I'll go into that a little bit more at the end when I go into the more extensive instructions that I'll give you at the end of the trial. All right, Mr. Rankin.
Afternoon.
Afternoon.
Can you tell us your name and spell your name?
It's Michael Wolfovich. It's V as in Victor, U-L, F as in Frank, O, V as in Victor, I-C-H.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm an emergency medicine doctor. I work full-time at Newton Wellesley Hospital.
Newton Wellesley?
Yes.
And can you tell us are you board certified, sir?
I am. I'm board certified in emergency medicine.
And that would be by the American Board of Emergency.
I turned the gamble option on because I've never used the gamble before, and it's on, and you can gamble to, I guess, earn more points. But I don't. How do you work it? Do you just hit exclamation gamble, and then do you put points in that you want to gamble? Because I've never used it. It's turned on. I've just activated it now, but I've never used it before.
Emergency medicine?
Correct.
And how long have you been practicing emergency medicine?
You switched
I
on.
did 3 years of residency, and this is my 13th year as a full-time attending.
And you're presently employed, where is it?
Newton Wellesley Hospital primarily, and then I do some additional shifts at Emerson Hospital in Concord.
How about medical school?
Turned it on, but
school?
St.
don't know
Louis
what's
University
happening.
School of Medicine,
And what year did you graduate?
2011.
Obviously licensed in the Commonwealth.
Yes, sir.
In the course of your training and experience, sir, do you work full-time in a particular field of medicine?
Just emergency medicine. So basically, we see any and all comers, anything from ankle sprains to
Oh, there you go.
traumas.
Working now.
Okay. Did I ask you to review some documents regarding this particular case involving Lindsay Clancy?
Oh.
You did. You asked me to review the.
Very what you reviewed.
Oh, sorry. You asked me to review the photos from the crime scene and then the emergency medical records.
Before we go any further, you can only gamble. The maximum's 100 at the minute. I'll put it up to 500. I've never used this option before. I was wary about putting gambling things in, but I didn't realize it's just to gamble for points. So, which is cool. I'll set it to 500, and it's a cooldown of 5 seconds. So you can't do it constantly. Every 5 seconds, up to 500. I've got it on normal. Anyone can do it. Thank you for that. I didn't know that you put a space in, so I wondered how it worked. There we go.
South Shore Hospital.
So you can gamble for the points on the leaderboard, I believe it is, and you get more points.
Brigham and Women's Hospital, and then the records from her hospital stay at Brigham and Women's Hospital.
So in reviewing all of those various hospital records, sir, you're aware that on January 24th of 2023, she initially was transported to South Shore Hospital. Is that correct?
I think
Yes,
so,
sir.
beautiful.
And can you
Disaster.
tell the jurors what's treatment she received at the South Shore Hospital briefly?
So she arrived with a GCS of 10, meaning she was not really very responsive.
Let me interrupt you just because that, what did you say, a G6?
GCS, Glasgow Coma
Yes.
Scale.
Okay, slow down, because I don't understand. What is a GCS?
It's a Glasgow Coma Scale. It's a series of things that we look at to determine how responsive somebody is. You know, whether their eyes are opening spontaneously, whether they're able to speak on their own, and whether you're able to understand what they're saying, and then how much, if at all, they're moving, whether they're moving spontaneously, whether they can follow commands, that kind of thing.
Okay, so the Glasgow Coma Scale GCS of 10, what does that tell you as an emergency room doctor?
Tells us that she was not very responsive on arrival. It sounds like she was not speaking intelligibly, and the doctors at South Shore Hospital were concerned about her ability to maintain her own airway and made the decision to intubate her, which means putting a breathing tube down her throat into her lungs and placing her on a ventilator and sedating her.
Was she also, what would be, I guess, referred to as hypothermic?
She was.
What does that mean?
Means that her body temperature was below what's considered normal. So in her case, her core body temperature was, I believe, 82.1 degrees, which would put her into severe hypothermia.
And did you note that she was tachycardic and hypotensive?
Yes.
What did that mean?
So it means that her heart rate was above 100. And hypotensive means that
Quickly before we get into this, beautiful disaster asks what we're betting for. So we've got points on YouTube and we've got points leaderboard on both Kick channels. So we'll do like an end of month giveaway on all three, you know, a little something. So you can gamble. I'll have to turn it on the other channel as well. I didn't know you
her
could
blood
do
pressure
that.
was below what is considered normal.
And South Shore Hospital, were they able to stabilize her?
It sounds like they were able to stabilize her by placing a breathing tube in her neck, in her throat to help with her breathing. And then they basically proceeded to obtain a bunch of imaging, started her on medications to sedate her and artificially raise her blood pressure. They started working on rewarming her. And then in conjunction with the trauma team there, they made the decision that she would be better served at a hospital with a higher level of care.
Okay. And can you tell us what the injuries were that she presented herself with to the South Shore Hospital?
So there were multiple injuries. She had lacerations to bilateral wrists.
When you say lateral, what does that mean?
Bilateral, both sides. So she had a laceration both to her left wrist and to her right wrist, and then multiple superficial lacerations as well. And then she also had multiple superficial lacerations to both sides of her neck, the front of her neck, and 2 deeper lacerations to the sides of her neck.
So when you say superficial lacerations and then deeper lacerations, do you recall what's the standard? What do you look for in something like that?
So it's tough. Everybody will describe them a little bit differently. In her case, I would describe multiple superficial lacerations, which would typically mean kind of scrapes on the surface of the skin, nothing that actually gets through the full thickness of the skin. And then she also had full thickness lacerations, meaning that she made it all the way through the skin into the subcutaneous tissue, the fatty tissue. And then you would need to describe it further if any additional structures were injured, which in her case they were not.
Now, in your experience for a number of years in the emergency room, have you had occasion to treat people that have tried to commit suicide or successfully committed suicide by cutting their throat?
Multiple times.
Multiple times. And can you tell us, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, sir, as to whether or not this injury or these injuries that you observed were consistent with what you've seen in other suicide attempts?
Sustained.
Well, can you tell us, did that look like an effort to pretend or fake a suicide?
Sustained.
Well, when you looked at the injuries, did you make a determination that they appeared to have some impact on the human body of Ms. Clancy?
Yes.
What was that?
They were consistent with self-injurious behavior. The intent, I can't gauge, but
Anything further?
Okay. Yep, thank you. How about the wrist? What did you observe about the wrist injuries, sir?
So she had 2 full thickness lacerations, one on the left, one on the right.
What does that mean?
Means that she made it all the way through the epidermis of the dermis, which is what makes up the skin in the wrist, and into the fatty tissue, which is the next layer.
Okay. Are you familiar in your experience, sir, with hesitation wounds in a suicide attempt?
Yes, to some extent.
What does that mean?
Means typically that they're more kind of subtle, weaker attempts to hurt yourself, not necessarily anything that's going to be deep to the structures of the skin, but more just scrapes along the surface.
Okay, and you noticed some of those on the neck area as well, is that correct?
There were multiple of those on both the neck and the wrists.
As it relates to the injuries to the wrists, did you observe any vascular structures or penetration of the cervical, the fascia?
There was not.
Okay. What other injuries did you recall from reviewing the medical records?
So she also had multiple fractures in her cervical spine, which are the vertebrae that make up her neck, including what's called a burst fracture of C1. And then other fractures of C4. She also had fractures of multiple levels of the thoracic spine. I believe she had multiple transverse process fractures on both the right and left.
What does that mean, transverse fractures?
Transverse processes are lateral projections, basically projections that go sideways off of the bone that allow the ribs to articulate, connect with the spine, and they also allow muscles to connect, and they help support the basically overall ring structure of the spinal canal.
And was she then transported by med flight or life flight to a Boston hospital?
She was.
What does that tell you as an emergency surgeon when someone's transported by med flight or life flight?
Typically means that her injuries are felt to be severe enough that she needs immediate intervention and further treatment, that the hospital that is basically necessitating the transport is saying that they cannot provide at their facility.
She was then transported to what hospital?
Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston.
She was admitted to what unit?
Surgical ICU.
And you had a chance to review all those medical records as well?
I did.
Did she suffer a particular event that night that you recall from looking at the records?
She did shortly after arriving in the surgical ICU. It sounds like they were moving her, and when they moved her, they noticed that her blood pressure dropped, her pulse became faint, and subsequently she actually suffered a complete cardiac arrest and required 2 rounds of cardiopulmonary resuscitation with compressions and medications before she was able to be revived.
And she also, to your knowledge, had suffered significant hemorrhage and had to have a fairly massive blood transfusion?
Yes, they placed chest tubes, which are basically plastic tubes that go into the chest cavity on both sides, and had about 300 cc's of blood come out from each side. And there was also noted to be significant hemorrhage around the spine and into the mediastinum, which is the portion of the chest that houses a lot of the organs like your esophagus, your trachea, blood vessels, that kind of thing.
Now, if there's a fracture or a serious fracture to, I believe it's C1, does that interfere possibly with a person's ability to breathe?
It does.
And how does that work?
So if you have a fracture that affects the spinal cord above a certain level, typically above the 3rd cervical vertebrae, it basically removes your ability to initiate breathing on your own. Your 3rd, 4th, and 5th cervical vertebrae, the nerves that lead from there, are the ones that are responsible for telling your diaphragm to go up and down and help you breathe. And so if you lose the ability to send that signal down to your diaphragm, you lose the ability to breathe.
Now, as it relates to your review of the medical records and review of the history, are you aware of the mechanism of the injuries that she suffered that you just described for the jury?
I am.
Tell us what that was, to your knowledge.
That she went out of her 2nd-story window.
And going out of the window, obviously, did she strike the ground, or?
She did.
And that caused the injuries, the mechanism of injury?
Yes, it's consistent with all of her injuries.
Now, with your experience, sir, with, as you indicated, dealing with people in the emergency room and treating people that have been involved with sequential acts of self-harm, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as an emergency board certified physician as to the effect of the combination of the multiple sequential injuries that you saw?
Can I see counsel at sidebar? I'm just.
I can withdraw it, Judge. I'll withdraw it. Just thank you very much.
No questions.
All right, thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
All right, counsel, could I see it sidebar?
Okay.
I just gambled to, how many did I just gamble then? 300. I got back half my bet. Does that mean I only got, so I gambled 300 and I only got 150 back? Is that how that works? Or did I get my 300 back plus 150? So I just got half back. It makes it a little bit more fun. I'm going to add this to the main channel as well. Mixes it. I just got 150. Well, I could have lost the whole lot, couldn't I? I'm going to add it to the main channel when I log in. It just mixes it all up a little bit. And I've added, if and when we get to the point of subscriptions, you get like a big bonus when you subscribe or gift them. And then we will do like, that's going to mix it up, isn't it? Thing is, Flower, you're on YouTube. I don't know. Do you get it? No, you don't buy any money. No, it's free for Fruit Fly. It's just free. Flower, because you're on YouTube, it's a Kick bot. It's not a YouTube bot. Have you got Kick account, Flower? You won triple your bet. Who won triple their bet while we're on the sidebar? No, you don't buy anything. It's completely free. Vixen, you won triple, but you only gambled 20. You can only do up to 500. What did I set it for? Hold on. Bloody can't remember now. 500 maximum that you can gamble. It's all free. Do you have them, Flower? I didn't know if it included YouTube as well. YouTube has it, but I've only programmed the Kickbot. So I'm not sure, but I don't know if you've got a Kick account. Oh, you don't like Kick. Okay, no worries. Just makes it a little bit more fun, doesn't it? Is it a separate bot though, Flower, for the YouTube ones? I'm going to add this gamble one to gamble points on the main Kick channel, like the first one. That will really mix things up. Oh, Fruit Fly, you lost. I'll look into it, Flower, for the YouTube one. I'll look into it. Yeah, some people don't like Kick. It's getting more better. It's getting better and better over on Kick. It just makes it keeps the chat moving as well, doesn't it?
All right. Members of the jury.
Okay,
We're
shuffling.
going to stop and start, right? So we're going to stop now, but we're going to stop now for the day for you. I'm going to come back. I'm going to talk to counsel about setting some things up logistically for tomorrow. All right. So tomorrow, the plan would be, hopefully we'll start right at 9 or right as close as we can. And we'd hope to have a pretty full day in regards to the witnesses. All right. So I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow at 9. I'm going to remind you.
Who lives on
talk about
vacation?
this case.
Who does?
Don't read anything
Judge.
about it or anything about any similar cases. Don't do any research. Don't listen to anything. Don't post anything. You kind of know where I'm going, right? So I'm going to ask you to follow those instructions again. I'm going to give you those questions, and I hope you have a nice evening. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Okay? Thank you.
All right.
Judge is terrible at time management. You've got to put gamble space and an amount sweets up to 500. You're welcome, Cynthia. That's why I've opened a different account just in case. I wasn't sure. See you later, Flower. I'm going to show some more. We're going to do a bit of body language on Lindsay Clancy. I'm not doing it. We're going to watch some videos. We're going to do a bit more. We haven't finished yet.
This closed the session. Please seated.
Hey, Council, I see you sidebar just really in regards to tomorrow. Not very long.
See you later, love. Yeah, I'm not finishing yet. I'm going to do some, we're going to watch some podcasts and stuff, seeing as they've finished early. Because how long have we been on? Yeah, we finished early today. 3 hours, 46 minutes, but we did skip the breaks. Okay, if you want to stay. I mean, you don't have to, obviously. Okay, so let's stop sharing that. We'll close that down. We've got the observed video. Why is Patrick Clancy so anxious? Body language analysis. Now, I don't know how. Is this guy good, Jennifer, that you recommend? I mean, he's got 883 subscribers. But I want to watch the Dr. G one first. Don't think we've watched this. He's done a couple. Let's watch this. Share screen. Have we watched this one yet? I hadn't given it a thumbs up.
Body language expert, and today we're going to be analyzing the behavior and body language of Lindsay Clancy. Before we get started with this, a couple of quick things. One, I wanted to make sure you know this is not a psychological evaluation of any kind. These are just my opinions. In addition to that, I do want to remind you to like and subscribe if you want to see more content just like this. All right, let's go. As I'm sure all of you know, Lindsay Clancy is currently on trial for the murder of her 3 young children. While she acknowledges that she committed the murders, she claims that she was insane at the time. So what we're going to be doing today is we're going to be talking some about psychosis. We're going to be talking
This is normal speed.
about the claims that she's making. We're also going to be looking at the body language of her ex-husband, Patrick Clancy. We're going to be looking at her body language, and I'm hopefully going to help you better understand some of the problems with the defense's claims. All right, let's just jump right in. Now, before we start getting into the behavior and the body language, it's important that we talk a little bit about postpartum psychosis so that you can really understand the problems with this case, because I do think there are some. So basically, postpartum psychosis is when someone loses touch with reality days or a couple of weeks postpartum. And typically, they'll experience delusions about motherhood or about the child.
Sweet, so I won't be playing them on the true crime. If I play them, I'll play them over on the the review react channel. I'm not doing it on the true crime
such
one.
as the child is evil or the
keeping that
child is
separate.
possessed or something like that. It very rarely leads to infanticide. Now, Lindsay Clancy claims that there were command hallucinations that told her to kill her children and ultimately do what she did that ended her up in that wheelchair. Now, the problem is that what's more important than hallucinations when it comes to psychosis is delusions. Now, a hallucination is seeing, feeling, or hearing something that isn't there. It's experiencing some kind of sensory input that does not exist in the real world in any way. So delusions essentially are a fixed false belief. So it's believing something with no basis in reality. So in other words, somebody believes that their child is corrupt or evil, or they believe that aliens are controlling them or something like that. That could be a delusion. Those would be bizarre delusions, but that is a delusion. Now, one of the problems with this case is they haven't been claiming delusions. And when it comes to psychosis, delusions are way more important than hallucinations. But what they're not saying is that she had some strange delusional system that led her to not only do what she did, but think that it was the right thing to do. That does not exist. And that's where I think the problems come in with what the defense is claiming, that she had hallucinations, but they're not talking about delusions in a very specific way. Now, that being said, someone can experience delusions that they believe that the kids would be better off this way, or that because they don't expect to be there anymore, that it's the right thing to do. And as far as I've seen, that's not even what Lindsay Clancy is claiming. They really are putting a lot of stock in the whole idea of the hallucinations part. True psychosis, the cornerstone of true psychosis is
exactly Flowers. A sane person surely doesn't care. I mean, I get what you mean. It's like, how can you be? Kraft and Jacqueline, they're different points. So the points for the numerology is something Kick does. That's different. I know it's a lot to remember. The points we're doing in the drops are not for the numerology profiles. They are to win at the end of the month a prize of whatever I give away. The ones that you earn through chatting that Kit give you are completely separate. It doesn't make sense. No, because surely you're insane to kill somebody. Well, the Kick founders, they believe in free speech and they're not political either. That's another thing. That came out of Eddie's mouth the other day. We are not a political
delusion. It is truly having a worldview and beliefs about the world that make no sense. It could even be beliefs about being a mother that make no sense, but they're not talking about that as being the problem. They're talking about the problem being the hallucinations, and they're getting it wrong. Now we're going to watch some of the testimony of Patrick Clancy, the ex-husband of Lindsay Clancy. Now, I have had so many people contact me asking me to analyze this because a lot of people believe that he was somehow involved. So what we're going to look at is we're going to look at a bit of behavior and body language so I can help you understand why people might think that. Now, I just want to be very clear. I do not believe that he was involved. She has acknowledged that she committed these murders, and I have no reason to believe that he was involved in any way, shape, or form. But I am going to show you some behavior and body language that might have people confused about how to interpret his body language. But first, we're going to look at her reaction before he takes the stand.
All right, good morning.
Now, if you're paying attention to her body language, she's licking her lips, which we do to calm ourselves down. She's also taking deep breaths. But she also does this throughout the entire trial. She does this over and over again. I'm going to show you a couple of things that make me think that this might be performative in some sense. I want you to watch her eyes right here.
All right, good morning, sir. I'm going to ask you to speak into that microphone. You can be seated if you like, if you're more comfortable.
You see her eyelashes fluttering a little bit, but you don't see her eyes close. Her eyes aren't squinting. Her eyes aren't closing. And that's typically what we see when someone's really distressed. They're trying to gather themselves. They block out all stimulation. They close their eyes for a second, take a deep breath. What we're seeing right here is her eyelids fluttering. To me, that looks performative. It's like she wants people to look at her. Look at how distressed I am. In some ways, I wonder if she wants him to see her so that he can see that she's distressed right now. So to me, there's a really high element of performance right here, an element of what appears to be manipulation.
Oh.
I'm going to ask you to speak into that microphone.
Isn't that what we just saw? That this is not today's, by the way. This is the other day. It's only about a day old, 2 days old. But she was doing the same thing today, and we thought that as well, didn't we? That it was a performance.
Right here, Patrick Clancy is talking about finding Lindsay Clancy after the murders.
Ask her anything else.
I'll
I
drop
said,
the
where are the
link for
kids?
you.
And what was her response?
She said they're in the basement.
And at that time, she
got
didn't
two
tell you
panels.
that they needed help or they were in danger or they were injured, correct?
Correct.
So I think part of what's throwing people off is how emotionally flat he is. There's two things that he's doing body language wise that I think is confusing people. One is that he doesn't have strong emotional reactions when he talks about something that is profoundly traumatic. The second is that his gaze is extremely intense when the attorney is speaking. He really does track the attorney with his eyes very closely. And this is not something that we always see when people are providing testimony like this on the stand. We see this when someone is feeling vulnerable or when they're afraid of something nearby.
She said they're in the basement.
And at that time, she didn't tell you that they needed help or they were in danger or they were injured, correct?
Correct.
And so you mentioned talking to someone on 911. At what point did you call 911?
I don't know the exact time, but it took a few minutes because my phone was switching between Wi-Fi and 911. So I almost just started.
So this is what's confusing people. Right there, he starts talking about calling 911. And when he's doing that, you're seeing him shift around. His blink rate picks up. He looks very uncomfortable, whereas he was just talking about his children, and you didn't see that kind of reaction. What's so challenging about this is, for example, talking about the 911 call may start putting images in his mind of something that happened that night. That may be more visceral for him. So it may be that he's reacting to something that's not as direct as the 911 call. But when people look at him and he stays calm at one moment and then seems a little bit anxious the next, it makes them confused and they go, this seems suspicious to me. Let's keep going. We'll talk a bit more about that.
So you had some difficulty connecting, but eventually you connected to the 911 operator?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you stay on the phone with them while they were sending people to respond?
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's the gaze I'm talking about. He really is staring very clearly at the attorney. And I think that people feel uncomfortable with that because most people, when you're talking, you look for a bit, you look away. It's hard not to. And it's not that he doesn't do that at all, but he does have a very intense gaze. But I really do want you to consider that the person that murdered his children is just a few feet away. That could definitely be impacting his behavior.
I knew he was gone.
And did he also have a band around his neck?
Yeah.
And did you remove that band?
Yeah.
And looking at the office here,
So I skipped through some of the more detailed aspects of the questions they asked him because I don't think we need to get into some of those details. They're just too horrific. But his reaction when talking about this, once again, this is what confuses people. But you also have to consider the possibility that he could be dissociating. He could be totally numb. When you talk about something like this, that is literally the most traumatic thing you could possibly experience as a parent. I cannot think of anything worse. For him to experience something like that, it's not unreasonable to think that talking about it or going back to that time makes him dissociate to an extent, that makes him numb, that makes it so it's very difficult to talk about in any real way. But I get that's confusing for people. When you see it, it makes someone seem cold. It makes them seem like that maybe they don't have feelings about this, but that is not necessarily the case. Absolutely, someone can have very strong feelings, profoundly strong feelings about this, but because of trauma, cannot connect to elements of it emotionally or can't remember aspects of it because that's just the way that trauma works. This portion of the video is sponsored by Brooklyn Bedding. For a wide variety of reasons, I've always had challenges with sleep. Hard time falling asleep at night, hard time staying asleep because I get hot. Sometimes in the morning I wake up with pain or soreness, and this is a big problem.
Brooklyn Bedding. Get that advert in, Dr. G. Oh.
Dr. G explains in court. I'm going to show you how this progresses because I think it's very important because I think it helps us better understand what may be manipulative at times. And this is during when the medical examiner is speaking.
And did you start with an external examination of Cora?
Yes.
And what did you observe during that external examination?
Now, as you can see right here, she's crying. You can tell by the way her body's moving, she's crying. You can hear it a little bit, but I want you to see where this progresses over the next few minutes.
The external examination of Cora, I saw evidence of medical intervention. She was intubated, had various EKG pads and defibrillator pads on her body. She also had a catheter on her right hand and puncture sites on her left hand and her left groin.
So as you can see, the attorney is trying to calm her down. He's trying to provide her support, but I want you to consider During the husband's testimony, at least not as best as I can recall, there were no outbursts like this. So why is it with the medical examiner that she's having such an outburst? Let's see where this keeps going.
She had her neck stabilized with a.
Now she's continued to cry, but I've skipped a couple of minutes in, so we're going to see what happens next.
It could be a pattern, or it could be more developed types of injuries, such as bruising or abrasions.
And what about
So now her crying is getting louder. She just said, "I can't do this."
Injuries such as bruising or abrasions.
And what about injuries?
All right, counsel, we're going to take a break.
Now, what we typically see in court in a situation like this is that people start to try to regain composure. They'll start touching their arms. They'll start doing things to try to calm themselves down, because the goal is to get through this, because they have to get through this. So typically the goal is to not try to bring attention to yourself. But at this point, she cried for several minutes and nobody intervened or said anything or stopped. So she's making it louder. So to me, this comes across as manipulative. She's trying to make it bigger.
All right.
All right. Jurors, close your notebooks. Place them on the chairs, please. Just wait,
So based on how this progressed, it seems more performative than natural. Now, this is interesting right here. This is at the end of day 13. This is when the judge is talking to the jurors. But I want you to watch her face right here.
All on track. But we'll see you on Monday. We'll continue with the trial at that point. And again, have a nice weekend. All right. Thank you.
Court, all rise. Jurors, right, close the notebooks. This way, please.
See right here, if you watch the corners of her mouth, it looks like she's suppressing a smile. Now, why she would be in this context, I don't know, but it looks like she's trying to prevent a smile from occurring. It's very odd.
Jurors, right, close the notebooks. This way, please.
Now we're going to be looking at a journal entry from October 24th. This would have been about 2 months before she committed the murders.
And there's basically.
So what we see here are affirmations. I'm strong. I'm brave. I will overcome postpartum anxiety and depression. I love my kids. I love my family. You go down to gratitude. My husband's been picking up the slack when I've been feeling so down. So her entries right here in this journal would not be unusual at all for someone who's depressed. So that's very much what this looks like. It's very consistent with something like that. But it's also well organized. And part of what we see when people are truly getting psychotic is that they become disorganized. In other words, the writings get strange. They don't organize punctuation as well. It starts to look odd. Now, that's not universal, but typically we start to see artifacts like that. And this all looks relatively normal in that sense.
I'm sad and depressed because I am not able to parent my third child like my first. I want to treat any one of my babies like my first, but I know that's not a feasible possibility. I'm sad that I stopped breastfeeding. I feel not as connected with Cal now. I think I sort of resent my other children because they prevent me from.
You could hear this has some clarity of thought. It's clearly someone who is depressed, but it is clarity of thought. So just because she's in distress, just because she is clearly someone who is struggling, that is very different than someone who is psychotic.
Treating Cal like my first baby, and I know that's not fair to them. A new medication for anxiety/depression. I just want to feel happy. I want to be able to relax.
Now, when he just mentioned anxiety and depression medication, her eyebrows went up. She's looking at him. That's when she thinks there's something that's significant. There's something that's important. We raise our eyebrows to bring attention to our face, but it's also sometimes done just when we think somebody's making a point we want people to hear. So for her, she wants people to hear about the medication. I do think that she is blaming some of what happened on the meds.
For anxiety/depression. I just want to feel happy. I want to be able to relax and take care of my kids. And then when they go to bed at night, I want to deeply relax and hang out with Pat and then fall into a deep sleep for 8 hours, get up and pour hard into myself for an hour and a half. Cal was so very planned and desired.
Now you see her chin is dropping. Her head is pointing further downward. We associate that with shame and losing confidence.
He's not the first third child to ever exist. I think I know he'll be okay, but it's really hard for me. I hate that he has to put himself to sleep. I'm sad I'm not breastfeeding anymore. But I think deep down, these are the right choices.
So being depressed like this can distort the world. It can cause people to have very distorted beliefs, but people will still know the difference between right and wrong. And that's where the challenge comes in. That's the problem, is there's no reason to believe that she didn't know the difference between right and wrong, and that what she was planning on doing was wrong, because it does sound planned. All the elements we're getting make it sound like this is something she intended to do, something she planned to do.
As for the sleep training, I needed a baby that slept through the night because I simply do not have the opportunity in my life to catch up on sleep. I just don't. If there was a time for me to nap every day, then that may not have been the case, but there really isn't.
So right here, you're seeing her cover her mouth with her hands. We do that when we don't want to say something. Obviously, she's not speaking right now, but I think that what he just read might be something that she's not so comfortable with. She may have fear that that's going to look bad for her.
Because I simply do not have the opportunity in my life to catch up on sleep. I just don't. If there was a time for me to nap every day, then that may not have been the case, but there really isn't. When Cal naps, I have to take care of Cora and Dawson. That's just how it is. It feels cruel to me that we did not do that to Cal, but the reality is we did what we had to do.
Now, something else that's important to understand is the way that she committed the murders. It was violent. It was angry. She didn't poison people. She used her hands. And when it comes to strangulation or something like that, as awful as this is to hear, the truth of it is it's not a quick process. I heard BTK talking about it. He thought that he had strangled somebody, but it turns out he didn't. He said it very calmly and basically said, well, I thought they were dead, but they weren't. They woke back up. And it's a process to do this. It is not simple. It is not short. It really takes an incredible amount of anger and energy. And the idea that she was able to do that means that there are emotions that have not been tapped into, that we have not been talking about throughout this, because what she did to herself and what she did to her children were angry acts. Let's go ahead and start to wrap things up. Hopefully this is helping you better understand some of the behavior, body language, and psychology of this incredibly complex and incredibly sad trial. Now, what we've seen at this point, and the trial isn't over yet, so it's still ongoing, but what we've seen up to this point, I don't think adequately explains her behavior. In order for her to truly be insane and to truly be able to plead not guilty by reason of insanity, she needs to be able to explain how she did what she did and truly believed it was the right thing to do. That's the missing piece. There should be a delusional system in place that fully explains that, and based on everything I've seen, they haven't. So suggesting that it was more specifically related to medication problems and command hallucinations, I just think there are pieces missing to what we need to know to make sense of what happened. Now, whether or not this is convincing to a jury is a whole nother situation. Obviously, because of my own experience, I'm going to have a specific lens I look at this through, and a jury may look at it very, very differently. Now, if there's something that you feel like that I missed, or if there's anything else you want me to analyze, please let me know in the comments below. I know this is a very long, complex trial, so there are undoubtedly things that you may want my opinion on. And if she ultimately takes the stand, which I assume that she won't, but if she chooses to, then I will definitely be analyzing that. Last thing before we get finished up is I do want to remind you to like and subscribe if you want to see more content just like this. All right, thanks for watching.
Okay, he's done another one. I agree with him, though. I don't think we've seen enough yet, and this was a couple of days ago. Oh, hold on. Didn't like the video.
Hey, everybody. Dr. G here. I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist, as well as...
Let me just go and like that. So he's done another one 18 hours ago.
Hey everybody, Dr. G here. I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist, as well as a body language expert, and today we're going to be doing a deep dive into Lindsay Clancy's defense. Before we get started with this, a couple of quick things. One, I wanted to make sure you know this is not a psychological evaluation of any kind. These are just my opinions. In addition to that, I do want to remind you to like and subscribe if you want to see more content just like this. All right, let's go. Lindsay Clancy is currently on trial for the murder of her 3 young children, and today we're going to be doing a deep dive into the defense's argument. Now, I recently did a video analyzing the behavior, psychology, and body language of some aspects of this case, but I thought I needed to do a follow-up video because I see so many people completely confused by her motive, by her behavior, and seem to think that the husband was involved. We're going to talk about all of these things today. I'm going to try to give you as much clarity as possible because there is so much that people do not seem to understand about this case, particularly the psychological aspects of it. All right, let's just jump right in. For whatever reason, there seems to be a lot of questions from people about whether or not Lindsay Clancy did this at all. I'm going to show you a little bit of her civil suit so you can see in her own words exactly what she did to eliminate any question whether or not she was actually involved with the murders of her children. Then after I read this, I'm going to help you understand why this argument right here creates a lot of problems for the defense. Now, this is an excerpt from a civil suit that was filed against some of the doctors involved with her treatment. I'm going to read it to you. I'm going to explain what the problems are. Lindsay experienced command auditory hallucinations. A demanding, powerful male voice explicitly ordered her. She felt an overwhelming, irresistible compulsion to comply, entering a dissociative, dreamlike state where her physical actions felt utterly disconnected from her conscious volition. She perceived her body was just acting, and she was merely watching herself do it. She reported she had no choice but to follow these compelling directives. Lindsay described, "I lost all control. My body started acting without any control on my part. I was just following commands. All action. This..."
Let me just put an overlay up just in case. I mean, I'll probably be all right, but just in case. Have we heard this before? Let me go back. Transform. I can make this smaller. Just in case. You didn't used to be able to do this with StreamYard, so I like that you can do this now. Where you can change the shape, the size of the image, but you don't have to go and make a new one all the time. Let's go back. Like, have we heard this before? Has this been read out?
Exactly what she did to eliminate any question whether or not she was actually involved with the murders of her children. Then after I read this, I'm going to help you understand why this argument right here creates a lot of problems for the defense. Now, this is an excerpt from a civil suit that was filed against some of the doctors involved with her treatment. I'm going to read it to you. I'm going to explain what the problems are. Lindsay experienced command auditory hallucinations. A demanding, powerful male voice explicitly ordered her. She felt an overwhelming, irresistible compulsion to comply, entering a dissociative, dreamlike state where her physical actions felt utterly disconnected from her conscious volition. She perceived her body was just acting, and she was merely watching herself do it. She reported she had no choice but to follow these compelling directives. Lindsay described, "I lost all control. My body started acting without any control on my part. I was just following commands. All action. This voice demanded action."
I don't have it sped up. It's normal speed, but he just seemed to be talking faster than normal.
Lindsay proceeded to strangle each of her children, uttering, "Go to God, baby." She then jumped out a second-floor window and suffered catastrophic injuries as a result. So to me, it is crystal clear that she acknowledges that she is the one who did this. Now, I know there are, as I said before, there are a lot of questions about the husband. There are questions about the timeline and where emails were sent from. I've seen all of these questions. But until the question is answered of why did she claim to do this if she didn't, until she recants this or says none of this is true, then why would we truly question whether or not Patrick Clancy was involved? I get there may be some weird things that should be looked into, and law enforcement, if they so choose to look into it, so be it. But why is it that people are dismissing this? She gives explicit detail about what she did. These are her own words, saying that she was strangling them, saying literally, quote, "Go to God, baby." That is exactly what she claims she said. So as people continue to have issues with Patrick Clancy, keep in mind, she has in detail explained this. And just to be extremely clear, there is a 0% chance that Patrick Clancy could have somehow convinced her that she did this when she did not. I don't care how many medications she was on. That is not possible. That's not at all how the psychology of the brain works. I feel very definitive about that. There are other things about this where I might not be so definitive, but I am 100% clear on the fact that Patrick Clancy did not hypnotize her and make her think she did this, if that's what people are theorizing. Because I don't know how you can reconcile this claim with the idea that he's the one who did it, unless you think they did it together and she's just the fall guy. You want to try to make that argument, go for it. But there's no chance that she was not involved and she thinks that she's the one who did it. That makes no sense. This picture right here is a great example of some of the evidence people are talking about related to Patrick Clancy. They're saying that he's wearing different shoes here and here. And while I can certainly acknowledge the shoes do look different, and people are saying because he changed the shoes, that must mean something nefarious, the quality of these videos is so bad, I'm not convinced that you can actually distinguish whether or not these are the same or different shoes. His hair looks like it got changed as well, which obviously it didn't. His face also looks quite different because
And we've discussed this. I've even asked other people that are not watching this trial if they've changed their shoes from going one place to another, if they take several pairs of like flip-flops, trainers, work boots, and they've all said yes.
quality of these cameras
To me,
is so
even if he changed footwear, that doesn't mean that as a marathon runner, his feet might get sore wearing boots. Maybe in the restaurant, he wore the boots, CVS, I don't know. We don't know.
different. So is there something to
I
him
wish they'd have asked him, did you change your
changing
footwear?
shoes? Are these the same shoes? That will be worth exploring if she ever recants the fact that she actually committed these murders. Now, in my last video, I distinguished between hallucinations and delusions because it's extremely important that you understand those if you're going to make sense of all of this, because I've seen over and over again, people do not seem to understand psychosis. Even professionals I've seen talking about it do not seem to understand psychosis. And just to be clear, many years of my training were at an inner city hospital dealing with people that had persistent mental illness. I have a lot of experience working with people with serious mental illness, psychosis, and so forth. So this is an area that I have worked in extensively. Now, I do want to be very clear. I have not evaluated Lindsay Clancy. This is not an evaluation of Lindsay Clancy. I'm not providing a diagnosis, but I'm going to tell you about other people that have committed similar acts, and I'm going to help you better understand why they did it, because it might give you some clarity on the type of motivations people would have to do acts just like this, so it can maybe make a little bit more sense. Mothers killing their children, while quite rare, has been studied for decades. Now, the number one reason for mothers killing their children is what we refer to as altruistic filicide. This accounts for 56% of mothers who murder their children, or at least according to one study, it was 56%. Altruism is acting on what you believe is the best for somebody else rather than yourself. Filicide is when someone murders their own child. So altruistic filicide is when somebody murders their own child, believing that they are protecting them, that they are saving them. For some reason, they believe that that is the right choice. Now, the problem with this case is that they have not tried to make this claim, but it is, in my opinion, the one that certainly makes the most sense. And that would be a clearly delusional way of seeing the world. A normal delusion might be, but the defense has not made this claim, that the children could not survive without her. That if she was to die...
Grandma Cece, you get points by just chatting. New followers get more points, chatting, claiming the 250 points. That's how we get them on the other account. You got to chat along, joining in, and you get bonus points for different things as well. And then you do the exclamation claim when we get a drop, and you claim your 250, but there isn't a drop at the minute, I don't think. Hopefully that helps.
The children would be miserable. They could never survive. They would never feel love. They are better off with her killing them rather than them living a life where their mother has died.
Oh, and Lisa just asked how many witnesses. They don't tell you ahead of time. So the prosecution called about 70 witnesses over roughly 13 days. The defense began its case today. We've had 3 witnesses: Margaret Ham, Alison Agaza, Paula Musgrove, and Dr. Michael Vulovich. Doesn't tell you. They don't tell you how many in advance.
That can be a delusional way of seeing the world. So when you look at a case like this, and this is part of her journal that they had published, when you look at a case like this and she's making statements like, I am strong, I am brave, I will get through this, I'm a great mom, I love my kids, I love my family, I love my life, that somebody could make these claims and then make the choice to murder their children, it seems incompatible, because this is someone who is saying they love their children. She also talked about the fact that she didn't like sleep training, that she wasn't able to rescue her children, that she couldn't save her child from being upset when they were waking up alone, and so on and so forth. That may sound like it's incompatible with somebody who murders their child, but through a distorted enough lens, that's actually exactly why they would be doing it, because they believe they're rescuing their children. Let's go back to the claims that were made in the civil lawsuit. Now, I'm going to take a second to help you understand what psychosis is. I know we're talking about postpartum psychosis, but let's just talk about psychosis in general. It comes in a variety of different forms, but the cornerstone of psychosis is delusion. It is believing that the world is different than it really is. It's having beliefs that are not based in reality. Now, hallucinations can come with that. There's all sorts of other symptoms that can come with it. But true psychosis is building a world, a mental world around yourself that is not consistent with the real world. That is what really matters when it comes to psychosis. And people have not focused on that anywhere near enough in this trial, in my opinion. And just to clarify the difference between a hallucination and a hallucination is a sensory experience that is not based on the real world. Hearing, seeing, feeling something. There's a variety of different ways people can hallucinate, but it is not based on real world stimuli around you. And a delusion is a fixed false belief. It is a belief that is fully ingrained, fully resistant to you challenging it. So you go up to somebody with a delusion and you say, you know what? That's not based in reality at all, and I have proof. Doesn't matter. That will be impenetrable. No amount of proof that you have will affect a delusion. So that's what's important to understand about this. In the lawsuit, it says Lindsay proceeded to strangle each of her children, uttering, "Go to God, baby." Now, does that sound more like somebody who believes they are being altruistic or somebody who has no control over what they are doing at that time? Now, once again, only she can say what her belief was, but if her belief was she's no longer going to be there for them and she was distorted enough to believe that this was rescuing them, then there might be some sort of case to be made. But this isn't what the defense is claiming. They're claiming that she had command hallucinations that forced her to do it. And psychologically, that just isn't really consistent with what we know about command hallucinations, that what we know about volition, what we know about choice. To me, that just doesn't make sense. To me, one of the most unfortunate aspects of the claims being made in this case is that it affects people that have real mental health issues. When you have people that are afraid that they might do something like this, that they're going to lose control, you have to understand people can have a delusional belief system where they make bad choices, but people do not lose control of their own bodies and do things that are entirely against their will. That's just not how the human mind works, at least not without something like PCP, not without some sort of serious traumatic brain injury or something else external. Internally, this is not going to happen. You are not going to force your body to do things that you don't want to do. So cases like this with claims like this make anxious people more anxious because then they think, oh, it's a possibility this could happen, when it truly is not. So can somebody commit murder or do something equally tragic based on a distorted worldview, based on delusions they have? Absolutely they can. Can they be forced to do that? Can their body force them to do it while they are not behind the wheel and they're just along for the ride? No, that is really not how that works. So there is a claim in this filing that really doesn't fully make sense to me, and it fully affects the way that everything else is seen throughout this filing. So I'm going to read this to you, then I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. After starting Seroquel, I won't get into what all these medications do. I feel like that's a whole other video. Lindsay's condition took a dramatic turn for the worse. She began experiencing what she described as intrusive thoughts, which were actually auditory hallucinations. Now, that right there makes no sense to me. Even people who are dealing with psychosis can distinguish the difference between what is an external auditory hallucination and an intrusive thought. Those can co-occur, but they are different phenomena. So why they make the claim using her quotes that she had intrusive thoughts and then actually say, well, it was actually auditory hallucinations, that needs definitely needs more explaining, because that all of a sudden changes how we're going to see some of the rest of this. On December 15th, 2022, Patrick called Nurse Giletta's office to report that Lindsay has had a devastating week, and it was the worst day for Lindsay. She had horrible thoughts all day. It then goes on to say Lindsay had auditory hallucinations all day, every day. So the quote, the literal statement was, she had thoughts all day.
So I've covered it over because he's reading, just in case, because he's reading the documents. And Kit can be, you got to be careful, especially when it involves children.
The filing says she had auditory
and that's come from Kit themselves.
Hallucinations all day. These are two entirely different phenomena. Where it is that they come to that conclusion that you can just start replacing them talking about thoughts with hallucinations, I think that really weakens the overall coherence of all of this to make it all psychologically coherent, because to me, that doesn't make any sense. People can distinguish between those two. Now, a big problem with the defense, if they're going to claim not guilty by reason of insanity, would be that she couldn't know that what she was doing was wrong. That is a big part of the standard, at least in most states, for being not guilty by reason of insanity. But there is a lot of evidence throughout this that she knows it's wrong. She's trying to stop herself. She talks about fears that she has of harming the kids. She goes out of her way to get treatment for this. She is trying to stop it. So she knows that behavior is wrong. And that's where this starts to get way more complicated. Because according to the defense, she did have hallucinations over and over again. That's what they're claiming. They're also claiming that she had fears of harming her kids before. So how could she resist at that time and then not at the time when she actually did it? Now, the problem comes in here where it says, as soon as Patrick left to pick up food, there was a loud, demanding, repetitious voice. This is your last chance. And then she felt a force come over her. Now, based on other evidence they presented, it seems like this was planned, that there was some planning involved in this. So for this to act, for her to say that this was impulsive and that this was something that was spur of the moment and that she felt that she couldn't control herself and it forced her to do this, that doesn't really feel entirely consistent with the other evidence that's been presented. So when we look at this case, I do understand why people struggle so much to believe that she would do something like this. By all accounts, you have a report of someone who is dealing with an exhausting motherhood. She's tired. She's fatigued. She feels like it's a thankless job at times, but she loves her kids. She really wants to help them. She hates the idea of sleep training because she can't rescue them when they're feeling upset. So when people see all of this, they feel like it's relatable because there are aspects of it that are. But the idea that she would even think about truly trying to murder her own children, much less actually going through with it, that's what gets a lot more confusing to people. But if there was a distorted or truly delusional belief system that my children will be devastated if I die, they'll never recover, they can't live without me, they're a part of me. Maybe she had not truly separated herself from her own children. She may have had very enmeshed boundaries with her children. When she saw her life is over, she may have thought of their lives being over. She may truly not have been able to distinguish the two, but they don't make any of these claims. And to me, those are much more coherent claims than what they're making right here. All right, let's go and start to wrap things up. Hopefully this is helping you make some sense of this completely horrible, despicable, and terrible tragedy. Now, whether or not medications played a part in all of this, what all the factors were that played a part into this, I'm sure will be litigated for many years to come. But what seems clear is that there are cases that happen that are very similar to this, and there are coherent reasons they happen. They're tragic and they're unfortunate reasons, but they're reasons that we can at least make sense of. And when we look at all the pieces here with exactly what the defense is presenting, it just doesn't fully make sense. And I think that's why people continue to try to make sense of this case. That's why people are saying it had to have been the husband, because oftentimes it is the husband. That's not unusual that people would think that, but there just isn't any evidence in this case that that is what happened. There's every bit of evidence that she is claiming herself that she did this. She's not saying she made the choice to do it. She's saying that something else made that choice for her, but she's acknowledging that she was ultimately the one who did this. If you have any other thoughts about this, or if there's anything else you want me to analyze, please let me know in the comments below. Last thing before we get finished up is I do want to remind you to like and subscribe if you want to see more content just like this. All right, thanks for watching.
Okay. So that's that one. Then we've got the observed one. This is Patrick Clancy, So Anxious, Body Language Analysis, and this is by Observe. I do want to watch also a video about the lady with psychosis that's actually survived psychosis. So which do you want next? The lady with the psychosis, or do you want another? Should we mix it up a bit? Let's look at the psychosis one. Mix it up a bit so it's not just all body language in one go. Obviously that is an opinion, it's not. So we want surviving the survivor because I like them. So I think this will be interesting. Could always save that body language one for another day if it's too much. Now, Brian Ensign, I don't know if this is the same lady, but I was zoning out because she just talked. There was no break, there was no pause, and I couldn't absorb what she was saying. Thank you, Jennifer. I have got a banner for Surviving the Survivor, so let's get that up. There we go. So that's running across the top. So we're giving them some credit. Here we go.
For 2 weeks now, during the Lindsay Clancy trial, we've been hearing the phrase postpartum psychosis. What does it really mean? What does it feel like to actually lose touch with reality? Tonight, you're going to actually hear from someone who experienced it.
Welcome to the global phenomenon.
Most interesting guests in all of true crime. And we bring you some of the biggest and best trials, which is what we've been doing for 14 days in the Lindsay Clancy trial. If you don't know her story, and many people do not, you have to go back to Duxbury, Massachusetts, January 24th, 2023. The mother of three, Lindsay Clancy. The children are Cora, Dawson, and Callan. Callan's only 8 months old.
Well, I'll be honest, at first I thought, shall I put this I'm not sure about this gamble thing, but it's not gambling money or anything. It's not like we look like we're gambling. There's a roulette game and everything. I thought, no, I'm not putting that up because we're doing true crime. And
there had been issues with mom Lindsay having a lot of trouble after her third pregnancy, feeling depressed, feeling anxious, going to a multitude of doctors and nurse practitioners and other mental health experts, being put on a litany of medications, a cocktail of medications, 13 of them by all accounts. And then in testimony today, we hear she was even Googling the word psychosis at one time. So what is postpartum psychosis? How is the jury going to know what this is? We have a guest I'm going to introduce in just one moment who has been through it and can teach us and explain better than just about anyone. But first, quick message. In sports, they always say that a great offense comes from a great defense. And you know what? The same.
Okay, let's just skip this advert.
And most importantly, for tonight's conversation, she is a survivor of postpartum psychosis. Please welcome to the show, Teresa Twomey. And Teresa, I should ask you before we got on the air, is it Twomey? Am I pronouncing it correctly?
No. It's Toomey. So like the first three letters, like the number 2.
Okay, so it is Toomey, and I'm glad I asked there. So I stand corrected. We were dealing with
I can't even remember. Is this the same lady? Let me look it up.
a couple little technical issues off the top, so I didn't have a chance to ask. So forgive me. It is Teresa Twomey, excuse me. And she is, you are the author of Understanding Postpartum Psychosis, A Temporary Madness. This has sort of been a taboo subject. You're also an attorney by training. You don't practice anymore. Why is it that in 2026, so few people understand both postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis?
Well, I think it's a very uncomfortable subject, particularly postpartum psychosis. We don't like to think that something like that could happen to.
This isn't the same lady. This is a different lady. The one Brian Ensign had was different. She had straight hair and she got definitely a different accent. So this lady, hopefully she's going to like not just word vomit over us all.
Someone we love. And if we accept that it could happen to any new mom, then we have to accept that it could be something that would happen to someone that we love. And if we understand that somebody with it, who's a loving mom, who doesn't have any history of abuse or any of that type of thing, could suddenly kill her children or somebody else, but her children usually. If we understand that as a sort of dice roll for untreated postpartum psychosis, then we have to understand that something that horrid could happen in our own family or to those we love. And that's a profoundly uncomfortable thing because we like to think that we and those we love are going to be who we know them to be and not suddenly change.
Well, I'd love and look forward to, in just a moment, getting into your story. I want to hear about it. But before we get there, there's been some conversation, just generally speaking, and for full disclosure, you know, we talked a moment or two before off air.
What's my opinion? Well, I'll be honest, I was really, really, really on the fence at the start. But I'm swaying towards more that it wasn't, I mean, I'm no expert. I'm not an expert on psychosis. I don't even understand. Because I guess if you've not had it or been through it, how do any of us? how do we understand it? But I'm starting to lean toward, I don't know, it's a hard, I got to listen to the experts. I am leaning more not psychosis than the other way. Like I'm veering a little bit off the middle, but I feel I still need to the experts, but I'm really not sure. What do you think, Flower? Do you think she was in psychosis? It's hard to know, isn't it? It's just some of the things are making me question now.
And you said you're not really watching the testimony. Can I ask you, you're reading about it. Do you not watch it because it's difficult for you because it brings back bad memories? Is that one of the reasons, or it's just a time factor for you?
Well, it's both, to be honest. But part of it is, I try to be choosy about how much I subject myself to re-traumatization. And this case, unfortunately, like a number of similar infanticides that may be related to postpartum psychosis, and this one has all the hallmarks of that. It's close to the bone. So it's hard.
Yeah, we had the host of a podcast called the Prosecutors podcast last night, and there's been a lot of debate just in general about whether or not this should ever have gone to trial. They are both obviously from a prosecutorial background and said 100% yes. What's your position? Should this be working its way through the justice system in the form of a trial right now, or should she, Lindsay Clancy, just in your opinion, have been admitted to a psychiatric facility?
Well, so that's not an easy answer, but some of what I've seen online about the trial has me very much feel like even if this goes to trial as a matter of course, even if you believe that this should be in a court being decided, the way it's being handled by the prosecution isn't the only way a trial like this needs to be handled. There seems to be a lot of more prejudicial than probative evidence that's coming in. So that is evidence that is sort of designed to shock, upset, and basically sway the jury not on the probative merits of the case, particularly regarding her mental state, right? Anything regarding her mental state is likely to be relevant, but something that's more just designed to sort of inflame emotions doesn't really add something to our understanding of her mental state. That's not necessary. So for me, it's not just, should this be tried or not, but is this being tried in a moral and ethical way? I mean, we don't allow torture, and this is clearly, to me, mental torture. Does she need to be in the courtroom? Does it need to be televised? Those are other things we could talk about in terms of how the legal system is handling it. A different thing is, in a perfect world, we might have a very different legal standard. And if we had that different legal standard, we might not be having this in a court of law, particularly this way at all.
Yeah. You mentioned a few things there. In terms of mental torture, I do think that all of her emotions that we've heard so far, I'm talking about Lindsay, have been genuine. And yesterday, Kelly McClellan here with a super chat. Thank you for being vulnerable and sharing. I know it's not easy. Our community, I always say best guest, better community. We've got the best community in all of YouTube, with a lot of victims, to be totally honest, in the community itself. So appreciate everyone being kind to Teresa Toomey, who's also, vulnerable, watching the re-traumatization, which is why she's limiting how much she's watching. But just in court today, they showed a video from the day before the admitted killings, and the family is at a science museum, and they appear to be the totally normal-looking American family. And people in the chat said, "How's she psychotic? They look so normal." You must hear that a lot. What is your response to the "she looks so normal" debate?
I did too, as do a lot of women who have this illness. For one thing, it can fluctuate the severity of the symptoms. So you can actually be fairly normal in a moment. Did you lose me there? I noticed I just froze.
Nope, you're good.
Okay, good. So I know when I was going through it, it was missed by a number of people. And that's because they couldn't see what was going on inside my head. Because if you think about it, how do we know somebody is having hallucinations or delusions, or hearing voices, which is a form of hallucination, right? Feeling things on their skin or whatever, any type of, or being paranoid, right?
Guilty.
If somebody doesn't disclose those, and if someone isn't skilled asking the questions to elicit that, you can't tell just by looking at somebody whether or not they're having a mental health crisis.
We're going to get into your story. I hope you're willing to share it in just a second. But one, because I just saw it pop up in the chat, and I want to really open this up to all of STS here. But mental torture. Someone immediately jumped in and said, "Well, what about the physical torture of these children who were murdered at her hands?" Which is what the court is. The jurors are trying to figure out right now: was she or was she not criminally responsible? And the defense has said she did this. I'm just wondering what your response is to those who are sort of seeking the most severe punishment for her, who say, but she murdered in the most gruesome way her 3 children. And here you are, someone who went through it and said she's being tortured now mentally. So how do you kind of negotiate the two, that she's suffering, the kids suffered? Is it possible? Are they mutually exclusive? How do you see it?
So yeah, 100% not mutually exclusive. I mean, yeah, no doubt. What a horrible, tragic thing. What those kids experienced, it breaks my heart. It is so hard to imagine. But I think if you pause for a moment and think, this is a loving mom who had a mental break, and at her own hands, unalived 3 of the people that she probably loved more than anyone in the world. And she has to live with that. I mean, you can't erase that. And just that alone would be torture. I watched a tiny bit of clips of her. And when I've seen the expressions on her face, the rapid breathing, the trembling chin, and I'm just like, I can't even imagine how she can be that controlled. I mean, I think I would be just screaming inside my head out loud because there are a few things that I can imagine that would be worse than realizing what you did unintentionally to people that you normally would lay down your life for. It's got to be its own kind of hell.
Yeah. Here's a comment from Soulful Eye. I don't see psychosis. So tell us on that note, can you take us back in time? I guess when you were pregnant and you had this child, walk us through this a little bit. What year was it? What were you doing at the time? How are you feeling leading up to it?
Okay, so I'm going to first go back and address one of the things you just said. A lot of people saying, well, I don't see signs of psychosis, or there isn't a record of psychosis. When I'm watching it, I'm like, I don't see anything that's indicating it wasn't psychosis. Everything I've seen is consistent with what could occur with somebody who's got a postpartum psychosis going on. I have seen things that say she wasn't diagnosed with it, but I haven't seen anything that says that she was closely evaluated by somebody who was well-versed in how to diagnose something like this. So, and what evidence and what questions they might have used, or what type of interview. So just want to, since that was just raised, I want to make sure that's clear. My way of looking at it, I'm trying to analyze this through is there anything that shows this wasn't? Okay, so I'm actually potentially going to work on a little story called Am I the Monster? Because so many of the things that I did or didn't do, had my story gone differently, I mean, I don't think the prosecutor would have had a hard time with trying to put me away, because so much of what I did because of my mental state would make me look guilty. So we had a planned pregnancy. It was something we wanted. My husband's a good deal older than me. I wasn't, It wasn't the time of my life that I would have chosen for myself, but because he was older, we decided to go ahead and have her. I was concerned about what it would do to my career. I had opened my own practice. I was loving what I was doing. And so I had concerns during the end of my pregnancy. I had a lot of anxiety, and we were
from what I've looked, the defense, I think, is going to be bringing people in or an expert witness that has evaluated her after, I believe.
Crashing a bit over what,
which is what I think they did in the Johnny Depp trial.
My expectations of him was, my husband, and what he was doing. So
real quick, what year is this too? I think that's important.
Oh, I'm sorry. This was 98.
98. Okay.
Well, fall of
97
and then spring of 98. Yeah.
And you're a lawyer at this point? You're attorneying at this point?
So I was doing, although I had been doing some per diem, I had left doing the general practice of law to do employment mediation because I had been representing so many different clients and seeing the opposition and being like, if these people had come together and had somebody mediate their issue, then they would have both walked away better off. Mm-hmm. So I had my own employment mediation practice.
Okay. So it's 98, 99. It's a planned pregnancy. Your husband is a good bit older. Wasn't the time you would have chosen. You decide you can go ahead, and now you're starting to feel some anxiety, and then take us leading up to the birth, I suppose.
So I'm going to skip a whole lot, but I did have sort of the ideal pregnancy and birth. I mean, ideal, there's always little things. But then there was a bit of an oops because of something the midwife did. And so I ended up with very, very bad tearing, which ended up getting affected. So early on, I was sort of...
The defense, I believe, are going to bring an expert witness in that's evaluated her after, like, I believe, if I've got that correct. And I think they did that in the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trial.
Bedbound, in a lot of pain.
How do you provide
having a lot of nightmares, some waking terrors, things like that I think had mostly to do with...
Not sure how you prove psychosis after the fact,
the pain and the infection. And so I was not in a good mental state at that point in time. One of the first things, other than the nightmares, that looking back, I'm like, ooh, red flag isn't actually psychosis. It's pretty typical for OCD. I started having intrusive thoughts about harming my child. And so trigger warning for anyone who's dealing with OCD or has dealt with this, that you might not, go get yourself a glass of water so you don't get triggered. So my thoughts were throwing her down the stairs.
Oh my gosh.
And I had the typical reaction of, oh my gosh, I'm a horrible mother. How could I have such a terrible thought? And then the first sort of psychotic symptom that I didn't realize, I didn't know anything about this. I would never have thought something like this would happen to somebody like me. This was so far outside the realm. That I, as my understanding, not as a possibility, which I see now, but as my understanding. And so I had that same thought about throwing her down the stairs. But instead of that immediate reaction, I thought, well, if I threw her down the stairs, that might not, that would look like I killed her intentionally. But if I fell down the stairs, I would get banged up and she would die.
Oh my God.
And it would look accidental. And then everything would go back to the way it was prior to my giving birth. So when I say that, I don't mean I wanted my old life back in terms of her having passed. I mean, in my delusional mind, I was like, I never would have been pregnant. There would have been no death. That would have been something that would have just set me back in time, which of course does not make any sense. But again, delusional thinking. And
just
then I realized.
I'm sorry, but just to be clear, so were these intrusive thoughts already starting, while you were pregnant?
No. This is after the birth.
This is after the birth. Okay.
Yep.
And can I ask you, because I'm a guy that's pretty OCD-ish, and it's interesting because we've seen this I think one of the things with Lindsay Clancy, without knowing her personally, it seems like she was very used to having control. And I have 3 children, and I know once you have the children, you lose a lot of control. You can't keep the house organized. You can't keep things neat. And I don't know if that's part of what, Lindsay was dealing with. It was sort of like this chaos is more like what it is. But when you were having these compulsive thoughts, these intrusive thoughts, how was it like throughout the entire day? Would it be like every few hours? How often were they coming in?
So it was always the same. It was always when I would go past the stairs, and we had the nursery on one side of the hallway. You'd have to go past the stairs to go to the master bedroom. And that's when they would occur. So it would depend on how frequently I walked past there, which I then adjusted so that I would have to carry her past the stairs far less often. But that was the only thing I can identify as that type of thought. But when I had the one that was delusional, as soon as I stood there, I don't know how long, but then it couldn't have been that long. And then I realized, oh my gosh, that makes no sense. That's crazy thinking. And then I did the same thing. I reacted like, oh my gosh, I'm a horrible mother. How could I have that thought? And I didn't know at the time that kind of thought was materially different than the kind of thoughts I had been having, and which I continued to have. But then when I had those OCD type thoughts again, I didn't have that same delusional thinking about that type of thought again.
And I assume, and correct me if I'm wrong, that when these thoughts first came to mind, where I'm like, okay, I want to throw my baby down the stairs, it's not exactly the sort of thing that you're laying in bed and you say to your husband, hey, honey, I'm having these thoughts. I assume you were probably were you keeping it to yourself at that point?
Yeah, I was. And I just want to say, at no point did I want to throw her down the stairs. So it was an intrusive thought of me doing it with a reaction of, oh my gosh, that's horrid. Even when I thought of falling down the stairs with her and her passing, it wasn't that I wanted to do that to her. It was that I wanted time to rewind. That was what I wanted. I, at no point, who I am, wanted to harm her. Right.
Yeah.
So
a lot of this is obviously personal. And if I ask something that's too personal, just tell me to shut up. But prior to your pregnancy, had you had mental health issues where you can, were you okay? You obviously got through law school. How were you mentally prior to all this?
So I didn't have any previous diagnosis. Looking back, I can see times in my life that I'm like, oh, those are red flags. But there was nothing to the point where it seriously interfered with my life, right? So I will say, in law school, there were times that I did not want to leave my apartment, and I get so much cleaning and studying done, but I didn't realize that had anything to do with any kind of mental health thing. I just thought that was my mood that week or whatever. And there are little things like that. There was a period of time where I couldn't sleep for about a week. And I desperately wanted to sleep. But finally, I ended up taking those over-the-counter sleeping pills, just a couple of them, enough to get me to sleep. And my mom was a little freaked out that I was taking a sleeping pill, but I was like, I'm so desperate. But I didn't notice that as being anything that was a problem. Right? That was a thing that happened one week. So I never had a diagnosis, because I think we wait until somebody is in a major crisis for them to get a diagnosis, or for them to be well educated about it and seek help.
Yeah. So some of the comments I'm just seeing again are people screaming in the chat saying, what she's describing is OCD, but these aren't auditory hallucinations. So is there a distinction? I assume there obviously is a distinction. If you want to elaborate now or when we get to it, just to the people who are raising their concern, okay, you're describing something, but that's not what Lindsay might have had.
Yeah, and so this is one of the things that does get very, very, very tricky. So what I was describing, those OCD type thoughts, absolutely. except for that one that had that delusional element. And that very much is a psychosis type of thing. People who have OCD don't tend to dwell there in the moment and have completely delusional thoughts that they believe in that way. So although the delusion was brief, it was markedly different from what one would expect from OCD. But the other ones, absolutely, very much like OCD. So it is, I know that this is a very problematic area. It is one of the reasons why I feel like if you have a woman who's in the postpartum period and either she's expressing that she's very desperate for help or she has intrusive thoughts of any kind with any kind of reaction, then you really need to do a thorough exam to rule out psychosis, not to look for reasons to diagnose it as OCD and not psychosis, but to say what else might be going on and dig deeper. Because at the time, if I'd gone to a therapist and they had said, well, and I'd said, I have these thoughts, and they said, well, how do you react? I would have said, oh, like I'm a horrible mother. And I would not have explained that one time when I had this other type of thought, because it was bad enough to have the ones that made me feel like a horrible mother. That one made me feel a completely different sort of way, right? Even worse than just having the intrusive thought. So I was afraid of it. Yeah, but I also knew at the time, falsely knew, that I was not the kind of person who would ever harm my child. So that was not a concern of mine at the time.
Yeah, this is from the COE, the chief of everything, aka my wife, my partner in crime here. Teresa, I watched your TED Talk. It was powerful. Please walk us through that experience, the moment it started, and how you knew when it was over. So how does this sort of progress from the OCD, the anxiety, I mean, at what point do you seek more serious mental health help, and where do you hit the psychosis portion of this?
So yeah, well, I think that delusional thought was the first sign that I had psychosis. So there's a lot of things that are kind of fuzzy, particularly the chronology of what happened, but there are a number of things. I started hearing things that weren't there. Sometimes I knew that what I was hearing was not reality. And that was disturbing. I didn't tell anybody. Can you explain that? Like, just give an example. When you say you were hearing things that you knew weren't reality, was it a voice saying, go throw her down the stairs? I mean, what was it? So fortunately I didn't have command hallucinations. So one of the things was the way our house was configured. I kept hearing voices, like a party going on in this room right off of our master bedroom, right to the north of it. And I could hear them talking, and I was a little concerned. That seemed like maybe they were talking about me, and but they were laughing. I could hear clinks of glasses. I also knew there was no room there. I was 100% sure. I knew the layout of our house. There was no room there. But I also knew at the same time there was a party going on in that room there. I can't explain how that makes any kind of sense, but I knew both things at the same time. Wow. So do you, at this point, I mean, it has to scare you, I would imagine, a little bit that this is going on. So do you say, I mean, do you can finally...
If you think this is word salad, the other woman was... Oh my God, it was just like, is there
a point where you confide in your husband and say, no, there isn't. So when do you decide to go get more help? So no. So I didn't. I mean, I was telling everybody who would listen, I'm a bad mom. I can't do this. I'm not coping. But I didn't reveal specifically the thoughts.
I think we need to hear from a true specialist. Like, what psychosis look like? What do they do or not do? There were things I thought I was revealing, but I really wasn't. But I also had become very paranoid about my husband. And I thought that he wanted to put me away in an insane asylum so that he could have full custody of our daughter. And that had been his plan all along, which I'm still with him 30 years later. That was not his plan. But
but I mean, it makes it very hard to reveal something if you're having that type of thing. So probably what your wife is wanted to get to, because this is a part of my story. I think that a lot of people, it's both confusing and persuasive, I think, in terms of how weird this can be. So the sort of worst part of my story is that there was one day I was nursing her on the bed, and I saw myself pick up a scissors and cut her open.
Oh my gosh.
And it is
Damn.
still, I can talk about the intrusive thoughts like they were thoughts and be a little bothered by the delusional one, but this is hard to talk about because I think in my body it lives as if it were real, and it wasn't.
I will show you after this the Brian Ensign one. We're not going to watch it all though. I can't put you through that, but I'll show you how bad the other woman was. Like, if you think this is bad, at least she's pausing, whereas the other woman didn't.
But so I saw myself do that, and I thought I had killed her. But then I was telling myself over and over,
trigger warning.
It's just one of those bad thoughts. And I kept my eyes averted from her as I went around the room, grabbing anything I thought was sharp, and being afraid to look at her because I thought I'd killed her. But I was trying to persuade myself that it was just like those other bad thoughts I was having. So then I went into another room, which was my office, and I took these sharp things, I put them at the back of the top shelf in the closet, as if that would miraculously protect her from all threats. And then while I was doing that, I was thinking, I need to get help. And then I sort of went through an analysis of, okay, so if I seek help, what if there is no help available? And then what if there was no help available and then I harmed her, or God forbid, killed her? And then if that happened, my help seeking would be used to prove that I had planned it. So then I would get the electric chair. So now I've got my husband who wants to put me away, and fear that.
Can you imagine what is going through his mind right now? He's like got the poker face on. Do you think he's just trying to not move his? This is where Botox would come in.
There's no help available.
Okay,
And
thank you, Jacqueline. I appreciate that.
In this,
We
in
will get round to
my
the ones
actual
as well.
self, who I am, I would never make the choice to not get help because I was afraid that I would get punished. Never. That is not who I am. Never been who I am. But in that delusional thinking, that's where I was. But I can just imagine the field day a prosecutor would have with that, especially after my other delusional thought. That it seems like I would want to harm her, but that was not true at all. And then when I went back into the room, she was I looked at her.
Don't make sense to me. None
and
of that.
she was there, cut open, blood everywhere. This is what I saw. And it was such a profoundly horrible, horrific thing. And then after some period of time, I don't know how long, I sort of came to and realized she was just laying there sleeping. And you would think that would be enough for me to run and tell my husband what had happened, but it wasn't. And I don't have a good explanation of why. I know it's not because I'm a bad person. I know it's not because I'm a monster. But I didn't.
Wow. First off, again, thank you for sharing. I think this is shining a very bright light on not just your situation and Lindsay Clancy's current situation, but postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis in general. And you're hearing from a woman who went through this. This is Teresa Toomey, a one-time attorney who wrote a book on all of this.
Sorry, but if I knew my mother had thoughts about that, about me like this, I think I'd be scared of her.
And she experienced it, and you're hearing about how she had these intrusive thoughts of throwing her daughter down the stairs and even wanting to cut her open. And all these years later,
Not wanting. never wanting.
So you don't get it.
Okay, thank you for that correction. But all these years later, obviously, this is still an open wound. How is your daughter today? Is it your only child?
She's great. She's great. She's a wonderful person. She's amazing.
Yeah. And your only child?
No.
No.
I have younger children too.
Younger? Oh wow. So after all this, you went and had
children after
more
that.
children.
Yes. After the psychosis, I went into very deep depression.
Mm-hmm.
My husband very much wanted to have children close in age. And I, at the time, was so depressed. I had nothing inside of me. I was like a shell of myself. So I didn't push back. And so I got pregnant again. And that was twins.
Oh my God.
Wow. And did any of these issues come around again?
Only the depression.
Okay. So during the first pregnancy with your older daughter, you're depressed. And so
I wasn't depressed during her pregnancy. Anxious.
Anxious. Now, did you ever actually, this is what I'm unclear about, did you, after her birth, when all this stuff is going on, you were, it sounded like you were afraid to get help for fear of what could be exposed, whether it was real or not in your mind. So you never sought help. Is that how I understand it?
Not until after my twins were born. So, I mean, partly it was just my sheer ignorance, maybe a little pride. And also, my family is sort of like, you don't do that. You don't go to therapists, or they were. And I just, it just wasn't, well, first of all, it wasn't entirely unfamiliar to me to need to grapple with having depression or something like that, even though I'd never been diagnosed. But also it was something that I kept telling people I couldn't cope and that I was a bad mom, even when I was depressed. And, nobody was like, you should probably get therapy. People were pretty much like, oh my gosh, how can you say that? You're a great mom. Look what great care you take of your daughter, and all of that. So I don't know. I wish I had the insight that I have now and the knowledge and the wisdom that I have now, but I didn't.
Yeah. So you experienced the depression, you said, after the birth of your twins. You obviously have 3 beautiful children, and this is almost 30 years ago. At what point after the second pregnancy of the birth of the twins, and now you're feeling this depression, that's when you said you went and sought help? What caused the change in your outlook to go and do that?
So there were really a few things. One was I read the book In Search of Stones by M. Scott Peck. And in it, he describes his wife's moods. And I recognized myself in that. Was like, oh, maybe I've got some kind of, mental health concern. Still didn't think that was severe, but it was like, oh, maybe I do. But then I was pregnant. And then when I was pregnant, the twins were misdiagnosed with a very bad potential complication. And we were counseled to abort one. And so I saw myself when that diagnosis.
I couldn't have had any more children if I'd gone through that. Like, no way. I just couldn't.
Diagnosis was uncertain, sort of spiraling into a depression, and recognize it for what it was. And then we found out that had been a wrong diagnosis. And then after they were born, when I started becoming depressed again, I then had the knowledge to sort of notice it, but I still didn't want to believe it was clinical. And I remember I made an appointment with the doctor, and before I went, I was crying, and I told my husband, I'm like, I'm terrified to get this diagnosis of depression, but I'm also terrified that if that's not what it is, then what is it? And that was just with the depression. That's how hard it was for me just to seek help for depression.
Yeah. A person taking a tremendous amount of criticism in all this is the ex-husband, Patrick Clancy, who has moved on and remarried. You say, you basically kept this from your husband. What's your opinion on the role of husbands, before, during, and after pregnancies? Should they take a bigger role? Do you think he noticed? I mean, your mood had to change from the anxiety and the depression. Did he pick up on it at all? The husbands have to be more cognizant.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's part of it. We need to do more to educate and prepare families and have them, they're the first line of defense with sudden and severe mental health issues. So they need to be the ones that know how to advocate for her, especially if she can't advocate for herself. I think, again, none of us want to believe these sort of things that are going to happen to our loved ones. And, I don't think anybody should blame my husband for his lack of ability to step up and get help for me. I don't think I'm to blame. And I look at this trial and I'm like, I don't think there's nobody in it that I would blame, because that would mean that they're doing something different than their best. And even though I would hope that men would look and go, oh, my best needs to be a lot better so that doesn't happen to a woman I love, I don't think it was necessarily because he was cavalier about it. Now, I don't know him, but did he do worse than most of the men I know? Probably not. I'd say that, but that's kind of what I think.
Yeah, and it's a world where a lot of people have a lot of opinions these days, especially with social media. And I mean, people literally calling for him to be tried, that he had something to do with this. I mean, he's really getting dragged into it in a very unfair way. I've had people email me about this. But if you're just joining us, this is Teresa Toomey. She has written and authored a book, a very important book, especially if you are watching the Lindsay Clancy trial. And the title of her book is Understanding Postpartum Psychosis, a Temporary Madness. Now, from what I understand in the testimony in this trial, postpartum depression, which you speak of too, is fairly common. Postpartum psychosis is incredibly rare. Like I think it was 1 or 2 out of maybe 1,000 women. What is the difference for those of us who may not fully understand between postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis? And in your own story, when did you cross that line?
So a couple of things I want to reel back. So people refer to it as rare. That's problematic. It sounds like it can't happen to me, can't happen to my loved one. It's not that rare. So we don't tend to think of Down syndrome, for example, as rare. They occur at about the same rates. So not that rare, but not common. So with depression, yeah, you can have really dark thoughts. You can be in a really dark place. You can be completely non-functional. But you're not really living in a place with a different reality, right? So with psychosis, you sort of have a break with this reality and have sort of, I don't know what to call it, a new reality added. So kind of like with the hallucination I had with the room, there was the reality that we all live in. And then I had this extra thing. Someone with depression isn't going to have something like that, right? That is where your reality is a different reality than what the others around you perceive. Now, depression can lie to you and tell you you're worthless and all kinds of stuff like that. But that's different from sort of having these unreal beliefs and unreal experiences. And OCD, you can have these intrusive thoughts, but those don't, and as horrible as that can be, and it is, those don't tend to be things that the woman believes are happening or make sense to her as something that would happen. So even though you could say that they're very close and you can have symptoms of both, or all three, I should say, the experiential aspect of it, I think if you were to ask any woman who's been through any of those, they could probably point out how their symptoms are different. And that's one of the things that's tricky. How do we get therapists to the point where they can tell?
Yeah.
And those require probably deeper conversations and trust.
I want to get back to that. I think the answer here from Meow Randa, did you know it was hallucination at the time? You sort of explained it. Correct me if I'm wrong, that you knew it wasn't real, but you also knew you were having the thoughts. So does that mean you knew it was a hallucination or no?
So using that word, no. Because I think if I thought it was a hallucination, I would have been even more alarmed than I was. But I knew it wasn't real. So, and I realize that seems like semantics, and to some extent it is, but we do sort of base our understandings of the world within sort of a semantic understanding, right? And so hallucinations we know are alarming. If someone had said to me, "Oh, you're having hallucinations," I don't know that I would have said yes, given my lack of understanding at the time.
What the verdict was.
Even though I could say, yeah, I know what hallucinations are. They're when you are seeing, just to mock something I heard about the trial, unicorns in the corner. It's not necessarily that obvious. And I do think there are people like me who, if they have them, they do coping things. So one of the things I ended up doing a fair amount was leaving the TV on, which is not something that ever happens in my house, but leaving the TV on. So if I heard a voice, I could tell myself, oh, that was just the TV, even if I knew it wasn't.
Wow.
Wow. This is a tough conversation. Really interesting. I am the son of a psychiatrist and the son of a social worker, and I've never heard a story like this. And I've heard a lot of interesting stories. And the human mind is a kind of a wild and sometimes a really scary place. Someone asked, do you think that both postpartum depression, but particularly postpartum psychosis, is it underreported, do you think? Because people like you are afraid to go to the doctor for what the repercussions might be, whether it's based in reality or not.
Yeah, so I do think that it's underreported. I also think it's underdiagnosed. But so we don't have a single solitary box of this is what postpartum psychosis is in terms of a definition, in terms of in the DSM. There are a lot of, if you read research, there's a lot of things that are all over the place. So for example, most of the time it gets talked about as happening after live childbirth, right? But we know it can happen after an abortion or a miscarriage, stillbirth, etc. So in terms of if a woman has a psychosis of any cause other than what she had prior to her pregnancy and up till a year postpartum, I don't think we have any studies that tell us the rate of that. And even if we did, most of them would probably be like the other studies we've done, which are largely based on admissions.
Yeah. Here's a comment from Better After Them. Ask about meds. This is heartbreaking. You're going to ask here, Better After Them. So, she was on a cocktail. She was crying for help. She was going to, there've been a slew of mental health care workers who have come through, nurses, doctors, licensed healthcare professionals. She was on something like 13 different medications. Testimony came out today that she was even Googling.
Right, I think we've probably, do you think we've probably seen, I want to have a quick look at, Brian Anson's got a guy on showing, well, the finish now of what it looks like in the courtroom. Are you happy? I think we've got an idea of this lady's losing me a little bit. Are you happy for us to switch over and then we'll wrap it up? I just want to watch a bit of this about what it looks like in the courtroom. Are you happy to switch over? Yeah. Vixen agrees. I'm going to switch over anyway. I think we've heard enough of that. We haven't listened to Brian for a while. He's looking tan.
Appreciate everybody who has subscribed, following my channel. I'm watching.
Brian's looking tan, isn't he?
the live stream. Lindsay Clancy, of course, is accused of murdering her 3 young children, strangling them with exercise bands. But her attorney says that she was suffering from postpartum psychosis and blames a mental health crisis. Last week, we heard about the final text messages she sent her husband, Patrick, before she killed the children. They were so mundane, basically, about what kind of food to order to get takeout. We also learned about her Google searches about hallucinations and psychosis and ways to die. And in a note, it's almost like it was like a diary entry that Lindsay had on her phone. She wrote, "I'm terrified of something happening to my kids or doing something wrong to mess up their development." She wrote, "Our generation is inundated with information about every aspect of parenting. It's insane. For the last 5 years, I've just filled my mind with all things parenting, and it's just unhealthy." So I want to give you guys a look into the courtroom because you can watch the trial stream and you can read the highlights, but there's really just like a different vibe when you're actually in court, especially because in court you can actually see the jurors and you can see their reactions to things and just sort of get a feel for what they may be thinking. Criminal defense attorney and host of the Defense Diaries podcast, Bob Mata, he has been in the courtroom. He's obviously very observant, especially because he's a criminal lawyer. So I want you guys to hear my full conversation with Bob.
Hey, Bob, thank you so much for taking the time to talk with me. I really appreciate it. I was really interested in talking to you just because you've been in the courtroom. And so many of us have been following the case, but haven't actually been there. What is it like? I mean, I can only imagine like how emotional it is.
Hey, Bri. Thanks for having me. It is, well, I mean, if you're going to think about Tuesday of last week, which Reddington described as the debacle where Lindsay just broke down twice, inconsolable, and then her parents are sitting 2 rows behind her, directly behind her. They're sobbing. It's incredibly, that was an incredibly painful day to watch. I mean, if you're a human being, just kind of seeing somebody that's in that kind of shape mentally, because Lindsay does not want to be there. Lindsay, and I'm not saying this off the cuff, Reddington on the first day, I mean, she still wants to not be here on Earth. I mean, I'm trying to stick with the YouTube parameters, but I mean, she's never going to be fine. Her life has been destroyed, at her own hand. And, the question is, was she criminally responsible? Did her mind allow her to understand what she was doing? And that's the battle. So yeah, it's incredibly powerful being in there, and very, some days are harder than others, obviously. If it's a day of cops coming on talking about phone data and phone extractions, that's not as difficult as a day where, they're talking about the kids and how they met their end. And, I mean, that's just incredibly hard to sit in there and hear, just as a general proposition. But, you know how courts are. Like, it's different when you're in the courtroom, just in general, than watching it streaming. It's just a whole different thing. And, you really get the sense of how much Kevin Reddington cares about Lindsay Clancy. Like, it's not a show. Like, it's genuine. Like, he genuinely cares about that woman and that family. I mean, he's taken that case on for 3 years. And when you're sitting in there watching it, it's just super evident that, this is a guy fighting for not just her, but the bigger picture of women's mental health, which, some people just aren't hearing it. I don't care. I'm going to keep screaming it from the rooftops because it's what this is. It really is. It is what it is, in my estimation.
So what is it like? I guess, what's the layout of the courtroom? Are there a lot of people watching? Kind of, where do you sit? Are there other family members there? Like, I guess, kind of, what's the vibe like?
All right. So it's not a huge courtroom. It's certainly not the size of what Reed's was in Dedham. So it's a fair, I'd say 75. That's a guess. So you basically have it split in both sides like they always do. And then you have your well of the courtroom. The jury, if you're facing the bench, is over to the left. They've got all 18 of them sitting in there. Pool cameras kind of right in front of our side, which is the media side, which is the state side, the Commonwealth side of the courtroom is where all the media sits. So the pool camera kind of blocks the view of the jury a little bit, which is a little annoying, but I'm glad they're there. And then on the defense side, that's where Lindsay's family sits. So they have 4 or 5 rows dedicated to media. The first 2 rows, which are typically designated for family, on the Commonwealth side, interestingly, have been empty, but for 2 women that I've seen sitting there who I believe work in the courthouse in some capacity. I don't know if they're other ADAs. I don't know if they're victims advocates. I don't know what they're doing there, but they don't appear to me to be anything related to Patrick Clancy or the Clancy family. So, but on Lindsay's side, it's packed every day. So you've got the first 2 rows. In the first row, she has her 2 nurses that are sitting in the first row directly behind her. Behind the 2 nurses is Lindsay's family. So her mother and her father, her sister's been there. As we know, Father Bob was there one day, and behind them, there's other folks who I'm not exactly sure who they are in terms of the relation to Lindsay, but and then behind that, the general public. So there's about 3 or 4 rows of kind of, they're like pews really, because they're not seats, in the back, and they've been packed, especially towards the end of last week. Like after Lindsay's collapse that day, the next day, it's been picking up steam, the case, as it's been going on, as it gets closer and closer to the defense's case in chief, I think, and as social media and mainstream media is picking up how important this case is, the interest is rising. So, it's been pretty packed, and I anticipate it's going to be pretty packed the rest of the way through.
And so she has 2 nurses. Is that what you said, sitting right behind her?
Yes.
What do they do?
So typically during the proceedings themselves, nothing. They're just sitting there. If in case she needs it, they're there. So when the judge takes a break or calls it for the day, the nurses are the one who tend to her. They get her out into the holding cell that's off to the right of the courtroom. And I'm assuming that back there, if she needs any kind of medical care, that they're providing it. With her injuries, there's a lot of things that can go wrong, like in terms of her breathing and things of that nature. She crushed the thyroid. She, shattered her spine. So it's, she's not in a normal condition in any capacity. So, and people have been asking over on my channel whether or not there were nurses there. So I made it a point to try to figure out if those in fact were the nurses, because they were the only 2 sitting in that front row.
Yeah, and I don't know, like, I'm not an expert on this, but some people in a wheelchair, they don't need nurses necessarily. They just, are in a wheelchair. I guess there must be something else going on maybe with her beyond just being paralyzed,
Yeah, I think it might be, if there's a situation wherein, like, on the day where she broke down and she's sobbing hysterically, I don't know if that could potentially create like a breathing issue for her. It's like her breathing isn't the same as the rest of ours due to the severity of the injuries from what I've been told. So, but
that's the point. She might have, they've got to be on hand anyway to help her, because she might have a panic attack or something.
She's in there every day, and it's telling because Brian, I know you've covered a ton of cases. You've been in the courtroom for a ton of stuff, and generally speaking, defendants will kind of like glance around the courtroom. It's not unusual to see them kind of looking over the counsel table, before the proceedings start, to kind of look back and see who's in the gallery. Lindsay never does any of that. She never does any of that. They roll her in the morning, they position her, and she almost exclusively looks straight ahead. If there's witnesses on the stand, like with the doctors and the health service providers, she was making eye contact with them, so she was engaged at least with her eyeballs as far as that. But when it's stuff that she's not really able to handle emotionally, she's just kind of like looking straight forward. And there's not a ton of communication between Kevin and Lindsay. Like, she's not a super engaged defendant in the sense which Kevin probably told her, because us as lawyers, I'm trying to listen to a direct examination. It's important because if I need to add questions to my cross, I have to be able to listen to what they're asking. I also need to object if I need to. And I know a lot of people talk about the leading that the Commonwealth has been doing throughout their entire case. And, strategically, I think that Reddington is picking his battles. They're leading so much that if he was constantly objecting to the leading, I think it might be off-putting to the jury. And he's got such a way about him in terms of the courtroom. It's kind of like watching Matlock in there. He's got this special ability to be able to make a cross-examination seem like a conversation that occasionally gets a little heated. He's mastered the art of the cross-examination. So he's always interesting to watch for sure.
Yeah, I want to ask you a little more about him in a second, because regardless of how you feel about Lindsay, I think most people would agree that he's doing a really good job. But I guess when I've covered cases and been in courtrooms, you see the defendant and sometimes they're shackled when they come in and then they'll undo the shackles depending on what the judge's order is during the trial. Yeah. But something about her being in the wheelchair, it's just such an unusual kind of situation. Like, it's hard to even, that she is in jail. It's kind of hard to imagine based on her sort of like the way she physically looks. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. And and you feel that more when you get in the courtroom, especially because it's like when you're sitting there and hopefully you're going to make it towards the end. Because you look at her, and I have great empathy for her. And I understand that there's folks out there that don't, that feel a certain way, and that's their prerogative. But as far as I feel, I just feel that she was failed by the system miserably. I think that we've seen enough of that evidence to know that this wasn't some charade that she was playing in order to make it look like she was she was desperately trying to get well. And I think when that evidence came out, it became pretty evident to me that, some of the narratives I was hearing coming into the trial were inaccurate, and what was true. And, when Tufts is saying, when asked, it's like she was not doctor searching, right? And, the Commonwealth's witness said, no, she wasn't. Was she pill seeking? No, she wasn't. I mean, the woman wasn't right, and she knew she wasn't right. And she was really doing everything in her power to fix that. And, unfortunately, the biggest nightmare that you can imagine ends up happening at the end of the day. But in terms of just kind of being in the same room with her and kind of looking at it, and you have this image of just this lone attorney and this woman in a wheelchair sitting at that table and nobody else, because you know how it is. I mean, if you get like your Brian Kobergers or any, your Alec Murdochs, you have a team of defense lawyers just sitting there. And I mean, it goes to what Kevin Reddington is as a defense attorney. I mean, he tries a case alone, which is incredibly difficult to do, because when you get there and you look, he's just got all the records piled up on his desk, and he knows the facts of the case like the back of his hand. Like, he's never sitting at a lectern going through printed off cross-examination questions. When you see him with a piece of paper in his hand, it's a report that he's questioning a witness on. I mean, I don't fanboy over many lawyers, being a defense attorney myself. Yeah. I've told Kevin in no uncertain terms, I'm like, man, I love watching him. I love watching him operate in there. He's just a phenomenal defense attorney. And he's, to me, a credit to that part of the bar, the defense bar. He's doing us all proud.
Yeah, and just thinking about when this does wind down and there's a deliberation and a verdict, I don't know, even if she gets not guilty of murder, it just seems like her life is going to be so miserable. There's really no celebration either way. I think no matter people watching this, if they're on one side or the other, would she even be relieved if she gets out? I mean, you don't really get that sense watching it.
No, she does not want to be trying this case. I mean, like, when I say that she's over it, I mean, she's over it. And that's coming directly from Kevin. And he said it. before the trial started. He's like, she is where she is. And, the fact of the matter is there's no prison on earth that's worse than the prison that is in her mind. I mean, she's living with what's happened and what she's lost every second of every day. I mean, that's just a fact. It's not lost on her. It's, all the stuff we're seeing on the internet. It's like, this woman knows what happened. She knows who did it. And it wasn't Patrick Clancy. It was Lindsay Clancy. And she's going to have to grapple with that for the rest of her life. And how do you grapple with that? You know what I mean? There's no getting over it ever.
Yeah.
So it's like whatever. And people, I don't know if they think that if they say not guilty by reason of, what we call insanity, but it's lack of criminal responsibility. She's not like wheeling herself out of the courtroom. She's going to be committed. She's going to be institutionalized. She's going to be evaluated annually. And if she's a threat to herself or others, she stays in, and in my estimation, I don't know when she'll never not be a threat to herself just because of where her headspace is. I don't know if all the psychotherapy in the world can fix that. You know what I mean?
Probably can't.
What's your, just again, because you have this vantage point there from being in the courtroom that we don't have. What's your sense of the jury? Have you gotten a vibe from them? Are there certain ones that have stood out to you?
I've gotten the vibe that they're incredibly attentive. Like, I have not seen anybody like kind of just losing it in terms of like not really being invested in what's going on in front of them. They're paying rapt attention. And I would say that for all 18 of them, on like a Reddington cross, it's kind of like watching like a Wimbledon match. You'll have the question because he's standing here closer to the bar of the court. And then he'll ask the question, and then the jurors will look at the witness, and then he'll say something back, and then they'll look back. Where that's not happening as much with the ADAs. And the day of the collapses where she broke down, there was one juror in particular. Most of them were stealing glances at her. You know what I'm saying? Like when she was hysterically crying and just so upset, and they would look over for a second and then kind of look back. But there was one juror in the second row who was female, who was locked on her. And I noticed that she had a tissue in her hand and she would dab her eyes occasionally. And, that could mean a lot of things. That could be her feeling the death of the children. That could be her empathizing with Lindsay. I mean, it's hard to know, but it was like really the second time where I'd seen the jury like show some emotion. And, but I mean, to me, the most important thing is that they're paying attention. A lot of note takers. The breakdown is 12 women, 6 men. I think if I, kind of guessing on age, there's two women in the front row that I think are somewhere between the late 20s, early 30s. I think they're the youngest on the jury. There's one black male juror. I would say a bulk of the jury is somewhere. There's one senior, probably in his senior male. He's probably in his early 70s, maybe mid 70s. And then I would say the bulk of the rest is somewhere in the, mid 40s to mid 60s, so, and I don't, in this type of case, for a defense attorney, when you're trying to figure out like, well, who would be the perfect juror in a case like this one's so hard. Is it men? I don't know. Is it young moms? I don't know. I don't think so. In my estimation as well, the younger generation is far more in tune with mental health and mental health issues than, like the Gen X and especially like the boomers, as they like to call them. They're just not as in.
We're going to be wrapping up soon, but thank you for those that have been here for the first Trisha Talks True Crime stream. But the trial will be on tomorrow, so I'll be here every day on Kick. Seems like we're going all right so far.
Touch with it. It's just a different mindset through the generations, and like my 20-year-old.
We'll be wrapping up soon though. I'm not going to watch the whole.
Daughter's very, very intuitive about her own emotions and her own mental health, and most kids in that kind of age range are. So
I'll be wrapping up and then I'll do a redirect.
I was coming into it thinking maybe I would like to have like more young people on the jury just because you're like Reddington really has to be able to convince the jury to follow the law, ultimately at the end of the day, which is a really, really tough ask. It just is. They don't call the insanity defense the defense of last resort for nothing. It's really, really hard to sell juries on it. You see it online. There's people that want an eye for an eye. They don't care why she did it. They don't care if she was in psychosis.
Yeah.
Fact of the matter is that she did what she did and she has to pay for it. You know what I mean? So it's like when you have those folks on the jury that just kind of feel like that. It's like a lot of Americans are, that eye for an eye thing is a real thing.
I'll be honest, that's how I felt at the start. I'll be honest.
And, and I'm no one to judge.
And 3 babies can't come back.
But that's how they shouldn't feel. I mean, I apply the law, but I'm a lawyer. You know what I mean? I have a different mindset on it. So it's like, but I understand what the general public's position on that is. And it's a big ask. It's just a bit, no matter what's going to happen to her, even though she's going to be hospitalized, uttering the words not guilty, even though it has words behind it, is going to be an impossible task for some people. And, I don't think, let me ask you, do you think it's going to get to a verdict? I'm going to turn it around and ask you a question.
Yeah. Well, I think you made a really good point. I think, and even just everybody's talking about this case now. I mean, even this weekend, my friends are asking me about it. My parents are asking me about it. Most people feel bad for Lindsay Clancy, I think, and feel like, there's not another motive, not a secret motive, and that, people are talking about their own postpartum issues. But I've talked to people who feel terrible for her, but at the end of the day, can't overlook that there are 3 dead kids. And I just think about those jurors. Are there going to be some of them who they have to live with this decision for the rest of their life? I mean, this is a huge moment in their lives being on a case like this. For all of us covering it, it's different and emotional. And I've never covered a case quite like this. And you're in the courtroom. So for you, even more so. But imagine being on the jury. Like, you're going to have to live with this. Whatever you decide, you're going to live with for the rest of your life. So that's kind of what I'm wondering. Like, are there people that feel terrible for her on the jury, but aren't going to be able to go to sleep for the rest of their life saying not guilty when there are 3 kids? And even if you believe in mental health and feel awful for her, like, I guess I can respect that. I mean, I get that. That's going to be a hard decision.
Yeah, it's going to be a massively, massively hard decision. And you're asking people to change the way that they've felt about a certain thing forever, which is a huge ask. And frankly, it's near impossible to be able to accomplish that task as a defense attorney. It's like, what it really boils down to is reverse jury nullification. Because I think at the end of the day, that what's going to happen, and I think that we saw enough, oddly enough, through the Commonwealth's case in chief, which I believe is wrapping tomorrow. I think they're going to be resting their case tomorrow. And I'm assuming that Reddington's going to jump right into his case in chief. But in terms of trying to get a jury to move on that thing, where again, you've got the Commonwealth who has really put on witnesses that I think lay out very clearly that she absolutely was trying to get help, that she wasn't doing the things that were kind of being thrown out there prior to the trial with the pill seeking, doctor seeking. And you see that she was failed in some capacity. When you read her journal entries, I mean, they were powerful. It's like, I was sitting there in the courtroom, I'm like, so the Commonwealth thinks this is helping their case? I mean, it's showing like a loving mother that, was struggling because she knew that she was having a hard time treating Callan the same way that she did Cora. You know what I mean? Because Cora was her firstborn, and that was a thing. And, it's her open, honest things in there. Like, people are posting like, oh, this looks like a suicide. No, I'm like, it really doesn't. But, I mean, people are going to construe things differently, and that's fine. But I mean, I'm reading it and I'm looking at a mother who's struggling mightily through what she's going through and desperately wants to love all of her kids just as hard and the same way that she loved her first when she was born, which I think a lot of mothers struggle with. That's not a Lindsay Clancy thing. That's like, you talk to mothers all over the planet, they're going to be telling you the same thing. It's always one of the things that you go through. My wife's had 4 kids, I mean, we love them all the same, but like, if I were to sit there and like micromanage, did she treat our first differently than she treated our last? Probably not intentionally, but probably, you know what I mean? But to me, the most powerful message that really kind of sealed that portion of like, all right, I'm convinced that she was genuinely trying to get better, and that everything that I heard prior to that was inaccurate, was that when she sent the message saying, I just feel like I'm not being heard. To me, I was like sitting in the courtroom, I like kind of leaned back in the pew, or whatever you want to call it, the bench. And I'm like, man, that's it right there. So then what happens? Now the shift is going to be, Reddington's going to put on his experts. Reddington is going to answer the questions for the entire world, because people do not know what psychosis is. People confuse being a psychopath with psychosis. They're two different things. They're just not the same thing. People don't understand that you can plan when you're in psychosis. It's not like you're frothing at the mouth, bugged out eyes, like movie type stuff. That's not what it is. It webs, or it ebbs and flows, it wanes, it waxes. It's a mental illness that takes form for every single person a little bit differently. It's not like, oh, you've got the chicken pox, everybody gets the little bumps and they itch. It's a mind disease. And, some medications work on some people, some don't, some have an intolerance to it, some don't, you know what I mean? So like those things, that part of the trial is going to come out. And then this case, because if people are going to be like, and I'm just can't wait for it to happen, because it's going to happen when they rest. And if it happens tomorrow, people are going to be like, wait, that's their case? And the answer is no. Their real case is going to take place in rebuttal. So they're going to put their experts, their lack of criminal responsibility experts on after the defense's experts are on. So their real case in terms of fighting that second prong of lack of criminal responsibility is going to happen after the defense ends up resting.
Oh, interesting. That's a perspective. I hadn't thought about that.
Yeah.
I don't know what you think. To me, and you've been in the thick of it, but just for me watching just off and on the way I have, the most powerful thing I felt like for the prosecution so far were the text messages before, when Patrick left and they were talking about what food he was going to pick up. And it was just kind of this regular dialogue, like just back and forth, order me this, order me that. And then that was right when she killed the kids. What did you think of that? Because it was kind of eye-opening to see her having this just like everyday, regular, what seemed like sane communication.
Yeah, it's off-putting, and it's that thing that every single person on the planet that doesn't really kind of understand the ins and outs of psychosis is going to have to be educated on it.
Yeah,
that's the thing I'm saying. It's like the experts that I've spoken to about it are like, it can be a second by second thing. And it's a hard thing to figure because, in your mind, you're envisioning this awful, awful thing that she's doing one by one. And you're like, how could she stop doing that and grab her phone if she were in the middle of the acts, like when that happened, and just like you said, send kind of a normal, mundane text message. And it's hard to grapple with that. And, we don't really know the timing of how everything went down. We have the state's theory. That's, you give that the weight that it's worth. They weren't there. They're guessing a little bit. They know how long Patrick was gone, and that's their timeline, right? So it's like, and it was what, like 58, 59 minutes total from time. So, they don't know exactly when things were happening, but either way, it's like, even if she was done with the horrible thing and like she had moved upstairs to the bedroom and she's trying to harm herself, is she answering the text then? It's like to say, like, it doesn't get any easier to kind of deal with that question of like, how was she able to do that? How was she able to switch? And I think that when people start hearing the experts, because I think there's a misconception, if you've got auditory, command hallucinations and you're hearing a voice, there's also an aspect that the voice is helping you evade being caught. You know what I'm saying? It's like her people, it's not going to get answered until the experts get up there like that. Those are the questions that everybody has.
Yeah.
And then the question becomes, if you become convinced, like, all right, I've heard the defense's expert, I've heard the state's expert, they were both credible.
That's what we've been waiting for all along, isn't it?
I believe what the defense expert was saying about psychosis. Okay, she had psychosis. And then you're still like that thing that you were talking about. You're like, I can't write not guilty because of what she did. You know what I mean? It's like,
do you know Susan Constantine, the jury consultant? Have you ever interviewed her?
I've never met her. I
interviewed her the other day, and it was kind of a dramatic way of putting it, but this is what she said. She said that those jurors, and it's kind of weird to say this, but this is what she said. She said they're going to have to walk over those 3 dead bodies to say not guilty. And she's like, they may do it, but that was the way she put it. She's like, they're going to have to be willing to walk over those 3 kids. And I was like, man,
she's not wrong.
That's a heavy thing to say, but I was like, yeah,
it's vivid. Yeah. It, like, really, it sets it in your mind, and it's true. It's absolutely true, and that is super heavy, but really, really accurate at the end of the day. And I think even those that feel, because everybody that's following the case and is aware of the case feels awful about the children.
Yeah.
It's like, I hate this thing that I contend with all the time, because I've taken a position on the case where, like, I don't care about the children. That's ridiculous. Obviously, we're all mourning the loss of the children, but when you're trying to figure out if we are going to apply the law in the country, because the law exists for a reason. They wrote the law for a reason, and us as a country have and it's because of our kind of ignorance, for lack of a better term, of mental health and mental illness, and just pretending like it doesn't exist, keeping it in the closet, and it's like, it's got to come out. Like, it's a thing. It's everywhere. Like, you can't go, if you're in a major city, you cannot walk down the street without seeing mentally ill people all over the place. It's not getting better. Like, we're not getting healthier mentally as a country. That's a fact. So the sooner we come to grips with it, and the sooner that we start to try to understand it and decide, look, it's important to pour some resources into this and try to figure out how to help these people. I mean, it's not going to get better. And I mean, Lindsay is the extreme of this thing. Like, there's plenty of women. You interviewed one the other night. It was an incredibly powerful interview. I did a 7.5 hour live yesterday where I was having real people tell their mental health issues, in their illness.
Does anybody know this guy's channel? Is he dropping
stories? And it was unbelievable. It was incredibly hard to sit and listen to these people's pain, and I had 6 or 7 mental health professionals on the screen with them. I wasn't going to just put this thing out where I don't have people in the wings and on screen if going through what they went through triggers them. You know what I mean? So it was like, what the stories, Brian, were like, I did it because it was the same thing Reddington wanted to do.
I don't know if he advertises them at the end, but sometimes he doesn't put the links in the description.
Which the judge said no. Which is what he wanted to bring normal people, lay people that weren't experts to come in and talk about their real life experiences with postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis, much like the woman that you interviewed, and there's power to that because it's different. Like, everybody knows when you're watching an expert because it's always asked on cross, oh, well, you've been paid by the defense, right? How much? So that comes out, and everybody understands that the Commonwealth's witnesses are paid as well. They're state employees, or they paid them to come in. So they're hired guns on both sides. I think that the normal average person would give more weight to a person like them that's sitting in the witness stand and telling their story that's going to be heartbreaking. And they're not the one on trial. They have zero reason to be lying about it. And so they would give that the weight. But the problem coming in was always going to be somewhat relevancy. They're not going to be the exact same things. And it really set up a trap for Reddington where, oh, well, you had postpartum psychosis, right? And you had 2 kids, but you didn't kill your kids. You know what I mean? That's like, it's a dangerous place to go. Ultimately, at the end of the day, I think the judge ruled on it properly. But, there was a lot of power in what we did yesterday in terms of just trying to make people aware that it's like a real thing.
Yeah. And I think most people have some kind of connection to mental illness now, someone in their family. I think most people get that it's a real thing now, hopefully. But again, at the same time, are they going to overlook? I don't know. The 3 dead kids, I think, is still, it's like, well, should someone
the sticking point?
Should someone still be accountable? Were you there the day that Patrick Clancy testified?
No, he was first day. I didn't get there. I decided that I was going to come in. I was aiming towards the defense's case in chief, and I ended up getting there the day that the cross of Dr. Tufts took place. So it was actually perfect timing because I didn't really want to come for kind of the homicide portion because I knew that Reddington and Lindsay had offered to stipulate to all that, meaning that like it's not in controversy. She did it. She knows she did it. She admits that she did it. So for that part of it, no, I didn't hear it, but from all accounts, it was
well done, Jennifer. Thank
unbelievable.
You so much.
Like just incredibly painful to listen to.
What do you make? And I'm sure you've seen it. I mean, there's this, there's an army of people who seem to think that he is somehow involved or should be blamed somehow, despite there being no evidence of that. In fact, it's the opposite, really. But were you surprised to kind of see that narrative come about on social media?
Yeah, I was surprised, and I'm frankly pretty irritated by it because it's harmful, incredibly harmful to the Clancy family, to Patrick. Like you're throwing this stuff out on the internet for the world to see, and the world seeing it. I mean, on TikTok and Instagram, I can't go through my feed without it dropping in there, and I avoid it like the plague. And so that the families are hearing it, and it's just it just shows a lack of humanity in my estimation, and kind of. Where were you for the last 3 years, super sleuths? Like nothing's changed. Like why weren't you digging into this for the past 3 years? I hadn't heard peep from anybody about any of this. And now, and we all know that Kevin Reddington, that a lot of women feel that he's championing women's mental health, and he is. And and I think even the people that think that, because I started seeing that, the folks that think that Patrick did it, that somehow Reddington's like holding the ace up his sleeve, and that when his case in chief comes, he's going to buy. That's not happening.
Like that would actually be bad for Lindsay. I mean,
he couldn't do it.
Yeah.
Like their defense is set in stone. This isn't like there's no trial by ambush allowed. So all the people that are waiting for Kevin Reddington to drop the Patrick Clancy bomb, like a Matlock series, it's not happening. Like you can't do it. They're locked into this. That's their defense. And if you trust Reddington as an attorney in terms of saying like, I'm watching this guy,
and he's doing a really good job. And he's 75 years old. He's been a super lawyer in Massachusetts for like 20 straight years. The guy's as legit as they come. And do you think that that guy didn't look into the possibility that maybe Patrick had done this somehow? You know, of course he did.
Yeah.
Of course he did. Because frankly, it's a way easier sell if you're a defense attorney to point your finger at the husband and say he did it than try to get, as Susan Constantine said, 12 people to step over, the bodies of dead children in order to get to that verdict. I mean, it's just a really, really, really hard task for any defense attorney. So I wish people would quit doing it, because it really is harmful. It's like people just are oblivious to the fact that this is real people. It's not a TV show. Right. It's just not, and I know, I know.
Yeah. We've seen it happen with other cases too. Yeah. It's just terrible. It's not just like entertainment. I mean, like, you're really hurting this guy, his life, Yeah. And he's already been through so much.
I just had a quick glance. I've subscribed over there, and it'll be good, to check out what they're doing as well, to mix it up.
I was thinking about what you said though, when you saw it in your social media, and it is interesting, like with TikTok, when you watch a couple videos and you watch the whole thing, then it feeds you more of the same thing. And I'm like flooded with supportive Lindsay Clancy videos, women, I had postpartum, and so my TikTok is just full of people saying she should get off, and she's right. But I do wonder, like, if that's just because I've been watching all those videos, and I do think there's a lot of people out there, like we've talked about, who don't think that it's not mental illness, but also maybe aren't willing to go so far. Like, I wonder if the narrative that she's a victim is just so popular online, but there's a whole other group of people that aren't as vocal, that don't think she should get off. And that just makes me wonder more about the jury and how this is all going to play out.
I agree, man. And there's definitely those folks, the folks that are just kind of not, because my feed's like yours, I have the same kind of like really pro Lindsay, that's what my feed's filled with as well. And I'm one of the creators putting that out. I have the mindset that, so naturally they're feeding me that stuff. But it's that the silent folks out there that are, just watching and thinking. And I'm sure that there's jurors like that as well, who are kind of haven't decided one way or another. And none of the jurors should have reached a conclusion until they see all the evidence. It's like, I'm not sitting on the jury. I can do what I want to do in terms of kind of putting where my position is. But, I think the bigger thing is that when you look at postpartum depression, I mean, it's not even in the DSM, man. I mean, I don't know if that kind of, like, if you caught that, but that kind of like rocked like in terms of a woman producing, a child and growing a child in their body, and like the hormonal chaos that must ensue from that for like kind of the entire mental health industry to not understand that can probably really mess with you in a lot of different ways is so weird to me, and it's just, I think it goes back historically, I mean, women couldn't get a credit card in this country unless their husband co-signed it until 1974, man. It's like, I'm admittedly a big feminist. It's like, it's time for women to start being treated like, like men. And
yeah, and I'm sure we'll hear it when the defense gets their turn. But I interviewed, we're doing like an hour-long special on the case, and so I interviewed the psychiatrist who specializes in postpartum psychosis. And there's only I think there's only like 10 of them in the country that really. And she was, I think it's 1 in 2,000 women experience it. But she was saying most psychiatrists don't even know how to spot it. It's a real specialty and it's rare. Yeah. But when someone like her who really knows what to look for is able to diagnose it, it's very treatable when you know what to do. But unfortunately, most, and I'm sure we're going to learn all about this when the defense calls their witnesses, but most even psychiatrists don't know how to spot it.
Yeah, I mean, and it's hard because it's like the Commonwealth put on all their evidence, and in the time frame in which these people were treating her, I don't think she was exhibiting any symptoms, because she probably wasn't symptomatic at that point. I think it develops, like from the professionals I've talked to that, like forensic psychotherapists, they're like, well, it can develop, because I was asking them, can it develop like kind of overnight? Like it kind of builds towards it, and then all of a sudden they're like, yeah, it can. But like most of them are of the mindset that it wasn't, that she was having the intrusive thoughts, she was having the suicidal ideation. And the other challenging part for women in that position is that they're typically going to.
Right, I'm going to jump ahead to this lady because I don't want to play the whole thing. I know that's
specifics in the civil suit. Things that we haven't heard
Callan
in the criminal trial, but that have been detailed and have come out in the civil suit, which I just think is interesting to talk about in light of everything happening right now with the trial. So here's my conversation with Lauren. I'm joined now by Lauren Callan from LA Magazine. It's good to see you, Lauren. Thank you for joining me. What I was so interested in talking to you about is we've all been covering the Lindsay Clancy case and watching the what's happening in court. But there's actually been this civil lawsuit where I think where she first actually admitted to killing the kids, going on at the same time, where she's suing a lot of the people who we are seeing testify at the trial.
Yes. So both Lindsay and her husband, ex-husband, they have filed separate civil complaints. Lindsay filed hers back in January of 2026. And what's been so interesting this week is that we are seeing names of doctors, nurse practitioners from that lawsuit testify in her criminal trial. And in my opinion, that just makes them kind of unusual witnesses here, because they're defending their actions in how they treated Lindsay, and they're concurrently being sued for those actions. And so it's It's interesting to watch, to say the least. I will say that it's almost been, if you're following the trial, it's almost been a little bit of a break, I guess, because we don't have to hear just about, the actual killings of the children, the stranglings, the evidence, the photos. It's just been so heavy. So seeing these doctors and hearing from them and what they prescribed and what they did do and what they didn't do, it's been eye-opening, to say the least. But Brian, I'm going to tell you that I'm still confused. I'm still very confused about this case, and I have a lot of mixed feelings. So,
in the lawsuit, you went through the whole lawsuit. I remember
Yes.
you did this diagram that I saw on
Yes.
X. Was it about all the medicines that she was what were the main things that stood out to you?
Yeah. So when I did this timeline, almost, it really helped me just get an idea of when she was experiencing certain things and when she asked for help and the help that was provided to her. So in her civil lawsuit, and again, some of this kind of came out in testimony as well, I think the biggest thing here is that Lindsay believes, and her husband as well, they believe that there was not one single provider that really knew the scope of what she was dealing with and all of her symptoms and even all of the medication she was taking, which is actually kind of shocking when you think about it, just because, I have separate doctors, and while some of them may not speak, they are required to get a chart from me about all of my blood work that I just did with this separate doctor. Once they review it and possibly call that doctor, then they can sign off on certain things. And we are seeing in the lawsuit, again, in the trial, that allegedly some of these practitioners didn't call certain doctors back. And that's concerning. We also are seeing just the fact that Lindsay believed at the time that she may, so now she's been diagnosed with bipolar disorder, reportedly. And at the time, she was experiencing these onset symptoms of bipolar disorder, and none of these doctors recognized that. And because of that, they had her try medications like Zoloft, which if you are bipolar, Zoloft can cause you to hallucinate. And these are just little things that are cited in the lawsuit. This is not in full, and this is obviously only only Lindsay's side of the story. These are allegations, and obviously these medical professionals will have an opportunity to, fight them in court. But really, the chronology we have here is that October 2020, this is right after her second child's birth, Dawson, she started showing signs of almost hypomania. So she got very obsessive. She was obsessive with cleaning. She was obsessive with just, having all of this energy in waking up every single night with a toddler or with a baby and having a toddler at home. Nothing really seemed to bother her. And at this moment, this was a sign of early possible bipolar, because she eventually crashed very hard. And then after Callan, which is her youngest baby, he was 8 months old. And this is when everything really, really escalated. 5 weeks after he was born, she was running a 5-mile race. And within a week, they say that Lindsay was waking up at 4 a.m., doing 5-mile runs, then a Peloton workout for 30 minutes, and then aerobics for 30 minutes, and then, then getting up and taking care of the kids. And again, this is a characterization of hypomania per Lindsay and per the doctor that she used to help her with the civil suit. So then we have, when she first saw Dr. Jennifer Tufts, who is the doctor.
See you later, Life Unscripted. We'll be wrapping up shortly. In a few more minutes.
We saw on the stand. A lot of her. And please jump in if I'm like,
No, I just, when you said that name, I was just watching.
She had a rough go, I would say, on the stand. In terms of, when I say rough go, I just mean, she was on the stand for several days, and she was sitting up there forced to defend every decision she made, every meeting she had with Lindsay. And, she's young. She was born in 1989. I mean, it is interesting that Lindsay, while Lindsay wasn't necessarily her first patient, she was definitely very green when she treated Lindsay. And I think, there's pros and cons of having a young doctor who maybe does everything by the book, but also doesn't have experience in, finding, these symptoms and through past patients and, thinking about that stuff. Like, oh, this reminds me of XYZ. I wonder if I should look into this because it's so similar. So she started seeing Dr. Tufts in about 2022. And the Edinburgh score with the postpartum, I mean, it was a 23. So that indicated severe depression, but Lindsay didn't want to start any medications because she was breastfeeding. Then in mid-October of 2022, Lindsay started on Zoloft through Dr. Tufts. She felt awful. And then she eventually changed that because she felt so awful. She started taking Ativan to sleep and Benadryl. And she said that it didn't really help. It kind of made her still experience these bouts of insomnia, which was terrible. And so then they started her on trazodone. And then, and this was the South Shore ER that did this. She actually drove herself to the ER one day after staying awake for like 3 or 4 days at a time. It's insane. And then at South Shore, she had a follow-up and they prescribed her Prozac. So she was very frustrated with the lack of sleep here. And then by November of 2022, Rebecca Gelada, who we just saw on the stand, she rightfully thought Lindsay may have bipolar disorder. She thought, maybe you're experiencing this. And she put her on Ambien, Remeron, Klonopin, and then Seroquel. And so the Seroquel, I think, is a big point of contention as well. Her husband, Patrick, went to an appointment and said that Lindsay is, she's acting like a zombie. And Lindsay said that's when she started experiencing the auditory hallucinations. She also contacted a crisis hotline, a suicide hotline, which none of the providers knew about. And this hotline basically told her she was not having an emergency because she didn't have a plan to kill herself or her children, which is also wild. And then she went to basically the Mass General Women and Infants Hospital in December, that was Rhode Island. And then she was advised to taper off of the Seroquel, which, she waited to do. And then she went to McLean Hospital, which was a whole other, I guess, problem, just because she wasn't seen at at McLean for about 3 days. She was there for 5 days total. She wasn't seen for 3 days. The hospital had cited the fact that it was a holiday. It was New Year's Eve and they had very limited staffing, but it's funny, they haven't been able to prove that in the trial just yet because the McLean hospital worker had no idea about the staffing. But Lindsay kind of checked her out of McLean as well. She set herself out. She said that she wanted to go home for Cora's birthday. And so they let her go on her own, and they gave her a Psychology Today website as a resource, which is another thing that we actually learned during the trial, which was crazy. Dr. Tufts then proceeded to continue to see Lindsay January 6th through the 23rd. This is obviously outpatient care. And Lindsay kept saying that she had persistent hallucinations, including plans to harm herself and her children, per the complaint. However, seeing Dr. Tufts on the stand, Dr. Tufts said she didn't know any of that. So there are times that I think patients will not share everything. But
there you go. So she's saying she did have thoughts of harming her children.
It's troubling, I guess, because again, learning that none of these providers really seem to talk to one another, and none of them seem to, I guess, go beyond the scope of possibilities that Lindsay, was experiencing, something having to do with postpartum, but okay, that can't have anything to do with this because, they didn't talk to the doctor that was treating her for that. So it's very confusing in a way, but I think that if someone were to read the story with the chronological timeline, they'd have a little bit of a better idea, I guess.
I keep thinking back too that so many of these appointments when she wasn't at the inpatient facilities were telehealth.
Yeah,
which I get that that's just the reality of the world we live in today, but you would think you would need to see this person. Like Dr. Tufts, I'm pretty sure said it was all telehealth. She had never seen her in person.
That's correct. It was all telehealth. And Kevin Reddington, Lindsay's defense attorney, brought up the fact, he didn't, I'm paraphrasing, but when he said, so you couldn't see her feet, you couldn't see her legs, I think he was kind of saying you couldn't see her body language, where what if you were to diagnose her with, something else, her foot's tapping her, and those are all very good points. But like I said, I go back and forth on this because if we are blaming the state of Massachusetts and the healthcare system for failing her, isn't it ironic that the state of Massachusetts is prosecuting her in this case as well? But with that being said, I'm not an expert. I'm not a doctor. I just don't envy the jury. I don't know how I would determine if she was experiencing psychosis at this point. We obviously haven't seen the defense's case.
And that's how I feel. That's how we feel.
In chief at all. And I like to hear all different opinions about the case as well. But as of right now, I don't necessarily see a motive that the state has shown me as to why Lindsay wanted her children dead. I don't, they're bringing witnesses up that are painting her as this wonderful mother. And you're like, okay, but then why'd you kill? You know what I mean? So it's like, so then is the only option a psychotic break? Because why else would, it seemed genuine as well. Even her husband, her ex-mother-in-law, wonderful mother, cared too much almost.
I remember the spreadsheet you posted based on the civil suit with all the medications.
Yeah.
And some of this has come up in the criminal trial too, but she was on so many, and they would increase the dosage, decrease the dosage, switch the medicines. Then I think she wasn't taking some of the medicines. It's hard to keep track of. And then, like you said, different doctors that didn't seem, at least according to the defense, to be on the same page. It's a lot.
Yeah. One of the questions I think the defense asked Rebecca Gelada on the stand on Tuesday, August 11th, he said something like, do you know why Lindsay wasn't admitted to the postpartum program at, the Women and Children's Hospital? And she said no. And he said it's because she was over medicated. And again, that's a defense statement. But Gelada didn't know, and Gelada was treating her. That's concerning.
Are they separate lawsuits, Patrick and Lindsay are filing?
Yes, Patrick has already won a number of them. I have not dug into his, I dug into hers, but that's next. But he's already amassed a lot of money from this. And
there's already been settlements.
Yes. Yeah. And something I also found interesting during the testimony of these doctors, Lindsay, throughout the course of the trial, she has been, deadpan. Like she has just been, or sobbing hysterically. Yes, sobbing. We heard her say, yes, Your Honor, when it came to the stipulation. She agreed. She knew what was going on. We haven't seen any emotion. I've seen nothing that, would give her any type of personality until the doctors were testifying. And then we saw Lindsay, some of these pool cameras, she was sitting back, her eyes were wide, and I'm sorry, I can't really do it very well, but her eyebrows were up very high. And she was raising her eyebrows, and she was not happy. She was judging these doctors. And I couldn't tell if that would be great for her, because all of a sudden it's almost like, wait, you do kind of have these, quote, normal elements of, and I understand she's not crazy, drooling, being pushed around in a wheelchair like One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, but she has relatively just been deadpan. That it's like, just maybe just be, even throughout the course of your trial, because I don't necessarily think that was the best look that she could have, you know what I mean? Although she has every right. She is suing them. She
Damn, I was muted. Sorry. So when did he get these settlements then? So he's already had money from the settlements. We need to know more about this. I need to check out.
Feels a certain way.
She probably feels like they're responsible for what she did.
100%. It's very clear she does.
Yeah.
I just, optics wise, I would just maybe tone it down.
Yeah, interesting. It's interesting. I was talking, you know, Dr. Casey Jordan, she's a criminologist and she's also a lawyer. She was explaining to me the law in Massachusetts. You know, if she gets not guilty to the murder and the defense wins, you know, she essentially would go to an insane asylum. But eventually when she's cured or deemed cured by a team of psychiatrists, she would then be released. And I was wondering, she may already be cured from the postpartum psychosis.
Yeah, I mean, Andrea Yates, by the way, has been approved to leave the psychiatric facility she's in Texas, and she doesn't want to.
Yeah.
She wants to stay there. I don't know. When it comes to Lindsay, you're right. They may have already stabilized her, of course, but I think, again, it would set a very bad precedent if she goes to the psychiatric facility and she's released after 5 years. I just don't think, I don't know.
Or even months.
Oh my gosh,
honestly,
can you imagine?
She gets there and she's already been treated. And I mean, it's hard to tell from in court, you mentioned some of her body language, but we don't really know what her current, you know, diagnosis is.
We really don't. And it is also interesting because, you know, we know that she's not mentally incompetent where she cannot help with her defense, because then we wouldn't be here, right?
Yeah.
So she's able to help Kevin Reddington build a defense, build her case. So we know that she's sound of mind in when it comes to that. But obviously these are two separate things. We are arguing here that at the time of the crime, which is really only when she killed the children, so a span of however long that took, that's when she has to be crazy. So I hate this case. I will say, like, the jury, I think is I just don't envy them. They are going to have such a hard time. There's going to be crazy fighting. I mean, if you think about the internet fighting over this, well, you don't know. My aunt had, it's going to be like, I
interviewed a jury consultant a couple days ago who said that she thinks it's going to be contentious in the jury room.
Oh my gosh.
In a very intense way that is not typical. So yeah, I didn't even want to cover this case in the beginning. Honestly, it was just too sad. And then I just suddenly kind of got sucked in and interested in it. And I thought of it more of like, it's less about a criminal case to me and more, it's like a moral dilemma, like sort of figuring, it almost reminds me of like when I took philosophy in college. You know, you'd have these moral issues that you'd have to sort out, like, well, whose fault is it actually? And it's a tough one.
Well, you said it, because I, at first, when, you know, I saw this case was happening in this trial, I, like you, I wasn't going to cover it, but only because I was like, she killed her kids, end of story. I was like, that's it. And that was my mindset. And then I listened to opening statements. And then I sort of read a little bit more about the civil suit. And I was like, oh, okay, wait. I was like, there is more to this case. I need to be a little bit more open-minded. If I still feel the same way at the end, then at least I can say that I tried. And that's when I come back to telling you every day, I'm like, oh, I don't know, but this doesn't make sense. But that doesn't make sense. And it's just, you know, it's just so tragic. I have to wonder also, can the jury get past these beautiful little kids, their autopsy photos, and the fact that they were strangled with exercise bands, which is not easy. It takes a lot of time. And they were describing the bodies of those babies and what happened to their bodies when their protector was doing this to them. That's what I'm saying. So it's kind of like, how do we navigate that? How do we get past that? I don't know.
Well, we'll stay on top of it. Thank you, Lauren.
Thanks, Brian.
Really appreciate Lauren for taking the time. I said it before, I mean, this is a really difficult trial in many ways.
Okay. So I think that's a good point to end. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for joining me on the first stream on Trisha Talks True Crime on Kick, or if you're on YouTube. I'm going to now send you all over to Miss Cluminati, on the Kick side, and we'll be back tomorrow. I'll get a stream set up. We'll go for 5 p.m. again, the same time. And feel free to send me any links of any videos that you think would be useful to. Thanks to the mods, as always. Jennifer, good luck for tomorrow. Let us know how you go, love. You won't be here tomorrow, will you? Until next time, Grandma Cece. See you on the next one. Keep me posted, Jennifer. I do believe it's tomorrow you won't be here. Is that right? Before I do this raid. Okay, cool. I'll check my emails after that. I've got to get you a link as well. But remember, yeah. Anyway, I'll contact all the mods reference. I'll send you the merch link, and then you message me back with what you would like off the merch store. Okay. Right, here we go then. Let's go and raid Clue. Let's see. I'm going to hang out with Clue for a bit. And I think they're doing allegedly speculating Stefan Stern stuff, so trigger warning, but BJ's got a stream planned, so I might jump on the other channel in a bit. No, I won't be doing super long ones, but just while the trial's on. But I might pop on there and go live. We'll see how I feel. But Clue might stay on. Okay, here we go. See you later, Vixen.